All right. Hi, guys. Oh, hi. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Gonna do an all signs. It's been a little bit, and that is because I was sick, quite sick for a little bit. And if I clear my throat, excuse me, because it's still kind of stuck in there a little bit. And just these energies have been crazy. So I was going through a little bit of psychic development, if you will. And my third eye was all effed up while that was happening, kind of turned off while it was getting reset and up leveled, if you will. So we back online. Hi, Kat. And I have missed you guys so fucking much, like more than words can say. I have missed you. So I'm going to try to be on here regularly again. But I hope that you've all been doing well. So we're going to do a deep dive because you know how I do. You know how I do. So get snuggly, get a beverage, get something to smoke on, get some snacks, and we're going to hang out. But yeah, we're doing the topic of you and them. So we're going to look into someone, your connection with someone. And the intention is that this is more of like a romantic kind of connection, but you can take it how it resonates for you. So if it ends up sounding like it's for some other kind of connection that you have that just wants to show up and be, I guess, highlighted for you, it could end up being anyone. So just always trust your intuition above everything else. And that also goes for the role reversal, because anytime that we do a reading where there's more than one person mentioned, the roles could always be reversed. And that's normal. So just tune in to maybe take a moment now to really ground and tune into your energy so that you can really easily discern which side of things is yours when I'm doing the reading. And I don't read for a particular placement in your, excuse me, in your birth chart. So that means you can watch for your sun, moon, rising, Venus, anything, any energy that you feel connected to that you feel like is prominent right now, or that you just feel intuitively pulled to, okay? And we're really just gonna kind of flow tonight. I have a general spread, but I have like just a whole bunch of oracle cards, my Lenormand deck. I have a Shufflemancy playlist, and I'm just kind of gonna clarify with what I feel intuitively pulled to as we go. But the basic spread that we're gonna kind of start with, we are going to look into the energy, the overall energy between the two of you. And then their energy, feelings, and intentions, your energy, feelings, and intentions. If there is a source of confusion or something that you were left wondering about, since we just came out of a pretty intense retrograde period, it was like right on the heels of Mars retrograde and eclipse season. We had a Mercury retrograde as well as Venus retrograde. So there's been a lot of like redefining, reworking, reassembling our relationships and just even our relationship with ourselves and our boundaries. So we'll look and see if there's anything that is wanting to be clarified or cleared up for you that may have left you confused. And then I'm also going to look at a prominent meaning or function of this connection. So what is its kind of like purpose in your life at this time? What's up, Obsidian, Kazam? How are you guys doing? Saturn's about to transit your moon and Mars. Well, good luck. I actually don't mind Saturn, but yeah. Saturn being in Pisces right now has actually helped me kind of like create some structure with all my Piscean energy. So I'm not super mad about it. Some days I am mad about it though. I'm like, why you gotta harsh my vibe? But it's better overall, I feel like, than me just swimming all over the place. So yes. All right. We're going to start with Aries, move all the way through to Pisces. I'm surrounded by just like a billion decks. It's going to reinforce all that you've been going through. Yeah. Well, if anything, it will like solidify a lesson that you've been learning, which is never a bad thing, right? So if you don't know, then when Saturn is transiting, then you will probably know what you were meant to learn, and it will probably be laid out to you neat and tidy. There won't be any skipping corners, but it will be, at least it will be clear and have some structure. So that's the good thing about Saturn energy. But yes, if you come in, you will be able to know what oracle deck, what the heck, what sign I am on, because there's going to be a GIF up in this corner here. So check that out, and I will put up timestamps when the reading is over so that you can just skip around to wherever you want to be. The city council meeting upset you? Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, there's a lot of like political energy and collective energy and just all of the energy flying around right now. So for people who are sensitive, it's been a lot. Yeah, it's definitely been a lot. I was like, why am I anxious all the time? And then I realized I was just picking up on a lot of collective energy. So you might need to cleanse, ground, all of that kind of thing a little bit more than you normally do at this time, or you could be feeling that. If you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed, that could be part of the cause. Okay, let me just make sure I can reach the decks that I need here. Get my ish together slightly more. Okay, so I'm just gonna take a second to set some intentions, ground my energy in. And I'm gonna put some cedarwood oil, which is very like spiritual daddy grounding vibes. Okay. Let's do that. You're gonna cuddle your dogs and listen to me. Aw. I had to kick Django, my Rottweiler, out of the basement because he is very, very noisy. Just give me 1 second. Just want to feel my energy. All right, so let's see what's happening here, homies. Let me know in the comment section how you guys have been, and like the video if you want to, share it if you find that it resonates. But yeah, if you guys like the video, then more people can find it, that it helps the algorithm pick it up. So I appreciate those of you who do that. But of course, it is up to you. Yeah, I don't think I need to say anything else. There's stuff in the info box down below about my socials. I'm not very consistent on them, but you can find me. You can join our Discord server, which is where we have like a smaller, more close-knit community that we just talk about what we're going through. We talk about transits, the energies. It's a really compassionate, hilarious, and rad group of people that are over there. So you just have to download the app, which is free, and then the link to our server specifically is in the info box. So if you guys are interested in that, then check it out. Okay, so let me see. This morning, your senior dog went to pass you on. German Shepherds are crazy. They have so much energy. You're launching 2 fundraisers. Ooh. Nice. Look at you go. Got the fire lit under your ass. That's good. I love people that consistently like use their energy to stand up for causes that matter. I used to do that a lot when I was living in the city. I used to go to marches and all sorts of things. Kind of miss it, but let's see. Just gonna move some of these decks so they're easier to access. Okay. So, let's see. Okay. It's been a really long time since I've done a romance reading. It feels like a you and them reading. But now that everything is direct and we have a little bit more clarity and things aren't so up in the air in that area of our life, because for a while I felt like it almost wasn't even worth looking into relational energies. Because everything was moving so fast, everything was in a state of like revision, or the things that we came to conclusions about during retrograde season were gonna change anyways. So I was like, you know what? Let's just let people move through that. And then that's awesome, Obsidian. Yeah, and then we'll let things kind of settle and then we'll dive into things. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay. So bear with me, you guys. Let's shuffle Aries deck a little bit. I do want to channel a song, I think, for every group, though. So I have this Shufflemancy playlist on Spotify that has 170 hours worth of songs on it. And it's like every kind of genre, every kind of music, some songs that I know really well, some that I don't. And when I use music to include messages, I just put that on shuffle. So there will be a very broad range of music and energies for them to for it to choose from. Okay. Okay, that feels good. Okay, let's see what's going on, Aries, between you and the person on your mind. So yeah, I guess I didn't set the intentions out loud, but my intentions are that I be a clear stream to channel only guides, ancestors, and entities that are in perfect comfort and alignment with your highest and best good and the highest and best good of all. Only truth, messages with truth and love from source consciousness can come through. And Spirit, please connect me to the most important connections that the collective needs insight into at this time. Okay, so as well, people from your past might come up in this. It doesn't happen very often. It's usually people that are in your life right now. But if something from your past comes up, it is probably because you have been reflecting on that relationship maybe, or what it taught you, or you felt the energy come around in some way, or maybe you're dealing with someone that is part of a pattern or a cycle that kind of reminds you of someone from the past. So just keep that in mind, and whatever comes through, it's going to be, like I just set the intention, what Spirit is saying is the most important connection for you to know something about right now, okay? So you can, of course, set an intention to tap into a specific person, but use your intuition, like I said before. If it doesn't feel like it's about that connection, then just try to tune in to who it could be about. Okay. Let's start with Aries. Susu, what is up? It is going to be a great night. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm excited to hang out with you guys. I have to get better at showing up when I'm like a hot mess as well, because Spirit was really telling me that I was like, I have this thing where I'm like, I have to be put together and like whatever. And I need to be grounded and balanced somewhat, obviously. But also, Spirit was saying there's a lot of like worth to you showing up in just every state that you're in, because you relate to the messages differently. You connect emotionally differently depending on where you're at. And it's not always a bad thing for me to be in more of like a, I don't know, a vulnerable state, let's call it, when I do these. So I need to remember that, not judge myself and my own energy, and try to just kind of show up regardless. So I'll try to get better at that. Guys, keep me accountable, okay? Get on my ass if I don't. Like, where are you? You said you were gonna be here. You're not here. All right, Aries. Okay, tell me about Aries and the relationship that you want to highlight. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh gosh. Okay. It's judgment hour, huh? Looks like it's judgment day. Okay. All right. Wow. This could be a connection that fell out, like you fell out with recently, or you're no longer connected to, potentially. Okay, so let me just write down the time that I start the reading so that I know how long I've been going, because sometimes I go for a really long time. Let's see. So Aries, starting at like 18:30. Okay. So hello, Aries. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's take a look at this connection. Let's just dive in and explore what's going on a little bit, see what wants to be highlighted for you. I want to see, can you tell me about, I'm just going to pull a couple oracle cards to clarify a little bit. Or should I do that as I go? Yeah, I'll do it as I go. Okay. Let's do a song for you though. Let me see. Okay. The song that came up for you is Saint Clarity by the Paper Kites. Okay. Lindsay, hi my love. Okay, I'm gonna try to somewhat ignore the chat while I do the actual readings or the signs. And I'll talk to you guys in between, but I just don't want it to go forever and ever and ever. But I love you so much. Okay. So, Aries. So the song that came up on Shufflemancy for you, yeah, it's by the band The Paper Kites, and it's called Saint Clarity. And I do feel like you're getting clarity right now surrounding this connection, because the energy between the two of you currently is the Hanged Man. And this is Neptune, the card that is connected to Neptune in the tarot. But it also talks about transcendence and a higher love. Neptune is the higher octave of Venus. And so Venus is kind of like that sensual, tangible, like human love. And the Hanged Man is kind of the spiritual, cosmic, unconditional love that sees things from up above. So while Venus might be like, I love you because I'm in a relationship with you and we are giving and taking our energy, Neptunian love might be like, we're not together, or even you hurt me, but I see things from a higher perspective and I still love you. It's like a higher love, you know what I mean? So those kinds of connections can be complicated, right? A love that asks you to essentially take the high road, or forgive, or really focus on what function the connection is serving on a big, grander scale. Those can be kind of confusing and intense connections. So let's clarify a little bit. But the Hanged Man, what is Aries? What is this connection, Aries and their person? What are they gaining clarity on right now? I feel like you could not be talking to this person right now, or if you are, it's minimal. It feels like a plateau, kind of like a pause. You could be separated. There could be confusion in the silence, but there's also clarity in the silence if you listen. Okay. We have Dark Man. You could be dealing with a dark masculine, or someone in their dark masculine energy. It just says dealings or relationship with a man with dark complexion or hair. They don't have to have dark complexion or hair. I'm taking this more as like an energy. So, okay. So it could be the masculine that is more confused, or the masculine energy that put this pause or separation into like play, maybe. I'll get one more. What is the Hanged Man surrounding for Aries? Or they could be the one primarily seeing things from a higher perspective at this time. Yeah, you have the butterfly and the elephant. Okay, so this is positive, because the butterfly is a change for the better, and the elephant is a long journey, either physical or mental, which leaves you wiser at the end. So yeah, you're on some sort of spiritual path with this person. This is someone I feel like that you have a soul contract with. And that doesn't mean that you're going to end up with them, or that they're meant to even stay in your life. Soul contracts can be just for like a time. Someone might be in your life to activate something in you, to mirror something to you, to trigger something in you. It could be a number of things, but I am seeing that whatever this pause is, I heard on ice. So it could feel cold. The energy could feel very distant, or even, cold or shut down. But there is something happening. There's still something taking place. You're both still on a journey, and you are both moving towards a positive change during this period of perceived like stagnancy, maybe. Okay. So now we're going to look at their energy first, but if this sounds more like you, then like I said, just take it how it resonates, okay? I'm going to tie the song in as we go and see if the lyrics resonate. So tell me about this person's energy. It looks a little bit confused, but let's see. Okay. Give me one more. Okay. Is this in reference to Aries? No. Okay, so this could be someone, Aries, at this time that is actually exploring their options. And I don't want to trigger you, but it is coming up, like the specific card combination that comes up for me when, like, to represent a third party or an external energy or someone just having options did come out. This person's energy came up as the Three of Cups in reverse, but then for their intentions came up the Seven of Cups. And when these two specifically come up, with this one in reverse and this in the upright, that is like the combination for me that represents someone exploring their options. And what came out to clarify the Three of Cups in reverse is this romance card. And I asked if this was referencing you, and it said no. So let's clarify that a little bit more. This could be someone that your connection with them dissolved. Yeah, let's clarify with the tarot a little bit. Tell me more about that Three of Cups in reverse. Why is that this person's energy in this connection at this time? It's interesting though, because I see them being more, their energy, they're trying to move forwards, but they're actually shut down to connection. So it's interesting because the Three of Cups is in reverse, which is telling me they're still more focused on what has fallen apart with you. It's coming through as more of like a stubborn energy. Like, let's say you had a misunderstanding with this person, or you were frustrated with each other, or you had a falling out. This would be someone who, out of frustration, or maybe it's either they don't know what to do with this connection, and so they're like, fuck it, like, I'm just gonna like point my energy elsewhere and see if any other option comes in, because I don't know what to do with this thing between me and Aries. It's complicated, or like we've hit a wall or something. Or they're trying to prove something to you or make you jealous in some sort of way. But the thing is, they could be talking to people, but their heart space is totally shut down. They have a lot of emotional confusion that they're still sorting out at this time, but they do seem focused on romance. It's just strange to me that their heart is shut down. I don't know if they know that their heart is shut down, but tell me about this Three of Cups in reverse. The Queen of Cups, the Three of Swords. Well, that's why. Because, yeah. The thing is, they could be talking to people, but it's just passionate. It's not something that will go anywhere. It could even be people that they already know or knew from their past, but it's like they're fully in their masculine energy. Their heart is not connected, and I don't even think that they're really speaking from a place of clarity. But they are just trying to get their energy moving, I feel like. The thing is, they're still very focused on the past, or their energy is pulling them to the past, and specifically to you, because there's something that they're not actually looking at within themselves. And I feel like they think that they can just move forwards, but they're going to run into they're going to run into whatever this is that remains unresolved within them. But the Three of Cups in reverse, that's you guys, your connection dissolving in some way. And this person is hurt, the Three of Swords. They still have love for you, and they feel your love as well. It's mutual, like reciprocated love with the Queen of Cups. But there's like pain tied to this love. I want to know why they're focused on romance though when they are in this, because it doesn't actually make any logical sense. What is prompting this person to focus on romance at this time, even though it doesn't seem like it will go anywhere? Decay with productivity in reverse at the bottom of the deck. It's so weird because this is someone that wants to move forwards, but they're in a state of complete stagnancy. Productivity in reverse, nothing is really happening, nothing's really being built. And then decay is like you are dead and decomposing, like you're just sitting there, nothing is actually growing. So it's strange. I think that they feel stuck. And they're like, maybe they feel stuck on you. And they're like, if I put myself out there with other people, it will take my mind off of things. So that could be why they're trying to focus on options and things of the sort. But the thing is, they're in love with you. So they're going to carry that forwards to whoever they meet, even if it's just for fun. It's not really responsible to connect to other people when your heart is in that space, because it's not real, right? It's not true. So their feelings and intentions towards you at this time, the Five of Wands in reverse and the Seven of Cups, like we said before. Their feelings, the Five of Wands in reverse. If you put this person in a competitive situation, they're like, no, fuck that. I'm not an option. I don't want to compete. I don't want to feel like your attention is divided. I want to be the main pick. But I get more like they don't want conflict. They're tired. They don't want to fight. It feels like you and them, especially with this Three of Cups card, you could have had like three different, maybe you guys broke up and got back together, or you separated and then their energy comes around. But it's kind of showing me three different attempts to make it work, or this could be lifetimes that you guys have had together. But there's pain and confusion tied to it, and conflict and tension that needs to be resolved. And it's like every time you come back to the table trying to sort something out, it feels like it just gets messier. But I don't know why that is. So let's clarify that a little more. It's interesting because I feel like a tenderness, but it's like very blocked off. It's there though. It's undeniably there, but it feels like it has like guards blocking it off. What's the Five of Wands in reverse? Why is this Aries person's feelings towards them at this time? They don't want to fight though, because they do love you. That Queen of Cups. And it feels like whatever this is, it's still fresh. Like the Three of Swords is in the upright. The Seven of Cups is in the upright. It feels like this is somewhat fresh. The Eight of Wands and the Two of Swords. There's some kind of communication between the two of you that made this person indecisive or put them on the fence about something. And I think that they're trying to escape that inner tension, because when we are undecided, then there's like this tension or conflict within us, right? Because we don't know what we're doing or how we feel about something. It feels like there was a lot of energy that moved between the two of you quickly, or there was specifically some sort of conversation or communication that made this person just be like, I can't do this. It's too hard, or there's too much tension, or I'm just too tired. But the thing is, they're not decided about that. They may have walked away, but ultimately they're still in a state of indecision, on the fence, because they're hurt, but they're also in love. That's what it is. So they're kind of, maybe they're just trying to heal or distract themselves at this time so that they can, you know, resolve that. But I don't think that they're doing it by actually, navigating their way out of things. They're doing it more through the lens of avoidance, is what this looks like. Can you tell me about this Seven of Cups for this person's intentions towards Aries? I gotta pick this up, the speed up. Usually Aries is like super long while I get in my flow, and then hopefully it will be better after that. What's this Seven of Cups? Fragile. They have this fragile card, and then the Aries card is at the bottom of the deck. Aries and Virgo, but Virgo is in reverse behind Aries. This. See, they're not navigating their own landscape, their own inner landscape. It's like, this would be like the Hermit in reverse. So they might be very in their masculine energy, maybe even making reckless choices. Like, look at this little girl standing in the middle of a bunch of wolves. But they're not actually being guided by, and that's why this confusion is here. They're very, this is the thing. Their intentions towards you are coming from this place. It's coming from a wounded place. And while the love and the tenderness is there, they're not, this is someone who's not wanting to show that right now. If anything, their communication with you might just be confusing. You might be able to tell that they're very on the fence or non-committal. Or they might just outright tell you, like, I'm exploring my options. But there's this energy of them being like, I still want to go back though. I still want to go back, even though maybe I feel like I shouldn't, right? Or even though I said never again, they still have this energy that is pulling them. There's an energy, that's what it feels like. There's an energy that's kind of pulling them back to you. So that's that side of things. So let's take a look at your side of things, unless it's reversed for you guys. But your energy within this connection is coming out as the Two of Pentacles in reverse. So you are not undecided. Let's get a little bit more on that. What is Aries certain of here? What are they not undecided about? It's, you've made some sort of decision and you are acting on it. Like, you're taking steps in the direction of a choice that you've made, and it's tangible. So you are tangibly putting your time, energy, and effort into something. Everything you need too soon came out in reverse. There could have been like a timing thing with you and this person where you feel like you got everything that you wanted, but the timing was off, like it came too soon. And while you don't feel like this person fits into past cycles, like there's something different about the connection with you and this person. You don't feel like it fits in an old pattern or an old cycle, but you also feel like, I don't know, you're trying not to be reckless. I think you're just trying to make choices that you're not reckless, but you're also not hiding yourself away. You're not isolating, but you're also not going out and meeting new people, because I feel like you know that you're not ready, or you're not in the space where that would be responsible. Can you tell me a little more about that? Two of Pentacles in reverse. But you have made a choice, an active choice, that you're moving from here. I'm getting you've revoked your energy as well. Yeah, strength, exactly. With Judgment on the bottom and the High Priestess. Okay, you know something. And I feel like you're just trying to be at peace with what you know. The only thing is, keyword trying, 5 of Swords with the High Priestess. You know, but the thing about this is, like, you can know something intuitively, but your ego or that lower brain is going to come in and be like, are you sure though? It feels like you're trying to integrate some sort of intuitive knowing or emotional knowing and still live your life, not putting yourself on hold, not obsessing over like what this is, because it feels like you know what this is or you have some sort of insight. You've made a judgment call though to hold your energy back at this time. There's a level of like containing it, but it's coming from a place of strength and you being aligned with your values and your morals. This is a judgment call, Pluto energy and Leo. So your confidence could be transforming at this time as well. Something with your solar plexus maybe. Maybe you feel like this is hard, but also empowering at the same time. Your feelings and intentions for this person, the King of Swords and the 4 of Pentacles. I'm hearing that, what song is that? That song that's like, one way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one way or another. I'm hearing that song, and I haven't heard that song in a billion years. Tell me about this King of Swords. Why is this Aries feelings towards this person? Where is this feeling coming from at this time? Actually, with this deck, let's clarify the intentions, and I'll clarify the feelings with another deck that will work better with that. Okay. Yeah, exactly. There's something you know. And you can't explain it, but you can feel it. Your feelings towards this person. The King of Swords. You're looking at things from quite an objective place. There is like a peacefulness that exists within you that does not exist within this person, but I think it's because you are looking at things clearly. And again, it's not that you are seeing what you want to see. That's not what it is. It's that you're looking at the truth of something. You're seeing it for what it is, and you're trying to be at peace with that, whether or not you're with this person or not. Treading. Conduct, self-awareness, proceed with caution and sensitivity, correct behavior, and act responsibly. And then you have the Cauldron, inner alchemy, mastery, spiritual renewal, contain, rejuvenation, and discerning wisdom. Yeah, see, your feelings towards this person are that you need to just kind of take a second. So you're strangely okay with this. Like, you might feel like I'm strangely okay with the distance between us, or with this being on pause right now, because some part of you knows that there's awareness that is being integrated, or there could even be spiritual up-leveling that's happening right now while you guys are separated. There's something that's clicking into place that you're able to see more clearly that you weren't able to see when you actually actively had this person in your life, it feels like. But you are being you're very self-aware at this time. There's something about you wanting to stay aligned with who you really are. So if there was a lot of confusion or tension with you and this person, you could feel like you got pulled out of alignment with your higher self or with your morals, or you acted out of line with the person that you want to be. You're trying to stay in this kind of space where you feel good about the energy that you're putting out and the action that you're taking. But you're more at peace, whereas this person is kind of running. And there's this sense of underlying pain and confusion and turmoil within them, even though their feeling is that they want to avoid that exact thing. Because of the approach that they're taking, they're actually irritating that feeling more than escaping it. And you are kind of sitting with it and facing it. But your intentions being the Four of Pentacles, to clarify, came out these cards, both in the upright. Processing. So it's the true statement. I have the solution. Slowing down and listening to your inner voice will provide you with direction and purpose. See, that's exactly what you're doing. And it's your solar plexus. And then you have good fortune. I attract abundance. Feel the joy you would have once you reached your goals here and now. You will achieve your dreams fastest that way. So you are in a very creative place right now. And you're vibrating quite high. Even if you're processing through difficult things, you are open. You are moving out of a lack-based, anxious mindset. So you could have been quite worried about this situation, or even in the past, just there's not enough. Like, if I don't settle for something, then I'll never meet someone again, or whatever the case may be. But right now, you're just kind of putting this in the hands of the universe. It feels like slowing down and allowing your inner voice to show you the way. And it is leading you to where you need to be. So a source of confusion that might be happening right now within this connection is justice in reverse. Okay. Where is that coming from? So there's some sort of imbalance, a karmic imbalance, I feel like right now. There's still something that needs to be settled here. And I feel like right now something doesn't feel fair. The way that things are right now doesn't feel like there's closure. It doesn't feel like a clean cut. Justice reverse. Why is that? What's that surrounding that justice in reverse? Okay, these keep on jumping out and jumping back in. The ring, which is about commitment, and then you have the snake and the tower in reverse. Okay. The snake can be about manipulation and deception. And the tower in reverse, so the tower is about oppression. I feel like this connection right now is being forced to drop any sort of toxic patterns or relating to each other, ways of relating to each other. It's like you are ascending. Your energy is ascending, and now it feels like you and this person are not in alignment with each other anymore, because it's almost like your energies right now are going in different directions. You're committed to hearing your own, like listening to yourself, trusting yourself, creating balance and abundance in your life, being honest with yourself, being open, which creates then an energy of expansion. Obviously, you have to be open to expand. If you are closed down, you're going to stay in a period of contraction, right? And things won't be able to come to you. And it feels like this person, they want new things to come to them, but they're in a state of contraction. Their heart is open to you, but there's a whole bunch of confusion and mess around that heart space as well that they're dealing with. So right now, you could feel like you have been committed to this person, or you still are committed to them in some way with the ring, but you don't feel like you're balanced or it's able to come together in a fair way right now, because there has been some sort of manipulation or deception that needs to go. It needs to be, you need to liberate yourself from it, is what that feels like. And that's what's happening right now in this space. So, lastly, the prominent meaning or function of this connection right now. So, this isn't the overall purpose of the connection, it's just right now. Why are things happening the way they are? It's the 10 of Wands. You're being pushed to a breaking point, both of you. This is like an energetic breaking point where you can no longer carry the wands, you drop them, and then you have this open space where the Ace of Wands can come in. So new inspiration, new passion, new guidance. So it feels like you're in some sort of storm almost, but it's meant to cleanse out some heaviness that's been here. Tell me more about the 10 of Wands. But that's what this time is happening, or that's what this time is doing for this connection right now. It's meant to bring you both to some sort of breaking point where you're forced to let go of something that has been oppressive and heavy. Something that you both have been holding on to, and it doesn't need to be the same thing. The 7 of Wands and the 2 of Cups. Okay. The ego has to evolve for both people here in order for this to come together. And there is a breaking point now where you're kind of being given the choice. Do you want to move in the same direction? Because you're going to have an ego death. You're going to have to look at some things that you haven't been shifting. Look at some things that you haven't been making a judgment call on. You're going to need to make a choice, come out of a state of indecision. And this is being revealed in this phase, in this silence right now. So it could feel kind of intense, but what you guys are holding on to could be defensiveness towards one another. You might have a connection where you feel like it's hard to tell where they end and you begin, or the intimacy and the level of vulnerability, maybe because you see each other, you understand each other more than you might know. It feels a little bit like you need to defend yourself against it. It doesn't feel comfortable. But I think that that is something that you need to break past, right? Like those guards are going to have to, you're either going to have to decide that you're moving forwards and you can disassemble those guards that you have surrounding intimacy on your own and then kind of put yourself out there with another person, or you're going to have to find a way to still have healthy boundaries but drop the defensiveness towards one another and towards this love. So you are being pushed here, it feels like, you and this person, to a breaking point. But that is to force things to move forwards one way or another is what that feels like. Okay? So that's what I've got for you, Aries. For you and this person. That's what I see right now. It's a little bit confusing, but yeah, I feel like it's also difficult. You might have felt a lot more aligned with this person up until recently, and now you could be really feeling a division between your energy and theirs. And like I said, that is because you're kind of both moving in opposite directions right now. But I think that that also serves a purpose. So even if it feels really uncomfortable to not be able to feel their energy as much as you normally do, that's happening to also create a breaking point inside of you so that you can deal with that in some sort of way. If there's like an unhealthy attachment to this person, maybe that will help you. Like the distance with your energies kind of pulling away from each other might give you a chance to reassess that or work through that again. And I was going to mention this song. It talks about, like, the main lyrics are, I don't know you, but I know what you do. There's something that is like this, I know you carry a sense of weariness, I see. You're the one I'm wanting with the plainest clarity. Turning in me, yearning in me. There's something that there's a sense of knowing one another, and you have this clarity of how you feel, and this sense of like yearning and something that is still moving or evolving within you, within your emotions for each other. But there's also a sense of weariness. There's a sense of like, I'm exhausted and I don't know how to approach this, or I know that I can't approach this in the same way that I have been because it hasn't been healthy. So there's something about that that I'm feeling here. But you're still moving through. Hi, R. What's up? Okay. Let's move on to Taurus. That was really long. I'm going to need to get more organized. Okay. Let's go to Taurus. Taurus, Taurus, Taurus. Let me just pick the oracle cards I'm going to use before so that will help me. Okay. Taurus. What is happening? Let's clear the energies for Aries. Tell me about Taurus and the connection that they are experiencing. That was at the bottom of the deck when I started shuffling, so that's interesting. Okay. Oh man. What song do we have for Taurus? Anvil. Doesn't have any lyrics, that song. Okay, so I guess there's not really a song that's meant to go with yours, because the one that came up is just instrumental. Yes, thank you, Kazam. I am going to pull some oracle cards now, because I think that will speed things up, and then I'll just clarify with the tarot on top of that. Tell me more about the situation, the current situation between Taurus and this person, or the current energy between them. This could be someone from your past, or you're focused on things that have already taken place within this connection. Some of you are gay or bisexual as well. What's up, the machine lies? How are you? You don't have to be, though. Whoa. Okay. Tell me about this person's energy. me about Aries, or Taurian's energy, sorry. Yeah, obsidian. The machine. All right, well, let's see. Whatever floats your boat. Let's see. Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Tell me about why is Taurus in this energy? Okay. And just one more. I want to know why. Six of Swords in reverse. Taurus. This person does not know what to do with all of this. Can you tell me what the Empress in reverse there? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was wondering about that. Okay, Taurus. Let's see what's going on with you. What is going on with you and your boo? The time. Hi, Taurus. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's take a look at what's going on here between you and this person that is coming up to be highlighted. So the energy currently between the two of you is coming up as the Six of Cups. Get some more information on that. But this card generally talks about the past, or it could talk about someone that you feel like you have a lot of history with, even if you just met them. So you could feel like you already know them, or your souls are very connected in some sort of spiritual way. You might feel like you had past lives with this person. There's just this sense of like, I know you and I know you well, or some part of me knows you well. So whether that is just a sense of familiarity or whether you actually have history with this person, it could be either. You could be talking to your friends about this and trying to kind of sort it out, because the first card that came out to clarify that is the Teapot, deep friendship with someone of the same sex. And that came out separate from the other three. So you could just be focusing on friendships right now, or at least that's part of it. Then you have the Crib, birth or conception of a child or enterprise, yoke, feeling tied down or frustrated, and the Empty Chair, someone is leaving your life. This feels like something started and then ended. That's what that feels like. It feels like something started, something was born, and then it felt tied down, stuck, or frustrating, and then it left your life. So this is like it came in, and then it went. That's what I'm getting from that. So you could be in a state of confusion where you are trying to figure out like, what the hell was that? Tell me about the Six of Cups. It doesn't feel like the two of you are connected right now, physically. It's the Six of Cups. Taurus. The Emperor in reverse. The Emperor in reverse. At one point, there was building and giving to this person that did feel healing and reciprocal. There was communication, but then it started feeling heavy maybe when you started looking towards the future. And that could be out of a lack of true commitment or ability to really be committed and invest like you are committed, right? So this could be something that came in, felt good, then you tried to move it forwards and it got halted. I feel like there could have been kind of an aggressive masculine energy here, and it doesn't have to be a male, but with the Emperor in reverse and the Knight of Swords in reverse, this is like some words may have been said between you and this person that were a little bit angry, triggered, something like that. And it feels like they didn't actually get you anywhere. They didn't really help you see more of the situation. If anything, it just shut down the energy, like movement or flow between the two of you, and made you feel like this is a missed opportunity. But I feel like that happened out of a place of you guys being not empowered or grounded in your own energy. So you could have felt a little bit insecure in this connection. Maybe both people did. And you could have been at some point communicating out of that woundedness or that insecurity. So it wasn't really clear communication. And I feel like that's also why it didn't lead to... It's kind of giving me the vision of like trying to build something solid when you don't have a foundation laid. So if you were looking at the future or trying to talk about the future, but then you're coming from an insecure place in the present, that's going to be really hard to conceive, right? How something solid could happen in the future if what you're working with right now doesn't feel like it's going in that direction. So I'm going to look at your person first. But if this sounds more like you, then just take it how it resonates for you, okay? So they're in the energy of the Ten of Swords in reverse with this card of speculation. Speculation. This person's watching you, and they have a lot of feelings. This is Jupiter in Cancer, so they have a lot of feelings, but I don't feel like they're open with them towards you. I feel like they are trying to make a judgment call, but through assumption, not through directly addressing something or talking to you. Tell me about that Ten of Swords in reverse. They're trying to drop some sort of pain. Something did really impact this person quite deeply. The Wheel of Fortune. But whatever that was, it was meant to happen. Interestingly, I feel like, wow, there's 5 major arcana. Okay. This is big. Whatever's happening for this person, it's meant to push them into a state of healing. They could be also observing their own healing too, but I feel like they're doing that kind of through the lens of or taking consideration of how they feel about you as they kind of look at things to get more of an understanding of like what happened or why things went the way that they did between you. But there was something that it felt like this person, it feels like they were moving along like this snake on the ground, and they were all complete and they thought that they knew what they knew, and something happened that chopped that all apart. What they thought they knew became very fragmented, it feels like, and now they're kind of questioning things. And this was fragmented through pain. Something caused this person pain. They're now trying to piece themselves back together or figure out what they actually think. And this was supposed to happen because they were always meant to get a higher perspective, or there's something about the way that this person was thinking or how they were moving in their life that needed to be edited or reviewed, I feel like. And so something, even if it was painful, did happen between the two of you. And it happened to kind of jolt this person into a state of observation, like more consciousness, because there's something where they have not been changing. So all these cards were in order at the bottom of the deck. The Wheel of Fortune, then Death in reverse. So this is Jupiter and Scorpio. The universe came in and started pushing this person towards expansion. But in order to expand, they needed to see where, or they need to see where they have not been creating the change within them and their life that would allow for that expansion to happen. But the problem is, this has been very clearly revealed to this person with the Moon in reverse. Then there's the Lovers in reverse, the Tower in reverse, and the Chariot under that. So there's literally 6 major arcana cards in a row for this person. Whatever's happening with them, it's bigger than just them. And it's very much meant to happen because it feels like they're at a point where they are ready to shift, or they might not know that they're ready to shift, but something bigger than them is pushing them, whether that's their higher self or a higher timeline. But there's something that they're not facing. And whatever they're not facing is what would actually allow them to move forwards with emotional clarity and a strong will. There's a lot of Cancerian energy here. They're not looking at something out of fear, even though they have a conscious awareness of this thing. It's like it's on the peripheral of their mind, and they're not looking directly at it. They're not really addressing it because of fear. There's some sort of love here, but I think this person feels like they would hurt themselves more if they admitted whatever they do feel. So they're kind of just, I don't know, it's interesting. They're looking at more at I need more about that. Why are they looking more at the Ten of Swords? Maybe it's because something's already ended between the two of you. And so they don't feel like they have an opportunity to lead from a place of love anymore. So it could almost be like they're like, well, what's the point of me diving into my feelings for Taurus at this time when things have already fallen apart? The purpose would be because their feelings are meant to bring them clarity and help them transform. But it feels like this person is more in a detached state, or they're trying to stay that way. And they're trying to look at things through more of an observing or analytical lens, it feels like. They're still aware of their feelings for you, though. There's not like a complete ignorance there. Why the Ten of Swords in reverse, though? Why are they focused on that? I have no peak. I'm forever evolving. I think that's you. It's interesting. This person's looking at you like you are not struggling as much with detaching or with just moving forwards with a state, like within a state of balance and peace. And that doesn't mean that you're not hurting, not by any means, but it's like they're looking at you like you hold some truth that they don't have, that is allowing you to almost use pain as power, or use a difficult situation to push you even more into a state of expansion. You're giving this like limitless energy, and this person is almost watching you, speculating like, how did you drop those swords so fast? How did you move through this frustration, this ending? So that's the main reason why they are speculating, because they're trying to drop the weight the way that they think that you have. They've seen you do it, but they're missing a piece that's not allowing them to understand how you got from point A to point B. And I think that you may have processed more emotionally. That would be my guess. But this person's feelings and intentions for you, the Six of Swords in reverse, and then Justice for their intentions. Well, we like that. We always like when people want to do the right thing. Six of Swords in reverse was clarified by this card, this oracle card. This person is like, what the literal fuck is happening right now? There's a very emotional and spiritual element to this connection. It's one of those things where even if this person leaves your life, you're still going to feel it, and it's because you probably had a contract with them, or you probably were meant to teach each other lessons, or highlight something, or activate or open something up within one another. So it gave you something to think about even after the connection maybe physically leaves your life. But with the Six of Swords in reverse, this person could feel like they are just not moving anywhere in terms of, again, making sense of something. But it's because they look at it and they feel like they are on acid. Like they feel like when they think about this, they fall down a rabbit hole that just never ends. And they just keep falling. There's something deep about this that they can't find a logical answer for. And I feel like there's this frustration. It's coming through very much as they don't feel like you're stuck in the way that they are stuck. We'll see about that, but tell me more about this person's feelings for Taurus. Three of Pentacles in reverse. This is someone that's not connected to their emotional truth the way that they need to be to find what they're looking for. It's like they're going to find what they're looking for in their heart, in their intuition, in their spirit. But they're in their mind looking for the answer, trying to make sense of it. And it's like spiritual connections don't really make logical sense usually. You have to ask your spirit, what was this sent to teach me? Right now, they don't feel like the energy between the two of you is cooperative to come together. There's like a hostile energy. And there is a sense of them trying to, right now, actually, it's like they feel like in order to come out of the way that they're feeling, which is kind of disappointed, or it's coming through as like being drudged down, like held down by a heavy energy, and you're trying to walk forwards, but it's like you have weights tied to your ankles. They feel like their heart space or connection towards you is the weight, and they're trying to detach from that to gain more clarity surrounding things. It's almost like they're like, if I can just push the spiritual and emotional element of this to the side, I'll be able to speculate from a clear headspace and make sense of this. But they're doing the opposite, it feels like, of what would actually bring them that clarity. What they really need to do, I feel like, is dive into the depths of themselves, what's hidden under the surface, their emotions, the truth of how they feel, and any fears associated with that. Because there's something here where this person is, they have some sort of insecurity that they're not seeing. It's hidden. It wants to be revealed to them, though, because I feel like there's a cycle that's not closed for them. And I don't know if that's the cycle between the two of you. Tell me more about justice. Why is this their intentions? The Nine of Cups in reverse, the Nine of Wands, the Nine of Swords, the Hermit. Okay, well, number 9 might be significant to you. There's also 2 6s and like 3, 6, 9, something about that. There's 2 3s, 2 6s, and then 3 9s here. I might want to look up what 999 means if you're into numerology, but This is why they're seeking balance, because they don't feel happy or fulfilled right now. The Nine of Cups in reverse. They could feel like they initially saw the situation between the two of you as like a wish fulfillment, and they got invested and attached and excited about it, and then it feels like ripped out from under them in some sort of painful way. And now they feel this heaviness and this anxiety and a sense of not understanding, not knowing what the hell's going on. And this is a really heavy energy that they feel stuck in. They want to trade this out for this, to feel balanced, to feel like they get what they truly deserve. But there's something that they're just not seeing right now. But I feel if they go and they really invest looking inwards into themselves, they will find what they need. Okay, let's look at your side of things now. So your energy towards this person is coming out as the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, okay? With submission, which is Venus in Pisces energy. This is not submitting to this person. This is more like submitting to the love overall. This is almost like you feel like there isn't an opportunity, or this opportunity didn't get off the ground. Maybe you feel like it's still there but not available to you at this exact time, but you're not trying to erase the love that you have for this person. It's like you are admitting it. It's almost this energy of two things can exist at once. You can decide that something's not able to move forwards while still admitting that you love someone, for instance. And those two things sometimes, although painful, do happen at once, right? We can't always be with the person that we love. So there's something here where you do feel a sense of disappointment and loss, like an opportunity is not available right now. But you are... just because an opportunity isn't available to you right now, you're not taking that and immediately trying to close your heart down and like move on the fastest or distract yourself from something. It's like you're allowing something to crack you open further. You're allowing yourself to still hold your genuine feelings for this person, even though you might be moving forwards away from them at this time. Can you tell me more about Taurian's energy within this connection? You could feel like there is no... like this connection doesn't offer you anything, or can't offer you anything tangible right now. Like you could feel a strong emotional and spiritual connection, but you don't feel like there's a willingness to truly commit and invest in the physical. More about Taurian's energy. You feel like you and this person are one and the same in some way. You do feel a strong connection. You feel seen, understood, like you're cut from the same cloth, your kindred spirits, your soulmates, counterparts. Something about that. You see yourself in this person. You guys could really mirror each other in a lot of ways. But this card also came out, and this is a picture of Rosa Parks sitting at the front of the bus. So there's something where you're like, even if this opportunity was lost, I'm using it to do something very empowering. Like I'm going to make a move that is really taking a stand. I feel like you're taking some sort of action that says a lot. You're speaking through your actions. You're letting your actions speak for you is what that feels like. And I don't know if you're trying to make a point or if that's just kind of happening naturally, but you are in a very empowered sort of energy. But again, it's like two things at once. You feel this connection, you feel this likeness, you may even have a strong empathetic or compassionate energy towards this person, even if they hurt you or even if they didn't pursue an opportunity. But at the same time, you are like, I'm going to take this situation or this experience and I'm going to use it to push myself forwards and empower myself more in some way. So your feelings and intentions towards this person. Queen of Swords, the Empress in reverse. Why the Queen of Swords for Taurian's feelings? You feel as though you see things quite clearly, but there is a sense of being removed. You're trying to offer yourself whatever this person couldn't offer you. Yeah. So even if you do have a lot of feelings for this person, you're looking at them with very, like with your head very much screwed on your shoulders. You're recognizing that your emotions don't control you. You don't have to move according to your feelings all the time. You can still know what they are, take them into consideration, but then balance things and still move. It's like your overall energy. It's just kind of repeating that. You can look at your feelings and understand that you still have deep feelings and understand you still feel a deep connection to someone. But then you kind of are submitting, like you're giving it to the universe. You're saying, I can hold this love. I don't have to shut my heart down. I don't have to become resentful or hateful. I don't have to cast this person out of my energy or like do a cord cutting ceremony or like, take it to the next level. I can let the love exist and know that it's not going to destroy me, but I can also not let it control me. And I can use its influence to push me in a positive direction. Because what came out to clarify is the 10 of Pentacles. So you're like, I can use this energy to create something abundant and tangible, even if this experience itself was not that. It still got you moving in some way. This very empowering energy came from this. So, yeah, I feel like you're looking at your feelings and you are making space for them. You're holding space for them, but you're very much focused on building something abundant in your own life that you feel this opportunity didn't offer you. You're trying to provide that for yourself, which I think is beautiful. So then your intentions came out as the Empress in reverse with this card. You're very much protecting your feminine energy, your energy in general, but especially this, I think you're letting your own masculine energy show up empowered and protect your feminine. You're not just, even if you have feelings for someone, you're not just opening your heart up and giving to them and trying to create something with them. It's like you have boundaries, and you might have quite strong boundaries towards this person, which tells me that you could feel like they crossed those in some way, or like things weren't fair between you, and you're not going to settle. You're not going to play small. If there's anyone in the world that didn't play small, that said, fuck that, it was Rosa Parks. But the Empress in reverse, I don't feel like this is you. I feel like it is a level of guardedness towards this person, but it's coming from like spiritual or energetic boundaries that need to be in place. It's not coming from you creating a constrictive, contracting sort of energy. You still feel open. Tell me more about the Empress in reverse. But this person's not just going to walk through the gate of your heart. No. The Five of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands, and the Five of Cups. Well, that's why. Trying to get this off the ground stressed you the hell out. It felt heavy. And I feel like it's because either you, either this person or both of you, you struggled to trust enough to take the leap into a really big beginning. It feels like this connection would have asked you to look at yourself differently, or maybe relate to others differently, be a more empowered or up-leveled version of yourself in some way. But you experienced, like, here you are and you're confident and you're gorgeous and you're glowing, but there's lack all around you. The Five of Cups, the Five of Pentacles, emotional lack, physical lack, and you're like, no, I am protecting myself against that because I am creating the Ten of Pentacles. You know that you have this very strong feminine energy, and that's the energy of expansion and creation. So it feels like the boundaries are in place because you don't want to absorb an energy from this person or this situation that was limiting you or creating lack in your life in some way. And you're pretty serious about that. So a source of potential confusion between you at this time is the High Priestess. So there's something intuitively that the two of you feel, but again, it doesn't make complete sense at this time. It's just something that you know that you can't deny. It could be something that you're both keeping hidden. There's a hair on me and I can't find it, but it's really annoying me. Ha, got you. More about the High Priestess. Actually, I want to know this. The Lenormand. What's that about? What is that pertaining to? Send it out. The Sun. The Sun talks about confidence, success, triumph over something. I think that you guys, you intuitively feel like there could be success here, or like there is an energy of triumph around this connection, or it strangely has helped your confidence in some way, even if it fell apart or was hurting you while you were in it in some way. Somehow intuitively, and I don't think you understand the process how this happened, but you just feel that it did. It transmuted some sort of energy of lack in your life, and it's creating more of an energy of success, which is really interesting. But you could still be a little confused about why you feel that way, even if things between the two of you aren't coming together, something like that. The meaning or function of this connection for you right now is the King of Wands in reverse, though. So it's interesting because you got the Queen of Wands in the upright. King of Wands in reverse. That's the function of this connection for you right now. The Eight of Wands. To get things moving where they were stuck. To get you to stop waiting for something is what this is doing. It's meant to make you look at things or approach things in your life individually from a different perspective, because there's something that does want to get moving. It wants to start expanding. Energy where it has been stagnant doesn't want to be that way anymore. But the King of Wands in reverse is someone who they can try to get their way through like dominating or controlling, but it's because they feel insecure within themselves. They have a lack of confidence, so that they feel like they need to kind of like dominate over the energy or control it or manipulate sometimes even to get their way. So there could have been somewhere where you had control issues And you were meant to let go of that. You were meant to submit. And this person I feel is also, but they're still in this energy of speculating from kind of the wrong vantage point. But yeah, there's something here that wants to move. It wanted there to be a judgment call so that something can shift. And that is the purpose of what's going on between the two of you right now. It's meant to show you where maybe you weren't acting from your seat of power, where maybe you were shut down to love or defensive against it in some sort of way. Maybe because of insecurity or because your ego in some way was blocking you. But that's what I see for you, Taurus. So yeah, you could be feeling, it feels like this person's a little more hurting right now than you are, in the sense that there's confusion and they're seeking balance, but they don't know exactly where to find that. I feel like you're a little bit more open and receptive to looking at where you may have, like why things happened the way they did, the part that you played in the unfolding of things. It kind of feels like you are a little more open to the truth coming through about that. And this person may still be focused more on pain and therefore a little bit more defensive towards the truth at this time. So that's what I see. All right, we are moving on to Gemini. Gemini. Let's see. Gemini. Let's see what's going on. I love you, Taurus. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. All right. Beloved. Hi, baby. How are you? It's good to see you, too. Good to see you. Good to be with you, too. Okay. What's going on for Gemini? Sometimes. I'm sweet sometimes. I feel like I'm equal parts sweet and salty. There's a little sour in there as well at times. But I do my best. The semester is ending in a week. Nice. But yeah, you have a bunch of work to do. Good luck with that. You're so close though. Go you. The end is nigh. It's in sight. Okay. Gemini. What's going down with my loves? I'm gonna wait actually to change that banner until right before I start the reading, because then I'll be able to figure out timestamps more easily after. So let's see. Tell me about Gemini and the connection that you want to highlight. What's up, Cindy? There's actually a lot new with me, but I feel like I will I'll have a video where I just like hang with you guys and chat, because it's a lot. Okay. What's with all of the connections just falling apart and then everyone's just in the wreckage of them trying to make sense of things right now? Is that where people mostly are? Is that what's happening here? Well, I'm hearing that song by the Black Eyed Peas. It's like, where is the love? What's wrong with the world, mama? There's something, yeah. Are you asking where the love is in this connection, or what's going on? Let's hit some oracle cards. It's sad times. Aww. Okay. Clarify the Queen of Cups. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's use this. Both their intentions there. Okay. And then I'm also going to use this deck. Let's see. Tell me about that energy there. What is up, Victor? I'm just pulling Gemini's cards, but I haven't started yet. Okay. Weird. Okay. Just gonna get a couple more. Tell me about this. Intentions here on Gemini's side. Your arch nemesis. I feel like there's a Gemini in everyone's life as an arch nemesis. Geminis love to play / just get labeled as the villain. Pleasure with a close friend. Okay. Okay, well. Whoa. Where's self-delusion? Okay. Let me see here. Tell me about that right there. Again, this person's energy a little bit more. What? Okay. I feel like this person could be dealing with someone younger than you or just someone a little immature. It's very interesting though, these energies. Okay, let's take a look. What's going on here? Let's get actually into it. The anticipation, I know. Rochelle. It takes a while to pull the cards. Okay. Let me put a timestamp down here for you. Hi, Gemini. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on here and see if we can get some information about this connection. So it's saying that the overall energy between the two of you guys right now is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. I'm feeling like something feels ungrounded here. This came out, or these two oracle cards came out to clarify. So there's this one, which is this scene from 10 Things I Hate About You, where she's like, but mostly I hate the way I don't hate you, not even a little bit, not even close, not even a little bit, not even at all. And that happens after she finds out that he's kind of betrayed her. And she's mad because she's coming to this place where she's admitting that even though I'm hurt by you, I still love you, which is annoying. But there's also this other one, mixed messages, and it says, I want to sleep with you, but I don't like you. I don't like that. I do not like that. There could be someone who is, yeah, the Knight of Wands in reverse. With the Two of Wands. There could be someone who very much in this situation, you could have strong feelings for them, but I'm not going to lie, they could be very inconsistent, or they could be very open, if you know what I mean. Like with their loins, or just with their, maybe just with their charisma and their flirtation. But the Knight of Wands in reverse, because of this card, I want to sleep with you, but I don't like you. It's giving fuckboy. It's giving non-committal, detached from the heart, but connected to their passion, desire. So this could be someone who is not very responsible with their energy, or not even honest with their energy. Maybe they could commit to things and then kind of switch it up and be like, well, you were just a physical thing. But there are real feelings here, because even in 10 Things I Hate About You, both of them do love each other, but there's also pain that happens. So someone could be kind of reverting and being like, this could be their way of coping with pain, being like, well, I never liked you to begin with. I just liked that connection. But there is some sort of inconsistency with one person that I'm seeing. Can you tell me more about that Ace of Pentacles in reverse? But one way or another, it feels like something did not get truly rooted in or grounded in with this opportunity or this connection. It didn't go where you wanted it to go, or it didn't really move forwards in a way that is, like, the roots didn't go deep enough to really hold it, to move it forwards, is what this feels like. But this seemed at one point like a very prosperous opportunity, or something that could really go all the way. The Ten of Swords. The Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups in reverse. Bro, this person needs to find something and walk off the edge of it with love and light. But like, what the fuck is this? Okay, this is nonsense. So This could be someone who is a liar. You have all 4 aces, and all of them except for the Ace of Wands are in reverse. So there could have been a lot of fire, a lot of passion, a lot of physical connection. I'm not going to lie with this, but there was a disconnect with the heart, or with there actually being something that could build either emotionally or tangibly. And I feel like there was deception and betrayal here, or someone did get hurt, because I think that the maybe intentions weren't made completely clear, or maybe there was actually active misleading. Like someone knew that someone was in it for one thing, but they just took what they wanted, or they knew that you both didn't want the same thing, maybe on some level. Okay, let's take a look at their side of things, because I want to know. Yeah, the Knight of Cups in reverse. This is my unimpressed face, in case you couldn't tell. I'm like, why though? But why? Well, let's find out. Okay, so the energy that this person is in right now within this connection is the Ace of Swords in reverse. We're off to a good start here. So it's interesting because this card came out to clarify, and it came out in the upright, good fortune. So they are telling themselves, I attract abundance. They're trying to feel joy. They're trying to feel how they would feel when they had everything they wanted. They're trying to manifest and achieve their dreams, essentially. But this is, there's something that's not true about this. Like, I don't feel like this person's actually in a true energy of abundance or expansion. They're trying to create. This person could be trying very hard to get a job, get a promotion, get what they want, really, from in any sort of way. But there's something that they're not seeing, or there's a lie that they're telling themselves that's kind of canceling out any energy that they put towards that. And these cards also came out, which is really interesting. The Ring fell out, which says a marriage will take place, either romantic or business. But then at the bottom of the deck was the Broken Ring. And this is a huge deck. And this one says parting of ways in either romance or business. So there's coming together, and then there's falling apart. And I feel like this is they're trying to manifest. But then at the bottom, in their subconscious, there's something that is actively, it's like they put out their manifestation, and then it just diminishes. The second that they send it up, it just kind of like diminishes, because there's something that's not truly aligned. They either don't really feel abundant and they're trying to fake it, or I don't know. What is the cause of this confusion or illusion here for this person? This could also be someone that lies to you about an opportunity that they get. Ew. This person could come back around if they're not in your life right now, and they could want to be friends, but I feel like eventually they're going to try to move that, if that is the case, into like a friends with benefits, blurred lines kind of situation, where again, they can get what they want without giving you what they know you want. So just be aware of that, okay? Because that's the vibe. This is the reason why that's actually nothing's actually coming in for them. Because they are in a state of needing to control everything, and you cannot manifest when you're in that space. So this card came out first, Charity, which is Saturn in Cancer energy. And it's like, again, it's this person is acting abundant, but they're in the energy of a beggar underneath. Like, energy doesn't lie. So this person could act or, even convince themselves that they are radiating an energy that's going to bring good fortune towards them, but they're radiating an energy of lack, actually. And at the bottom of the deck was fortune, literally, with domination. This is why they are capable of drawing fortune in, but then they immediately have this like energy of taking something big and expansive, and then they try to control or dominate it, and that's where they are blocking themselves. That's why things may come together and then fall apart for this person, or just not come together at all. It's because they're blocking themselves with their like need to dominate or control in some way. Okay, so their feelings and intentions towards you. The Knight of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. They feel like I don't like this energy. I'm not gonna lie, Gemini. I gotta be straight with you. This person at one point saw an insecurity in you, and they capitalized on that. They saw an insecurity. They saw where you didn't see your own, like where you weren't confident, where you didn't see your own power, where you were in a state of lack. Or they might even be trying to, this could be someone that like ghosted you, but they're planning on coming back around. And if so, the purpose of putting you out in the cold while they just sit here and like are at peace in their mind, they want you to be anxious in that state of silence so that you don't have guards up or boundaries when they come back around. Yeah, so that you don't fight them. It's like everything is a game that they're playing to get to a state of perceived control and domination over everything around them. But this is actually very weak energy. Like, it's like little bitch energy a little bit. Not to be rude, but it's very scarcity energy. And it's very much like, I'm not powerful, so I have to play games and manipulate, mislead people, lie, even lie to myself, and then try to micromanage or control or dominate everything around me just to prove something. And I think they're mostly trying to prove it to themselves. But I don't like the way this person's functioning. Tell me about this Knight of Swords. Why is this their feelings towards Gemini? Yeah, the Five of Wands in reverse and the Five of Cups. But there's something that they didn't expect that's happening. This person feels like they know everything. They feel like, I know everything. I have all the answers. I am smart. I'm playing the game smart. Again, there's something where they feel like they can profit off of grief, where it will remove some sort of problem or tension that may have been between you. So maybe you put up some boundaries and you were like, look, I don't want you in my life if it's just going to be casual. That's not what I'm looking for, kind of thing. And so then they could have just disappeared. This is just like an example, right? And they're hoping that some space and maybe grief will change your mind so that when they come back around, you forget that boundary. There's something like that going on. And they feel like they're very intelligent and they're a step ahead and they have this knowledge that's going to get them what they want. It's weird though. I feel like, is this person experiencing the Five of Cups in any way? The Magician in reverse, the Three of Cups in reverse. Ugh. They're not letting you go, but they're holding on for the wrong reasons. And there's deception, there's lies, and there's a strong disconnect from their heart. They like don't want to look at that, don't want to feel it. They have this obsession with control, which they really don't have in their life. And it's like that's what they're constantly chasing. And this feels like someone who'll kind of do anything to get control. Because the Magician in reverse is another energy of manipulation. But it's coming from a place of not being in alignment with your own personal power, which is why you have to manipulate and play games instead of just exuding the energy or embodying the energy and then drawing more of it into you, right? This is very overcomplicated energy that could be so much easier. But I don't love this because this is at the bottom of the deck. The Three of Cups in reverse, the Seven of Pentacles, the Hierophant in reverse. It kind of feels like this person is committed or invested in being non-committal, honestly. They could have options, but it feels like if anything, that is what they are committed to. They feel like that is where they're in the most power. Maybe a place of like using people and not getting connected, not really getting attached. They feel like that keeps them safe, or they're powerful that way, or that's how they dominate situations. Kind of sad. The Nine of Pentacles in reverse is their intentions towards you, and it came out with this card, Stormy. What's the Nine of Pentacles in reverse? Stand still came out. It came out in the upright, but then it flipped into the reverse, and it says alienation, a stalemate, stagnation, withholding, grinding to a halt, insensitivity, and mistrust. This, again, I feel like this is someone who created a standstill, or who walked away from you or alienated you. They created some sort of stagnation, or they have been withholding. But they do have the intention of coming out of that, like ending this stagnation or stalemate. But why the Nine of Pentacles in reverse? Is this just saying this, that their intentions are coming from a very insecure, like lack-based place? What is the actual Nine of Pentacles in reverse, though? What does that actually consist of? This person is all smoke and mirrors. Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Evolution. What? Abundance and harmony are in the reverse at the bottom of the deck with decay. Someone else got this. I can't remember. I think it was Aries. But this person, they're just going at everything that they want from a very like backwards way. But they don't realize that they're not going to get what they want this way. They're creating blocks in front of them. They're making the way stormy. Their passage will be stormy, but it's like they're creating these waves that are not needed. But their intentions towards you is to move something along, to evolve something between the two of you. But I feel like they want to take something from you with the Nine of Pentacles in reverse that they don't have, maybe. Or they could want to actually, the Nine of Pentacles in reverse can also be like, I want to end a standstill because I really do want an actual relationship or commitment with you. I truly want to evolve something, even if it has been stormy. But even if that's this person's intention and they decide that they want to change, right? They have abundance and harmony in reverse at the bottom of the deck. They're still coming from a lack of They don't have harmony and balance and abundance within themselves because they're not open. And so then they try to create and nothing evolves because they're not open, right? I do see this person coming back around though. They want to end a standstill, but they're not seeing things, at least not right now. They're really not seeing things or coming from a good spot. They're not seeing things clearly or coming from a good spot. Okay, your energy within this is the Wheel of Fortune. So it's kind of funny because it's not funny. This could really be why this person is super drawn to you, because you are literally an embodiment of the energy that they are chasing, that they are not. They're putting all their energy into trying to create this fortune, and you're just over here embodying it naturally. And with the Wheel of Fortune, you have to roll with the wheel, right? You have to understand that when you're manifesting, you're co-creating with your intentions and your consciousness and a force bigger than you that creates the magic, right? So you can't try to dominate the manifestation process or everything, because then you're not open enough to let the magic happen. So you have an openness that this person doesn't have, and that's what's giving you the ability to really draw like fortune into yourself. Tell me more about that. You're in a very abundant energy right now. I feel like you are just rolling with things. You may have kind of, yeah, literally, look at this. Pushing upwards, steady progress, gaining confidence, accepting challenges, promotion, receiving recognition. You are making headway. You are making progress. You're slowly gaining confidence, seeing things more clearly, moving beyond challenges. And you're going to gain something from this. Whereas this person is trying to force something their way, but because they're not seeing it clearly, they are actually keeping themselves stuck. And they might come back around to you because they feel like you hold the key. They can see you have something that they don't, or they can feel that you have something that they don't. So just be careful, because the thing is about energy is energy exchange is real, right? So when you make the decision to connect to someone, they have a certain level of access to your energy, especially if you are physically intimate with them, right, in some way. Then there's a big energy exchange that happens. You can take on an energy of scarcity that is not yours, and someone else can drain your energy or siphon it. So just kind of be aware of that, okay? But your feelings and intentions towards this person, you have the Page of Cups and the Seven of Wands in reverse. I feel like a very pure place in you is open to this person. And that openness and vulnerability is beautiful, but have boundaries and still be able to see the truth of something even through your love. Because I feel like this person is going to come in and they want to dominate this like very childlike, innocent. They see you and they are like, that's easy to dominate, right? And they could come in and take advantage. And the thing is, you are just like here wanting to offer something or create an opportunity, but behind that, it's like the direction that you want to offer yourself in is the Lovers in reverse and the Ten of Cups in reverse. So you could be wanting to offer yourself to something that is not in alignment with love or abundance and won't actually be able to, at least not from where they're at right now, emotionally fulfill you or take care of you in any way or even honor your energy or respect it. They're just not in a place where they're able to do that right now. So I see that you have feelings that are very pure and sweet for this person, but why is your intentions the Seven of Wands in reverse? It's like I don't feel like you're fighting for this, but you also have your guard down. There's like a very big energy of openness towards this person specifically. Why the Seven of Wands in reverse? Tell me more about that. This feels like someone that you ignored. You may have ignored certain things about them or your experience with them. Red flags, so to speak. The Moon in reverse. Again, it's kind of this open energy though, but towards something that is not really building. It's like pouring energy into something, but that person's just kind of taking your energy, and it's not actually building something joint between the two of you. They're kind of just taking what you give them for selfish purposes is what I feel. But these cards came out to clarify that Seven of Wands in reverse. So you have the dog, pleasure with a close friend. But then you have these two cards, which I don't like. The pineapple, reconciliation, and dragon, beware of self-delusion. So again, this person could come in and they could say that they just want to be friends for now, or that they just want to get close to you. They could act friendly with you. I feel like something has to do with pleasure or desire. That could be the way that they come in. But you have a desire to genuinely reconcile and offer this person something pure within you. But this warning is keeping it a little bit real. So just be careful, okay? You could be seeing this person for what you want them to be and not who they really are, at least not in this moment. And I see them actively choosing to be the way that they are. Like they know what they're doing. This is someone who is intelligent in terms of manipulation. They're not intelligent in terms of emotion and energy. They know how to manipulate, essentially. Okay, so the main source of confusion right now is the Queen of Cups in reverse, and it came out with this card, me, and then in one hand it's like, fuck the system, and in the other hand, love and light. There's something where you are a little confused because you can feel, I think, like a lack of reciprocated, deep, genuine love here, because energy doesn't lie, right? You can feel that. And maybe you can feel that even more because you are open, your heart is open, but you don't feel that like returning to you. You don't feel that same warmth or openness on the other side. So I feel like you are getting to a place where you're kind of torn. Part of you is still like love and light. I still want to open up, drop my defenses, and be committed to this thing, but you're getting to a point on the other side where you're like, fuck this, you know? And it's because you're picking up on the fact that you are being taken advantage of a little bit. And you can feel that, even if that's not something that you really want to admit. But the thing is, it's not stopping you from, you're still in this highly expansive and abundant energy. You're still magnetic. It's just be aware of what you are pulling towards yourself with that magnetic energy, okay? You don't want to pull things towards you that are going to throw you off balance and out of this tempered state, because then they're going to move you towards what it is that you don't want and not what it is that you do want. So just be aware of where you are putting your energy, your attention, who you're allowing access to you, and whether things feel genuinely balanced and reciprocated. But the meaning or function of this connection in your life right now is the King of Pentacles. I think it's meant to show you what is actually worth investing in, for real. Like, what will actually have some harvest? What will actually give back to you? What is stable, consistent, strong? What is actually abundant? What will truly evolve when you give to it, right? There's also something about grounding your energy right now that's happening. Tell me more about this. I think this person's also meant to learn the same lesson. They are meant to understand what true abundance is and the kind of energy that will actually bring them good fortune. But they have to realize that they need to actually be in an energy of stability and confidence and groundedness, and then they need to truly commit to invest in and give to something in an equal kind of way in order to build something. They can't just come in and try to control everything and be like this dominant force and still get what they want. There has to be like this room for give and take, room to actually create something with someone else, right? So that's the lesson or function of this connection right now. That's what you guys are meant to be learning from this. Is there anything else before I let Gemini go? I don't think so. I think that's it. This is a time of a judgment call for you. Something is being transformed or reconciled, for sure. And I think that a huge amount of abundance and healing can crash in for you, but there's something that it's like there's an intuitive blind spot that's still coming from a place of insecurity or a lack of confidence. And even the way that this person has treated you, that could also have created more insecurity. There could be something where you feel like you always like fall for people that only value your, like they only want to sleep with you, or they only want your energy because of the way that it makes them feel, something like that. And that could be a blind spot for you because you have this very innocent, beautiful, open heart that you want to genuinely give to someone, but just make sure you're giving it to... So there's a quote that says, when you love someone, you make them a god, but you don't get to choose what kind of god they turn into. I want to say that, okay? Because the kind of god that this person turns into when you give them your energy and love is they kind of turn into a monster a little bit. They allow that to fuel them and make them feel powerful. And they know that they're making you feel insecure in order to make themselves feel powerful, and they don't care. That's the problematic thing. They don't care about you losing something for them to gain, and that's what I'm not here for, honestly. So that's what I have for you, Gemini, okay? I love you so much. Remember that you're literally the fucking coolest people on the planet. Like, you're so dope. So remember how beautiful you are, okay? What's up, Hot Springs? I have been doing well. How are you? Cognitive dissonance, yeah. You can be a vacuum because that's what happens when you do open yourself up. You create a vacuum, but just be aware of what you are... Like, you should draw in options, right? But then you have to use your discernment to see what truly aligns with you. So, because you're going to, when you are a vacuum and you are abundant and magnetic, you're going to draw things towards you that are for you and things that aren't. And then that's where your discernment has to come in. So I would just say, focus on your discernment. Don't become cold. Don't shut your heart down completely, because that's also not clear discernment. But be aware that your desire for love at this time and connection could be putting you in an energy of where you could be taken advantage of by people that just don't have the same heart as you, unfortunately. Okay? So watch people's actions. Don't just listen to their words, I want to say. That's important. See how people truly go out of their way for you. How do they consider you when they are making choices? Do they consider you at all, right? Just pay attention to those things. And you'll be fine. You're very smart, but you do have huge hearts. I'm a Gemini moon, so yeah, I get it. I understand the struggle. But we're going to move on to Cancer. Okay. Go get an iced coffee. Yum. That sounds good. Cancer. Okay. Aw, okay. What the hell? I have to clarify this a little. Okay. Let me see. What do I want to use here? What's that though? Clarify that for me here. I will. I'm just changing it right before I start the reading so that I can have more of an accurate understanding of when the timestamp really is. So I'm not going to change the banner until after I'm done actually shuffling all the cards out for every sign. But I will remember. You're welcome, Princess P. Let's see. I'm channeling that song, channeling Elastic Heart by Sia. The part where she's like, you did not break me, I'm still fighting for peace, or something. I think that's what she says. Okay, tell me about this. I'm channeling another song. I'm channeling... Why am I channeling so many songs all of a sudden for you? The Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. I don't know if this is for Cancer. I'm in Cancer's energy, so that should be for Cancer. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get into this. We'll clarify more as we go if we need to. I'm going to turn the fireplace on quickly here. A little bit chilly. Oh, 1 second, guys. Oh, my legs are sore. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Luna's so cute. Sitting over there on the, laying on the chair in a little ball. All right. Cancer. Let's see. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? My Krabby Cakes. Spicy little Krabby Cakes. Okay. What's up, Cancer? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. So, I actually do want to do a song for you guys. Okay. So the song that came up for you is Disarm You by Cascade. Disarm You by Cascade. It's not showing the lyrics. Hold on. Okay. It says, let me disarm you. I'm not trying to own you. I just want to know what it feels like to have your body so close. Let me absolve you of the past that controls you. I just want to know what you look like without a weight on your soul. There's an army I'm fighting around your heart because I want to love who you really are. Let me disarm you. This is the energy of someone that wants to pull you out of darkness into the light, or they want to, it's like they're fighting to love you, or they feel like there is a fight. There's maybe that you are maybe a little bit defensive against them, but they're like taking that on. They're like, challenge accepted, if that makes sense. That's what this feels like a little bit. Or they want to do that. This could be someone that's not doing that yet, but they are maybe formulating like a plan on how they can show up and offer that to you. Because the energy between the two of you right now came up as the 7 of Wands with this oracle card that says harmony. And this can be a card about defending yourself or fighting for something. And I feel like you're defending your harmony. Like you're like, if it fucks with my peace, it's not coming close to me, you know? If the price is my peace, then it costs too much and I'm going to have to turn it down. But I feel like somebody else is fighting to have more of a harmonious energy between the two of you. But you might be giving them a run for their money here. Let's see. Tell me more about the 7 of Wands. Why is this the energy between Cancer and this person? It's not bad to make someone work for it. Keep that in mind. Judgment in reverse. I feel like there hasn't been a decision yet, or if anything, you might be leaning towards right now, like not reconciling with someone. But I feel like that's not forever. You see how on this Judgment card, it's super interesting. It's like It's almost like there's these two glass doors and there's this space between. I feel like this space between them, you feel like for some reason you're meant to walk individually. But when you get to the next door, I'm almost getting the sense of you don't know what's going to, like, things could be different when you get there if you're aligned with this person. But right now, you haven't made a full judgment call on whether or not this makes you happy, whether or not this can fulfill you in the ways that you know you deserve to be fulfilled, is what that's coming through as. But someone's trying to show you that they can, and that they'll do pretty much anything to be that for you. And it's interesting, I do feel like you have feelings for this person, or you recognize them as someone that is, like, you have feelings for them, and you know that they have genuine feelings for you. So this sense of indecision it could just be that things are moving forwards really slowly, and you feel almost like you only go backwards with this person, like 1 step forwards, 2 steps back. There's some sort of energetic imbalance, and that could be why you're not totally sure. So let's take a look at this person's energy, and keep in mind that the roles could be reversed. So if it sounds like this is more you, then just take it how it resonates, okay? But this person's energy within the connections coming through as the 10 of Cups. Well, they definitely see you as being all that and a bag of chips. So what's the 10 of Cups? This could be someone that you're already with, but it's almost like you feel like you need a period of space or a break between you and this person potentially, but they are fighting for it. There is an established emotional connection between the two of you. The 9 of Wands in reverse. It's kind of an energy of like not really, it's interesting though. They want harmony, but it's like they're not fully pushing for it. It's almost like this would be someone who has what they wanted, and so because they're content, they kind of stop trying. Could be an energy of this. So it's like someone that doesn't continue to grow necessarily once they reach a certain level of fulfillment. But you could be experiencing that as like the balance between your dynamic kind of dropping off, or someone, justice in reverse, someone not showing up the same way that you are. So it's creating an imbalance. Something about the way this person is acting is not fair. And I don't think that they're necessarily trying to be unfair. I just think that they're seeking balance, but they don't actually see where they're throwing balance off. I think that's what the issue is. They want balance, they want to fight for it, but it's like they don't see the problem that they're creating or why that balance is being thrown off to begin with. That's what I'm getting. Okay. So their feelings and intentions towards you. Their feelings are the Knight of Cups. Their intentions are the King of Wands in reverse. This person does want to continue moving forwards emotionally with you. But I don't think that that is the problem. I don't think that was ever in question or ever an issue here. This King of Wands in reverse is more the issue. They have their heart on their sleeve for you, but yeah, it's like they're not organized. They're not actually they're not stepping up is what it feels like. You could be evolving and expanding or stepping more into your power, and that could be creating the imbalance, because it's like, again, this person is content with where they're at. They're not feeling a need to like organize, and see, they're not restless with where they're at. But I feel like that is throwing the harmony off. We don't want them to be restless, but we want to keep growing and evolving, especially when you're in a connection with someone, because then you stay aligned with each other energetically, right? If one person just kind of stops and the other person keeps growing, then you're possibly going to grow apart, or you're going to lose the connection that you had because you're not in the same spot anymore. So the King of Wands in reverse is clarified by these two cards. Body as a house in reverse with hiding. This person's not, I feel like they're not grounded in some way. And that's because in order to really ground their energy, they would have to look at something that they're hiding from. Maybe they don't feel like they are capable of organizing their life and then taking steps in the direction that would ask them to mature or evolve or expand. Tell me more about their intentions towards Cancer. It's kind of coming through as though they're wanting you to take the lead. Their intention is almost like you take the lead. But it's because they feel more comfortable following you and not really, or being dragged along by you even. There's something that they're not facing though, or something that they're hiding from. The Ten of Swords in reverse. The Moon in reverse, the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah. This person doesn't feel empowered within themselves. There's a very vulnerable part of them. So it's almost coming through as like they feel like they're being asked to go deeper with you. To evolve the connection would mean to open up more, to invest more, in some sort of way, but they're avoiding that because there's something that they would have to face and heal or integrate in order to go deeper than where they are right now, is what that feels like. There's something they would have to release, but that would require them to look at some sort of insecurity within them or some sort of old pain that they haven't transmuted yet, and that's not transforming. It's keeping them stuck because they're not doing anything with that energy, is what that feels like. So they're holding a stagnant energy within them that's kind of stopping them from being able to move forwards in alignment with you right now, it feels like. So your energy towards them, the energy that you're in within this dynamic is the Two of Cups. So again, you do feel a connection with this person, a genuine connection. You do genuinely care for them. And you have this basis of friendship and genuine appreciation for one another that goes both ways. Again, it's not a question of feeling. It's, the Hierophant in reverse. It's like, are you both committed to the same things long term? Do you have the same morals and values? One of you might be very committed to self-awareness and the journey of self-empowerment, but the other one may be very at conflict with that. And so your energy as you move forwards could be challenging this person to balance their own internal state, but that's causing a little bit of conflict within them. It's making them look at where they're not really fulfilled or happy, because that's what would need to be, truth would need to be brought to that in order to create a balance that allows them to then balance with you. But it almost feels as though this person wants to move forwards, but they want to move forwards in the same sort of insecure internal state that they're in now. And you might be overcompensating for that internal state, or like carrying the weight of their emotional baggage or something like that, trying to drag them along with you, but they're not really doing the work to make that sustainable. Yeah, the Six of Wands in reverse, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. You have this energy where you know that you recognize that you're giving to something and it is giving back in some way, but you are like, you're aware that there's not going to be success, or that there hasn't been, because something like work that needs to be done has not been done. So it's like if this person, for instance, has something within them they need to face or move through in order to go deeper with you, you're like, okay, but there's not going to be success because this person won't go to therapy, or they won't actually look at that thing within them. They won't do the shadow work, or they won't just do the work to be able to create this actual success. So there's something where you feel like you're giving to someone or a situation that you might have to eventually walk away from, because you just don't see them doing the work the same way that you are willing to do the work. So it feels like that's why there's a little bit of your boundaries are coming up here a little bit. Your feelings and intentions towards this person, though, the Three of Swords in reverse and the Ace of Cups. What's the Three of Swords in reverse? This could also be someone that is not, they're not making a judgment call on what they actually want this to be with you. You could be casually dating them and they could be very open to that. But then when it comes to actually like investing like in a commitment or an actual relationship with you that you can define and grow together, they hold back. It's like they're happy with the way that things are, but you are aware that something needs to shift or else it won't continue growing, right? What's the Three of Swords in reverse, though? Why is this Cancer's feelings towards this person? You're healing something that hurt you here within this dynamic. The Seven of Pentacles, you're letting go. You have been invested in something. Not playing any games, genuinely giving for the sake of growing. And it feels like you have also been addressing any fears that have come up for you along the way. So I don't know if this person directly hurt you or if they just triggered some sort of wound within you that you hadn't fully dealt with yet. But you care about this person, and you also, yeah, you care about this person. Queen of Cups. You love them, you have love for them, and that's part of the reason why you are committed to like investing in healing yourself and things that come up as you know, move forwards with this person. But you also have love for yourself. There you are, the Chariot, the Queen of Cups, the Chariot. And I feel like you love yourself first, which is how it should be. You have enough unconditional love for yourself that you're not going to stop moving forwards and expanding just to invest in something that is not going to grow, even if you do have strong feelings for that, right? But your intentions are the Ace of Cups. So tell me what that is. What's the Ace of Cups? You're still invested in this person, but it's kind of like you're at this spot where you're waiting to see what will happen. The King of Swords, the Ten of Wands in reverse. You could end up dropping this situation because it ends up feeling heavy. It ends up feeling like, yeah, the Queen of Swords in reverse and the Five of Pentacles, Ten of Pentacles in reverse. You could feel like this ends up feeling like scarcity because it's not growing. And when you are connected or having an ongoing energy exchange with someone that's in an energy of imbalance or scarcity, you then invite that into your life as well. You can very much put yourself in that same energy just through like association and pouring so much of your energy and attention into that. It's like you're watering a dead plant, essentially. And that does get frustrating and heavy energetically because you're not going anywhere. I see this as you're going to make the choice that's best for you at the end of the day, whether you love someone or not. And you're not trying to hurt someone. But the thing is, you're very much using your mind and your discernment surrounding your heart and where you put that beautiful, tender, like loving energy. And you're not going to put it in something that holds you down or adds like an oppressive energy to your life. You're going to pour into something that pours into you to the same degree and helps you grow. It supports your forward growth and your evolution. It doesn't stunt it. So you do see this person as being like a counterpart or a soulmate in some way, or at the very least, someone that is a mirror to you, that you feel like you have a lot in common in some ways with this person, and you do care about them, but you're holding your boundaries, and I think that that's really healthy. You're just kind of waiting to see if this person, you're not waiting, but you're like, I've planted the seeds, and now I'm going to heal myself and continue moving forwards, and we'll see what judgment call this person makes, whether they end up in alignment with me or not. And then you're going to make a choice accordingly, is what that feels like. The Five of Cups in reverse is a source of confusion right now within this. I want to get one of these cards. What's the Five of Cups in reverse? Yeah. You could be confused because you know that the feelings that you have or had for this person are real, but at the same time, you don't feel an energy of grief or mourning at the prospect of releasing this situation, and that could be kind of confusing you. It's like you're not feeling a huge sense of loss and grief surrounding this, and it's not because you don't care, but it's again because this card came out, the Marrying Maiden, which talks about a compromising situation, subordination, succumbing to seduction, manipulation, and low self-esteem. And then you have this Deliverance card, release, relief, liberation from obstruction. And this card also came out, Companionship in reverse. So I feel like you're like, I could be a companion with this person, but not if it ends up being a compromising situation. If it's making me compromise my own self-esteem and self-respect and forward growth, then I'm going to lean towards releasing this or being delivered from this situation. And you're not going to feel bad about that. And it's not that you feel good about hurting someone or breaking up with someone or whatever. But the reason you don't feel that sadness is because you are actually making that choice out of a place of self-love and self-respect. It's the right choice. But you could be a little confused, like, why am I not feeling more upset about the prospect of releasing this? The function or purpose of this connection in your life at this time, it's interesting. It's exactly what you're doing. It's the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So it's to show you where an opportunity does not really exist that can actually grow or take you somewhere. And that came out with the Pushing Upward card in reverse, which talks about not making steady progress, not pushing through challenges, not moving anywhere, essentially, with the taming power of the small, which talks about self-sufficiency, resourcefulness, adaptability, and self-restraint. So it's like the purpose of this right now is to teach you where to invest your energy and where not to, how to invest your energy wisely, and how to make that choice from a discerning place and a strong place of self-restraint and self-sufficiency, knowing that you are enough. You don't need to offer yourself to something that's going to slow you down or take from you, because you are abundant, you are enough, you will align with what actually matches you. So that's what this is kind of teaching you at this time, it looks like. Okay. That's what I see for you, Cancer. I really like your energy. You're standing in your power. And it doesn't make you heartless. It doesn't make you cold. It doesn't make you a bad person. I feel like you are strengthening your backbone. And you should. You should have that love and respect for yourself first and foremost. That's the only way you can truly give that to somebody else without having some level of attachment or dependency or codependency, right? So it might feel kind of odd to you because maybe you are used to sacrificing a lot of yourself for other people, but you're not making yourself small at this time. And I think that's really powerful. And it's like you're aware as well that you can have feelings, you can respect somebody else, but you can also understand at the same time that you're not running parallel with each other anymore. You're not growing in alignment with each other. But I feel like this person hasn't completely shown you whether or not they're going to take that leap yet. So we'll see about that. Hot Springs. Okay, I'll see you after a while for Sag. Yeah, it might be a second before we get there. The Cancer song was on point, was it? Okay, we're moving on to Leo. Leo. I've actually been feeling a lot of Leo energy lately because there's been quite a large Lilith influence right now. And my Lilith is in Leo. So I've been kind of trying to tune into that element. What's up, Lindsay? So, yeah. You haven't seen me live yet for your sign. Nice. Well, it's good to have you here. It's always, I feel like it's easier to channel and pick up on the energies of people that are present during the live, but I'm glad you're here. Let's see what's going on with Leo and their person. My nose is sniffly. Okay. Ooh. I am not mad at that. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling a lack of patience here. Confusing. There definitely could have been some miscommunication for you guys, or confusing communication during these retrogrades that just ended, the Mercury retrograde and the Venus retrograde, especially because Mars was retrograde in your sign, well, back and forth between Leo and Cancer. Let me just grab some oracle cards and then get into this. I'm gonna go blow my nose as well. It's gonna bother me. My PayPal is acting up again. Oh, I think it's because it, when I copy paste the link, it like, for some reason in the description box cuts part of it off. It cuts the end part off. But my PayPal name is ELLEHOULE. But it's like it cuts off the bottom part of it in the description. I don't know why it does that. I thought that I changed it. But yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Tell me about that, their feelings here. Yes, I'll change the sign right before I actually start the reading so that it will be more accurate to the timestamp there. Let's see. That's too many. Why is this their feelings? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I need to figure out my PayPal link, but I did look at it and change it in the description, but I don't know why. I think it keeps changing it back. And that's why it doesn't work, is because it cuts off the name at the end. All right. Let's see what's up. So, Leo. Okay. See what's going on. You are starting at... Okay. I didn't blow my nose. Dang it, I forgot. It's okay. I'll try not to sniffle. Okay. Hi, Leo. Let's see what's going on with you and this connection that wants to be highlighted. So the energy between the two of you right now came out as the King of Cups, which we like. There's a lot of emotion. There's a depth of feeling between the two of you. You might not be actually expressing that right now. The King of Cups is someone who they can really regulate their own internal state, which is good. But it means that sometimes they feel a lot and they say very little. Can you tell me more about that? Okay. The 10 of Wands. Yeah, I feel like the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. This could be someone that you're actually not in contact with, that something didn't resolve or something's not reconciled between the two of you, but there's still a very deep connection that you can both feel. The Hanged Man is like a higher perspective as well. It's like you can see a higher vantage point. It's almost like you can look down on the situation and see it from up above and make sense of it. But then in the real world, like reality, day to day, it feels very heavy because there's a lot of energy. It's very like energetically charged. There's a lot of emotion and a lot of energy between the two of you, but it almost feels like it doesn't have release. Like it doesn't have, oh, my leg is cramped as fuck. It doesn't have a way to, release, or it's not being channeled in a way that allows it to kind of flow, or maybe it's just coming out in like little spurts, but the amount of, oh my gosh, okay, my leg is really, really cramped. I need to do something about that. It's hurting. I don't know how to stretch this to make it go away. Sorry, guys. But something does feel heavy, and it could just be the weight of emotion and having like nowhere to put it is what that kind of feels like. It's like I feel a lot and I don't know where to put it. It's reminding me of that quote, grief is just love with nowhere to go. It's like when you break up with someone, for instance, right? That love just doesn't disappear immediately. It doesn't just like disintegrate or diffuse itself. And grief is the weight of all of that feeling and love and emotion, which you no longer have a place to channel it to or someone to give it to. So then it turns from, grief is kind of just the outlet of that love with nowhere to go. Do you know what I mean? There's something here where there's a lot of energy or emotion, but it doesn't feel like it has anywhere to go right now. So that's the energy that I feel between you. So I'm going to look at this person first, but if it sounds more like you, then take it how it resonates, okay? Because it could be, I'm just casually like massaging my butt. I have like a, right here, right on my butt, there's like a, oh, and it hurts, a cramp. Okay. This person's energy within the connection is the 9 of Swords in reverse. Okay. This is someone that's trying not to stress too much. They're trying very actively, I would say, to get out of their head surrounding this. The goldfish, increase in material wealth or spiritual growth, and lightning, control your anger or you will be sorry. What? So there's something where this person, they're trying to, I think they're very focused on personal growth, and they could be distracting themselves, like diverting, because they do feel some anxiety or something that is just not reconciled within this connection. But instead of thinking about that, they could be focusing on money. They could be focusing on their job. They could even be focusing on spiritual growth if this person is spiritual. There's something about controlling your anger, though. So there's something bubbling up from the inside of this person, and I think it's because they're not actually addressing the 9 of Swords within them surrounding this. There is something that stresses them out about this connection, but they're not facing it or actually dealing with it in a way that is, again, allowing energy to actually release in a healthy way or be transmuted. So I feel like their frustration or their anxiety or overthinking could actually be bubbling up and being released as anger. And this person could regret They could have like angry little outbursts. I don't know if you've actually experienced that from this person yet, but that could be something that happens. And you could be kind of shocked, like, where did that come from? It's really not personal. It's coming from something that they're not dealing with internally that is then bubbling out in less controlled ways, is what I'm seeing. So, yeah, they're trying not to stress. They might be acting very cool, calm, and collected, but I think it's just because they are in kind of an avoidant energy, honestly. Okay, their feelings and intentions towards you. The Two of Cups in reverse and the King of Swords. This person is projecting onto you. Specifically, there's something within them that they're being asked to transmute, an energy within them that they have to transform or transmute. They're the only ones that can do that with their own energy, right? But it's like they're projecting and they're looking at you like you are the cause of my anxiety. So if I just avoid you, that anxiety will go away. But it's like, no, that actually runs deeper within them and needs to be dealt with by them, not just through deflecting and projecting. So they could feel like they're out of alignment with you right now, or like things are not harmonious between the two of you, even though they have feelings for you. And then they have these two cards clarifying. Transmutation, which came out in the upright, the true statement, I am. There is no effort required for this shift. Be present and allow every aspect of your being to transform. So what's being asked of them is to be spiritually present, not to overwork, not to deflect, but just to witness or observe as their life and their being transforms, because it seems like they're being pushed into like an ascension. But then they have projection, which came out in the reverse. So they're in the trigger statement of this, which says, my mind does not rest. Look at each story that repeats itself in your mind as a stranger would. Ask yourself, is this true? So this is someone who has narratives in their mind that they replay, that these narratives don't allow their mind to truly rest. And so because they're in their head, they're not really present in the now. They're constantly deflecting or projecting or trying to run away from that disquiet within their mind, but that's preventing it from, it's like if they would just sit still with it, they don't even have to put a bunch of effort in there. They will just transform naturally. That energy would transmute and consciousness would be brought to it, and it just requires their presence, but they're not doing that right now. What's the King of Swords for this person's intention towards Leo? What's the King of Swords? The World in reverse. This person is aware that you teach them something. You bring awareness to them, and they're curious about you. They do know that they can learn from you, but it's like they're scared to push forwards because of what it would ask of them, but they're also scared to let go. But they can't deny that there's a cycle that does not feel closed. There's something that feels unresolved that they feel pulled to. And I think that they're going to approach that. Like, things don't feel over between the two of you, but the way that they're approaching you and the situation is very much from this mental place. Again, it's like this person cannot get out of their head and into their body or their feeling or their intuitive space. They're really struggling with that. And it's because they're not transmuting that mental energy. So then it's continuing to be restless and anxious within them. And it's searching for release. But they're just kind of trying to organize it or dominate it, control it, their mind maybe. But I don't feel like focusing more on the mind is actually the answer. So I don't see them leaving things alone with you, but they could be giving it some time to try to gain perspective or just rest because they feel exhausted. But again, they feel exhausted by the anxiety or inner turmoil that comes up surrounding this connection. And they are like kind of looking at you and blaming you for it, but really it's them not taking responsibility for what is happening within them. What is the connection trying to show them? It's not you doing something to them. It's something within themselves that they're running from, but they're not really seeing that. So I do see them approaching you, but approaching you from a very like logical, analytical, strategic kind of way. So your energy within the connection currently is death in reverse. But you're aware of this, the Ace of Swords. You're in an energy of, it's interesting because this person, right, they are in an energy where they're stuck in an open cycle that's not resolving, and they're not transmuting or transforming with, that's the death process, something. So there's a lack of growth that's happening. And with you, you feel like you're in that same energy, but you are seeing the truth of it. You're aware. And because this is your energy within this connection, I think that you're aware that as long as it's like you're aware that you're taking on this person's energy, that they are a little bit stuck or that they are a little bit blocked, and that that is actually preventing you from being able to, it's not allowing this connection to truly grow and transform. And it's kind of putting you in a bit of a spot of stagnancy because it's putting you in an indecisive place. And so it's kind of dividing or dispersing your strength and your willpower that you normally have to push through things. It's like it's creating division within yourself that's stopping you from healing and growing forwards and continuing to evolve within this connection anyways. So it's like you still have feelings for this person and you're aware of them, but those feelings are starting to feel heavier because something that needs to shift isn't shifting, and you're aware of that. Okay? So you feel this energy, you have this energy of restlessness as well, it seems, within this connection. But you're aware of where that's coming from and why. I don't know how to stretch this, but it hurts so freaking bad. Okay, your feelings and intentions towards this person. 6 of Swords in reverse and the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. Like, how do I stretch that? The butt muscle. How do I do it, you guys? Actually, I know how, but I can't do it here because you have to like lay on your back and put your legs up. I'll do it after your reading. Okay, the 6 of Swords in reverse. I literally can't sit normally though because it hurts so bad, that cramp. So just don't mind me, you guys. You feel this block. And it's interesting because it's manifesting within you also in a mental kind of way. You're realizing that like there is no way that you can kind of turn this thing, like flip it over to find, oh my gosh, to find a way forwards. Like there is no corner cutting here that's going to get you to where you want to be. The only way is to truly open your mind and move beyond, like for this person to open their mind, look at what is causing them anxiety, look at what is actually creating a state of inner tension or conflict, because then they can move from the Five of Swords into the Six of Swords. They can evolve beyond it. They can move out of those choppy, uncertain waters. But I feel like you're looking at them like they're not doing that. And it's almost like you're seeing this as being a loop that you're stuck in that's not really evolving or going anywhere or transforming. And although there are real feelings and there's real love and connection that does feel quite heavy within that loop, it still is a loop that's not actually moving, right? And you're aware of that. So you're focused more on the way that this isn't expanding more than your emotions. And all your cards are in, well, all their cards are in reverse too. So there's definitely a sense of stagnancy here, and it feels heavy. There's something pushing at you to evolve at this time, and you're restless for that growth. You want that growth. You feel ready for it. But you're becoming more and more aware that this is not really allowing for that, or something's not allowing for that within this connection at this time. Okay, your intentions being the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Well, you are set on moving forwards. Honestly, you're like, ain't nobody gonna hold me down. Ain't nobody gonna break my stride. Uh-oh, I got to keep on moving. That's what you feel like. You're like, just gonna put my Leo sunglasses on and I gotta keep on boogieing. Yeah, here you are. Literally. I love you so much. You're like, look, I gotta keep on going. This is not working, or you're not putting the work in, so I have to kind of just deal with the pain and drop it so that I can get back to myself. And you're literally there in the upright. Like, you know what you need to do to flip the energy. You see it pretty clearly. And it involves not investing in things that are not growing. These cards are clarifying that Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Oh. So shielded came out in the upright. So I am strong. You will clearly see what you are taking on from outside influences and release. Your energetic boundaries are fortified. So again, you are realizing that you are strong and you can shield yourself and not take on outside influences that are slowing you down. Instead, you're going to release those influences so that you can align with your sense of abundance and the true strength of your consolidated willpower and push yourself forwards. This is self-worth in reverse. Trigger statement, I am disgusting. It says, please be gentle and love yourself. Provide your body, mind, and spirit with what it truly needs to carry on for your journey. So you could feel a little bit like, I don't think you feel like you're disgusting, but you could feel like you didn't act in alignment with your self-worth, or you're not, by continuing to pour into this. And it doesn't make you feel good. Like, you're aware that you need to redirect your love and your attention and investment back on yourself so that you can, again, recalibrate, provide yourself with what you truly need, and then continue moving along on your journey. And you know that you're strong enough to do this. But I do feel like you feel as though your self-confidence took a bit of a hit, and that could be not because this person did something, but it could be because you put a lot into this. You did put your willpower towards this and it didn't go the way you wanted it to. Something like that. Or you just don't feel good about continuing to give to this now that you see clearly that it's not really going anywhere. So the source of confusion at this time is the Four of Pentacles in reverse. Letting go of something, releasing something tangible. It could feel like the foundation that you built with this person that is actually built on something real is falling apart, or you're being asked to release it. And that could be confusing you because it's like you're like, why did this come into my life if it wasn't actually part of my destiny? I feel like it was until it wasn't, you know? It's like some things are the Wheel of Fortune, but then you fall out of alignment with them. It's almost like you're confused and you're maybe a little bit angry and frustrated yourself, asking like, why did I build this? Why did I put myself into this if it was gonna eventually hit a dead end? There's a sense of frustration or confusion around that. And this person could feel a little confused because they feel you pulling your energy back or letting go, but they also feel emotions and a sense of something not being complete between you. It almost feels like you're creating your own closure in this situation. The Ten of Cups in reverse, the Sun in reverse. It's just not growing. The love is there, but it's not evolving, and so it's not actually reaching its fullest level of fulfillment, and it feels like there's a lot more being withheld between the two of you, even though the emotions are there, than there is actually being invested or shared. So it's like having the sun, but then putting it behind a cloud 24/7 and then expecting like something to grow that needs the sun to grow. It's like, no, the sun is present, but it's behind a cloud, so it's not actually creating what it could create. You know what I mean? Okay, so the function or purpose of this connection in your life at this time is Three of Cups, and then the fourth house, Roots, came out in reverse. I feel like you're being pushed outside of your comfort zone. You're being asked to look at where you're not taking care of yourself, or where there is habits that are actually deteriorating you and not rejuvenating you, not regenerating you or pushing you forwards. And it doesn't feel comfortable because it feels like there is something that is meant to be uprooted at this time. Something that does have roots. Again, it has been built on like real feelings. Okay, so tell me what this Three of Cups is. You could be being asked to lean more on things that you do or connections that you do really align with, like communities, groups, family, friends, those sorts of things, more than trying to, or more than getting that support that actually helps you evolve and grow from a romantic partner. I think that you're being asked to pour your heart more into community, friendship, and family and get that support from those places instead. But you're being challenged to really use your discernment surrounding what is actually a match to your energy right now, what is actually supporting and uplifting you and fulfilling you, and what is just kind of frustrating you or creating a loop or a block in your energy. And it's not making you feel confident. Yeah. So that's what you're being asked to kind of look at or challenged to face at this time through this connection. That's what I feel, Leo. Okay. So that is what I see for you. Let me get one more card here. Lenormand card. Yeah, the fish. The fish in the Lenormand card talks about money, resources, business, and abundance. So it's like, where can you invest yourself to build a foundation with something that's going to actually give back to you and go somewhere? Something that's going to increase your resources or provide something abundant to your life. Like, what's going to actually add to your life here? And what needs to be uprooted to make more space for that? That's what I feel, okay? All right. We are moving on to Virgo. Walking it out helps the best. Okay. Shorten the URL. How can I shorten the URL? It's crazy how you can read the energy in 1 minute. It's one person, and then the next it's someone else. Yeah. That happens sometimes. Sometimes, like, the other person can actually be, like, represent a pattern of people or a group of people. You're a massage therapist. I'm not okay. I have a cramp in my butt and it freaking hurts. I'm gonna do a little stretch. Now I'm gonna go to the washroom, maybe make coffee, blow my nose, and I'm gonna do a little stretch because this is really killing me. Do you know the cramp I'm talking about though? Like, it's right on like the side of my butt and it is out of control right now. It doesn't feel good. Okay. Let's see. So when I get back, Virgo, my Virgos. What's up, Lissetti? How's it going? Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's still there. I cannot get around going and stretching because it's gonna like hurt so bad if I don't. Yeah, let me just break for a quick minute here. I'm gonna go to the washroom, stretch so that this cramp gets out, and then just make a coffee and we'll continue on. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. If you guys want to just hold on, chat in the chat if you feel like it. I don't know if I can edit my I don't know if I can edit my PayPal link while I'm in this. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I think I actually can. Yeah, see where it goes ... Bullshit. Okay, I saved I saved it. It should be, the link should be good and complete now in there. I need to change it in the settings as well, though, my upload defaults, because it uploads, it says the full thing. So it automatically shortens it when it actually posts the video, which is weird and annoying. Okay, I will be back in a few moments, but it should be changed in the description for this video for now. So I'll see you guys in just a moment. I have returned. Hi guys. Keep mentioning your glutes. Yeah. Sitting on your couch so your knees are at a 90-degree angle. Put your ankle on your knee and lean forward slowly. Okay. Let me do that for a quick second. Thank you, Obsidian. Okay. Let me just try it because I was stretching, but it's still not doing what it needs to do. So I put the one that is cramped on it. Is that what you're saying? What does it say? Sitting on your couch, knees at a 90-degree angle, put your ankle on your knee. Yeah. Okay. So if I go like this. I was basically doing this stretch, but laying on my back. So I guess I had the right idea. Okay. But I guess I wasn't doing the leaning forwards part. Ugh. I can feel it, yeah. Oh my goodness. Thank you. This is helping. I look hilarious right now. Okay, I'll do that. It's nice that my couch is right here. So I'll do that if I need to do it again. Then I will, I have the tools now. Thanks, Obsidian. All right, Virgo. I was channeling a song for you as I was coming out of the washroom. And I was channeling Incubus, Oil and Water. The song is Oil and Water. I haven't heard this song in a while, but it's a great song, and I freaking love Incubus. You and I are oil and water, and we've been trying. What does he say? Trying. Let me look at the lyrics. We've been dancing on a volcano. Let's just call it what it is. Let me see. Oil and water. So there could be someone that you are struggling to actually, like you're trying to come together, but it feels like oil and water. Let me see. What are the lyrics? Okay. I'm going to pull your cards and then we'll talk about that once I actually start your reading in case it's relevant and other people want to hear. I have a warm coffee, and my mom owns like a bakery, and she look at these cookies that she made for Easter. It's a bunny. I'll take it out of here. She gave me one of them when I went up there. It's like a bunny with a cute little tail. Look at his cute little chocolate tail with sprinkles. So adorable. So I brought that down for me to snack on as well. Okay. I think it's so cute. Let's see. Okay, let's tune into Virgo's energies now. Virgo. What's going on for Virgo? What's going on for Virgo? Ooh. What's that all about? What does Virgo need to know about this connection? Nice. Cutting through some nonsense. We like to see it. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Oh man. Oh, this feels intense. It's a little bit intense. Okay. Let's get a couple oracle cards. Let me see. Tell me about that. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah. Tell me about that. Okay, we'll clarify that when we get there. Compressing it will help assist the blood flow. Compressing what? Will help you assist the blood flow back to the heart. The calf muscles. Okay. Whoa. All right. Let's just get 2 more oracle cards. Just tell me about this person's energy here. Yeah. What? Okay. makes sense. Tell me about... Interesting. Okay, tell me about Virgo's energy here, and then we'll get into it. Okay. Well... All right. Okay. It's we're on Virgo actually. But there's still no sense. No, I'm just kidding. There's a pretty clear message here. All right. So, well, okay. Virgo, we're gonna get into it now. My loves. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hi, Virgo. Hope you guys are doing well as possible. So let's dive into this. This is interesting. So I was channeling the song Oil and Water by Incubus before I started pulling your cards, but I was already in your energy. And that song, he says, you and I are like oil and water, and we've been trying to mix it up. We've been dancing on a volcano, and we've been crying over blackened souls. This wouldn't be the first time, and it will not be the last time. There is no parasol that could shelter this weather. I've been smiling with anchors on my shoulders, and I've been dying to let them go. We've been lying to each other. Let's just call it what it is, oil and water. Those are the lyrics. So I'm feeling like something's just not mixing and meshing here with this. There's like a fundamental difference in the energies right now. One is coming through as like oil, and one is coming through as water. Okay, so there's something here that's just not, it's not, again, there's a lack of alignment, and so it's not able to really come together or mesh. So the energy between you and this person currently is the Five of Swords in reverse. We like that. We love that. Where there was confusion, head fuckery, games, manipulation that may have like blurred or confused things, even if that was manipulation within your own mind, right? Like trying to make something work, lying to the other person. You might not have meant to lie, but you were like not calling a spade a spade. You know what I mean? It's like you didn't, there's a sense that whatever this is, you don't really want to admit it, because admitting it would maybe be admitting defeat, quote unquote. I don't think it's really defeat though, but admitting, like calling this what it really is at this point anyways, does mean, I think, letting go of whatever this is. And so both of you could have had your reasons for not wanting to do that, and therefore kind of like avoiding the truth of the situation. But I feel like there's no more hiding from that with the Five of Swords in reverse as your connection energy, the shared energy. This is like everything is clear. There are no games. There's just truth. That's it. And it was clarified by these two cards. Jealousy in reverse with new life, with the Ankh. I want to know what jealousy in reverse is about. I put some peppermint oil underneath my nose to like clear out my sinuses, and now it's like, yeah, it really is doing the job. Can you tell me about that jealousy in reverse? Yeah. Okay. So what came out was Vision, Sun in Pisces, and at the bottom of the deck is Endurance, Sun in Scorpio, and then Idealism, Sun in Aquarius at the bottom after that. And then Romance is behind that. Venus in Taurus. So the not being jealous thing is like, it's coming through as not being resentful. I'm channeling that line from that Drake song where he says, and love and hate is just jealous, and jealousy is just love and hate at the same time. There could be something kind of, I was seeing like the devil a lot for you guys as I was shuffling, and it was, and other cards that kind of like point to a toxic attachment. And that doesn't mean that everything is negative or everything is bad within this connection, but it does mean that you're relating on the more toxic or shadowy side of love. Like there's the lovers, there's the devil, and they're all on the same, they're all love, but it's just how are you relating to love? Are you relating in a healthy way, the lovers, an empowered way, a not codependent way, an honest way, or are you relating in a toxic way where you're controlling, you're codependent, you're jealous, blah, 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 right? You can have the lovers connection, but if you guys are coming at it from the devil, then it's going to be toxic, right? So you can take a good thing and it can kind of turn into something not so great. So there's something about that that's here, but they're basically saying like, don't get hung up on this. Stick to your vision, specifically the most ideal vision of love and romance that you have, and detach from anything else without bitterness or resentment that does not match that. Like, what if you could literally explain the perfect love story for you or the perfect partnership for you and how it would feel, how that person would show up for you, blah, blah, blah. That is what you're meant to create, a whole new life. And it's going to ask you to first, though, it's like they want you to clarify your vision and they want you to dream big. They want you to literally look at like the ideal vision again, what you could have if you could have everything you wanted, and then believe that that is possible. Cut out everything that does not align with that, and it feels like your ideal thing will come to you. But you have to be really clear on your vision and then not settle for something that does not match that vision, even if it has the potential to. If it's not actually matching the vision in the present moment, and that doesn't mean that it never can, but I feel like there's something that is not healing or empowering. You got healer, soulmate, and power all in reverse. And the thing is, these are all present. These energies are present, which means this is the potential of this connection, but only if both people choose to show up and heal and be empowered and learn the lessons and act in accordance to, you know, the lessons. And yeah. They're also saying to move forwards and have gratitude for this experience and what it has taught you, because I feel like it did bring you something, or it did give you a gift. And something that is veiled about this will be revealed in time. But it feels like something's just not shifting here emotionally. That's what that feels like. So don't get hung up on it. Don't get stuck on it, but just cut out everything it feels like that is not in alignment with that new life or the optimal, ideal sort of vision that you have for love and relationships. And then, Luna. Sorry. Just had to do that because she came within arm's reach. Okay, so let's take a look at your person first, but keep in mind the roles could be reversed, okay? So take it how it resonates. If this sounds more like your side, then just apply it that way. Okay, so this person on this side, they are in the energy of the Ace of Swords. So yeah, like I said, this is kind of the energy of like, you can run, you can hide, but you can't escape the truth. There is no more illusion or fuckery of the mind to hide behind, essentially. If this person was playing games within their own mind, or they just were choosing not to see the truth about something, they're not allowed to stay ignorant about it anymore. It's like the universe, this is divine truth coming through. So this person could be having dreams that are showing them the truth. It's something that like they cannot avoid. They cannot control it. It's either coming up from their subconscious, or they're being faced with situations that show them very clearly. But they are seeing the truth of the situation clearly. They're sitting in that truth. The only thing is these two cards came out, modesty and decrease, both in reverse. So I feel like the truth that they're seeing is this modesty in reverse, which says moderation, humility, keep it simple, lack of pretension, self-respect, sincerity, and respectability. I feel like this person is seeing where they have been in their ego, where they have lacked humility, or where maybe they've overcomplicated things because they have acted like they knew everything, or they've acted disrespectfully or insincerely, but it's because of a lack of modesty. There's something about this person, they could be going through an ego death, I don't know, but they're being shown a lack of humility. But the thing that is questionable, they're like, okay, I see that, I understand, decrease in reverse, but I'm not going to cut back. I'm going to keep doing the same thing. So this card in the upright says decline, cutting back, frugality, contraction, letting go, less is more, resourcefulness, and a sacrifice. They're like, I see where I've been, where I haven't been accountable or humble, but I'm not going to stop. Like, I'm not going to sacrifice that. So it's interesting. I feel like they're seeing the truth, and what they're choosing to do with the truth is, well, that's their choice, isn't it? But yeah, that's very clear. This person's like, oh, okay, I see where I've been pretentious. I see where I've been, Luna's in the bathroom and she wants me to turn the sink on for her for water. I can hear her meowing. This person is self-righteous. They lack modesty. They think that they're above people, but it's actually coming from a lack of self-respect. And they see that, or they partially see that, but they're not willing to do the work to correct it. Which is too bad, because they're actually disrespecting themselves, and then everybody else just by extension, by staying in this energy. They're disrespecting themselves first and foremost, and to the greatest degree. But that, it looks like, is what they are choosing to do with the truth. So they're not able to avoid the truth, but they're also They're not using the truth as a supportive tool to help themselves grow. They're kind of gaining new information but not changing anything about what they're doing. Okay? Tell me more about that Ace of Swords. The Six of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune. Okay. This feels very karmic. This person's going to watch you walk away from them and walk away from what could be a very deep, like, lover's connection. And this is what is just. This is what is karmically aligned. This is what is meant to happen. And they might even see it happening and see, like, the direct reason, like, oh, A plus B equals C. Like, karma is just action and reaction, right? So this person could be looking at, oh, this is the way I'm acting. This is the way that Virgo is responding to that. And then this is the outcome. But they're still not changing anything, which is weird. Because normally knowledge is power, and you take that power and you use it for your highest good, right? Like, you use it to empower yourself. But this person is staying in a state of disempowerment. And I heard self-loathing. Self-loathing. They're trying to shift their headspace into one of abundance, because they want to align with fortune and expansion. But I don't know how they are going to expand their mind when the truth that they are being gifted, they're not using it for expansion, you know? So why would the universe then, you know what I mean? It's like, it's almost like the universe gave this divine truth to this person to see how they would manage it. And this person took that divine truth and did nothing with it, or at least that's what they're doing right now. They're not doing anything with it. They have the answer, but they're still taking the same approach and getting the equation wrong, even though they have all the answers to actually create this. They themselves are choosing not to, even though they claim to be focused on this. So it's kind of confusing. Because the thing is, they are indecisive about letting their defenses down. So this could be, they feel like they would be making themselves vulnerable by admitting where they've been wrong, or actually being humble and maybe growing, you know, acting with more genuine character. But they are so scared of making themselves vulnerable, it feels like. And the thing is, like, the 10 of Cups. But then right behind that is the Hierophant in reverse with the 8 of Wands in reverse. It's like they're non-committal, so they're not moving. And then behind that is the 2 of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. The thing is, the universe, like, they keep getting offered divine opportunities. A divine opportunity in the form of truth, knowledge that could empower them, that could help them expand. A divine opportunity in terms of an actual physical, tangible option that they could take, but then they are not opening themselves up to it. So they're trying to create expansion in their life, but they themselves are in a space of contraction, right? When you're defensive, you're pushing things away from you. You're not pulling them in. So they can't be in an energy of expansion as long as they stay here. They're going to continue to be in lack. And they have, like, all this emotional fulfillment that's being offered to them, but they're not open to it. So it kind of, yeah, literally I split the deck and it's the Four of Wands. What? I think that this person has an issue with their ego, or like there's something about being actually equal and balanced with another person that makes them feel small for some reason. They almost feel like they have to be above. They can't be on the same level as someone. They have to be above, even though they're not above. They're actually blocking themselves from a lot, from pretty much everything, except for more lessons that will keep highlighting what needs to change. But yeah, this person's just trying to like shrug off the responsibility. They could be acting very recklessly, very irresponsibly, but this is an energy of like, you're not going to go anywhere, you know? You're stuck in the past and there's an insecurity here. And yeah, that's where you're going to stay until you integrate truth and you move forwards, right? Their feelings and intentions towards you at this time. The Queen of Swords and the Page of Wands in reverse. Yeah. There's the Devil. Yeah. Right there. This person's taking an opportunity that was meant to help them heal and experience fulfillment, and they are creating pain out of it. The Three of Swords. It's because they don't have the backbone, like they don't have the inner strength needed at this time. Here's the third ace that has been offered to them, but they're in the energy of the Devil. So this person is in a toxic place right now. Whether they are acting in a toxic way or whether just their whole perspective is in a very low vibrational toxic place because they're not being humble, they're not being modest, they're not making the changes necessary to actually evolve in their life. Their ego is really, really, really out of whack here in some way, and they're causing themselves pain. They're manifesting pain for themselves. But why is the Queen of Swords their feelings towards Virgo? It's like they're not really allowing themselves to feel right now. They are breaking things down from a strictly analytical perspective. So they're trying to like intellectualize their feelings rather than feeling them. And they're coming from the perspective of why things are not working, why things won't work. But it's really just an excuse to not open up their heart because they're not strong enough to make themselves vulnerable, to actually open up to a good thing. So they're deflecting the truth, even though they're holding the truth. And that has got to be exhausting. But this person is there like justifying all the reasons why they shouldn't open their heart, why it wouldn't work. And it's like, it's not working because you're not opening your heart. That's the only reason that it's not working. So it's kind of like, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? And this person's just going around and around. They're not putting any effort. Yeah, they're very defensive. They're not putting any effort into the King of Swords in reverse. Why is this so ignorant? I'm not even trying to be mean, but like they're choosing ignorance. They are really doubling down on it. But it's like they're looking at you move forwards, move into a state of abundance and temperance, and they're going in the opposite direction almost. What's the Page of Wands in reverse for their actions or their intentions towards Virgo. That's too many cards. The Two of Wands. Keeping their options open. They could try to also, like, this person is going to be triggered by you being in an energy that highlights what they are lacking, right? So the more that you have self-respect, the more that you create balance and abundance, this person's going to be triggered by that. They could lash out in anger. They could try to bring you down a notch, so to speak. It's because there is jealousy there. There might be love there, but there's also this element of hate because you're doing the work that they refuse to do, but they could just do the work as well and not hate you. But there's something they need to push through to be honest with themselves so that they can embody their power. But they're making excuses as to why they're not going to do it. But the Page of Wands in reverse with the Two of Wands, this is just, it's just immature energy, and it's a lack of hope that keeps them stuck at a crossroads, never fully making up their mind. So they're holding the world in their hands, but when they're not choosing a path. So it's, again, this person, it's like they can see their potential. They have the truth and they're looking right at it, but then they're choosing to fumble it and then feel bad about fumbling it, like feel bad about themselves, self-loathing. It is a very devil-y kind of energy because they're amplifying their fear, they're amplifying their illusions, they're amplifying their monkey mind that just keeps them going in circles. I also feel like this person is taking advice here. These cards came out to clarify that Page of Wands in reverse. Advice from a friend and success assured with good plans and hard work. Someone could have an immature friend or immature friends who are giving them advice and saying, like, yeah, keep your options open. There will be success or something like that. But this egg says with good plans and hard work. So tell me more about that. This could be someone who's also just stuck in a state of perpetually planning, but then they never actually take action. It's like all their effort goes into planning, like the hypothetically speaking, but then they don't actually ever make a move towards their goals. The Hanged Man in reverse, the Two of Swords in reverse, the Seven of Cups in reverse. It's so weird because they know how they feel. They know how they feel. The bottom of the deck is the Seven of Swords with the Queen of Cups in reverse underneath it. This person keeps lying to themselves. But they know that they're doing it. I think their pride is so great, like their ego is so big that they have the truth, but they refuse to admit it out loud or even really sit with it themselves. But I feel like for sure they're not admitting it to you. But the Hanged Man in reverse, that's Neptune in reverse, which talks about clarity. The Two of Swords in reverse, that is like they've made up their mind. And what have they made up their mind about? The Seven of Cups in reverse, how they feel, what option they would choose out of all of the options. They know how they feel, but underneath it is this illusion. The Moon, the Seven of Swords, and then the Queen of Cups in reverse. It's like the lie is that there isn't love. I feel like this person is stuck in an apathetic cycle. Apathy. And potentially they have like a feminine wound or a female, like a mother wound that doesn't actually allow them to respect or relate to strong feminine energy. It's like they might think that the masculine energy has to dominate or be, again, greater, that they can't truly be equal. But there's a cycle, a karmic cycle this person is not closing out, and it has to do with releasing themselves from that victim mentality and being real with themselves, real enough to actually be empowered and release themselves from all this anxiety that they are causing themselves. So that's their energy. It's a little bit intense. Let's move on to your energy here. So your energy within this connection right now is the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. Okay, so I feel you're nearing the end of this energy though. But right now you are still investing into this currently, because that Seven of Pentacles is clarified by these two cards in reverse: discipline and completion. So exerting authority, defining, taking the bull by the horns, creating a strategy, and mobilizing forces, but in reverse. And then completion says final attainment, victory, crescendo, job well done, perfection, peak performance, and prudence. So it's like right now, the reason why you're giving to this is that you're doing that from a place of not exerting your own authority. Because there's something here where it's like you're not, as long as this person's in this energy and choosing this path, there is no victory. You won't like attain what you want, even if you keep giving more or loving more, harder or whatever. But you're not fully breaking away from that. You're still giving to it at this time. But it's not a situation that is getting off the ground or flourishing or going anywhere. And that's because, again, the Hermit in reverse, someone is not, and that's you. So the situation giving to it could be throwing you off, but someone is not like going within and looking at themselves with a sense of humility. Humility is not shitting on yourself or being hard on yourself or criticizing. Humility is just being honest with yourself all the time. Even so, you have to be honest that you are a human, you're imperfect, and you make mistakes, right? So humility is just being real with yourself, essentially. But yeah, you're giving to something here that is just not growing. King of Pentacles in reverse. It could be kind of selfish, draining energy. But I feel like you are coming out of that here. Because then you have the Ten of Swords in reverse, the Devil in reverse, and the Ten of Wands in reverse, and then the Emperor. And you came out as the Empress already. I feel like you're dropping the heaviness and like just something that has felt draining and toxic. It could have really put you in your head. It could have brought you to the end of yourself mentally in some way where you're just like, I can't keep on doing this or whatever, right? And when you drop that, I feel like you attract your true counterpart, something that actually is in alignment with you, but you have to act out of a space of inner authority and sovereignty and discernment in order to draw in what you really want. Because it feels like right now you just keep trying to breathe new life into something here, or you keep hoping that maybe this person will see the light. But the thing is, they do, but they don't care enough to actually do something about it, or they're too scared to do something about it, or they just don't want to change their ways. Whatever it is though, you're currently continuing to give to something that is, it's emotionally absent or detached or doesn't have anything of depth to offer, and it's just causing grief right now. That's not to say that this doesn't have potential, but it's not doing anything with that potential, so then it might as well kind of not have potential, right? Your feelings and intentions towards them, Justice and the Lovers. Powerful as fuck. do you feel the potential for something with this person? Yes. However, you are aware that this is the spectrum of love, that you've been showing up as the devil. So again, it's like these are the same energy, just manifest in toxic or shadowy ways versus healthy ways. And you're looking at this and you're like, it's not changing. So I have to drop the weight of that because my intentions are getting the lovers. Like, you want the lovers. You don't want something that could be the lovers if it stopped being toxic. You want the lovers, right? So how you feel about this person, it's kind of like you're saying it's irrelevant. It's not actually irrelevant, but you're saying, despite what I feel, I'm going to do what's right for me because I know what I deserve. I do have that self-respect. And I know what is fair in the situation. And I know what I'm not getting. Right? Yeah. Whoa. The lovers is clarified by the pale and the crown. Time to get out of a situation and honor and respect will come to you. Literally, your intentions are not settling. You're going to release yourself from this situation, I feel like, and then get everything that you want, because it's like you're claiming the crown. It feels like you would be, and you are currently kind of not in your power and authority in this situation, because you are continuing to give to something that's not, it's not a match for you. It's not willing to give you or itself what is needed in order to actually have the lovers fulfill the potential, right? So I see you intending to step into your sovereignty and your self-respect and make the choice that is aligned with what is truly fair and just to get what you truly want. And then I see you getting it, because you're just not willing to settle for anything less. And it could be that you have been settling within this because you've been dealing with like some effery, but you're not going to do that anymore. You're ready for something new. So a source of confusion within this connection at this time is the star in reverse. Yeah. Something isn't healing. And because it's not healing, it can't move forwards. There could have been some confusion, though, because maybe you stated like things can't be how they've been in the past, or maybe the two of you even agreed on that, but then the Chariot in reverse, but then no forward motion actually happened, right? No healing to change the way that things have been actually happened. So there's confusion almost, because it's like you know what needs to happen, but it's not happening. And it feels like there's a disconnect where you're like, I don't understand. Like, this is the answer. Why are we not utilizing the answer and then moving into like success and fulfillment? And it's because you can have the answer, but if you're not doing anything with that wisdom, then yeah, nothing's going to happen, right? Death in reverse is the purpose or function of this connection in your life right now. I feel like it's highlighting what is not changing or evolving in your life. Whether that is just this connection or whether that is stemming from something bigger, where like, yeah, you're making a judgment call and you're being asked to look at, where do you not release yourself from things that don't fulfill you? They don't actually satisfy you, but you keep on giving to them, maybe hoping that they will, or you keep overextending yourself to something that won't put the work in, even though they know what they need to do, because their fear is greater than their love, ultimately, or their ego is greater than their desire for success and expansion. But there's a judgment call, and this is Plutonian energy, so it's like change or die. Like, you have to transform. And what it's asking you to look at is, it's kind of calling you out, and it's saying there's things in your life that you want to transform, and it is time for a powerful new beginning that brings in a lot of power and abundance to you. But you can't lie to yourself and call something what it's not, right? At some point, you have to be real with yourself and say, I'm holding on to something that is not fulfilling me. And it has the potential to fulfill me, but it's not meeting me halfway. I want the Lovers, and this thing continues to show up as the Devil. So there is no real compromise there, right? There's just a judgment call that needs to be made. And I feel like you've invested a lot, and you've already given a lot of your time, energy, attention. You physically have shown up and given to this thing. You've planted the seeds, but it's not growing beyond where it's at, it feels like, at this time. And it's because someone is actively choosing that. Okay, so that's what I see for you, Virgo. I really like your energy, though. You're very aligned with a state of empowerment. You're going to, I think, like, really be honest with yourself about what it is and what it ain't. And you're not going to, Justice and the Lovers. You know what you want. You know what you deserve. And I think that this connection might be part of a grander cycle where you love people that are like projects, or you're like, eventually they'll grow, or they'll choose to heal, and then we'll be everything that we could be. But it's like, maybe they won't, though. Not everybody does choose that path. The path of like really being honest and self-empowered and sovereign over your energy, it's hard. Like, it's difficult. It's not always easy to be humble. It's sometimes hard to admit when you're wrong, or hard to make changes that require tangible shifts in you breaking old habits, and you admitting that maybe I've been making myself small, or maybe I'm not a victim. Maybe I'm stuck because I have the answers to set me free, but I'm not putting the key in the lock and taking the shackles off of me so that I can be liberated, right? Especially if you've kept yourself stuck for a long time, or you've created or fed illusion or delusion in your head so that you can stay in your comfort zone because it feels safe, even though you're not happy there. The longer that you do that, the harder that it becomes to admit that you've been doing that, because then there's shame and guilt surrounding it, and you can still do it. And it's really powerful when you do and you break away, but it's hard. So I'm not even completely shitting on this person, but it's like, they are at a point where the universe is like, shit or get off the pot. Here is your power. Here is your greatness. Here is everything that you could be, and all the fulfillment and expansion and abundance that you could want. Here's what it requires of you. You have all of the pieces. You have all of the ingredients. Choose what you will do with it. And that's all the universe can really do, right? It's like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So that is what I'm seeing with that energy, okay? I love you, Virgo. I love you so much. Okay. Let's see. We're moving on to Libra. Your cat. Aw, yeah, cats are the best. They're the best. But it's really hard, and that's coming from someone who has been in that as well. Kind of both sides. I've been both sides of that reading before. There was a time in my life when I was so scared of my own power that I purposefully kept myself small, and I would keep myself in situations where I would keep repeating things that I knew were not helping me achieve the things that I was saying I wanted to achieve. And I amplified so much cognitive dissonance within myself that it was almost like a split. Yeah. And it just got to the point where I couldn't carry that within me anymore. And sometimes it does take that, like you got to really reach the end of yourself to force you into transformation, because the transformation feels scary. So I understand both sides. But yeah, that person they're choosing ignorance, and that is why they're staying stuck. And then they are kind of validating or justifying their own stuckness by making themselves a victim. Which is doing nothing for them. I'm eating the bunny's tail, in case you were wondering. Okay. We're moving on to Libra. Not sure. Chocolate. Yes. Keep in mind too that these energies can change at any moment, right? But you can't wait and assume that they're going to change. You kind of just have to keep on going, keep on aligning yourself with what it is that you want. Because otherwise you are giving mixed signals to the universe as well. You're saying, I keep choosing something that doesn't satisfy me. And so then the universe is like, okay, you want things that don't satisfy you. Like you put yourself in a state of lack and stagnancy and internal conflict when you do that. So you kind of have to let this person be on their path. And if they decide to kind of like wake up and initiate the change that they're longing for in their life, because only they can do that, then it's up to them to be humble, clean up any mess that they made maybe, and show up in a different way, because the only real apology is changed behavior. But they are just sitting in their fear, feeling bad for themselves and everything that they could have that they haven't had. And why do things never work out for me? And it's like, because you're not moving towards what you want. You're actively not moving towards what you want. And that's the only reason why you're not getting it. So, yeah. This is someone who's like saying that they want the 10 of Cups, but then they are the Ace of Cups in reverse. Like their heart isn't open. So it doesn't really make sense. Okay, Libra. Tell me what's going on with Libra. Hold on. I wonder if Luna is still in there wanting water, actually. Hold on, let me just turn the sink on for her, because she meowed a while ago. Hi, you want some water? Come here. I heard you. You want some water? That's for you. That's for you. Okay. All right. Yeah. And the thing is, the energies right now are so cutthroat. Like, honestly, the energies are cutthroat. Because it's like Pluto and Mars going head to head. So it's like your will versus like the greater will that's going to push you, that wants to push you to be your greatest self. But it's like the point that you need to be led to make the choice to really be everything that you are here to be in this life is basically the point where your greatest fear and your highest potential meet. Because in order to reach your highest potential, you have to go through your greatest fear. You have to. There's no other way. So, whoa. So people, there's also Chiron is in the mix. Lilith is in the mix. All these really triggering energies that are wanting to be empowered. You have to look at them honestly in order to empower them. And not everyone is doing that. Again, because it is hard. Like, it is actually hard to do. So it's good to show like grace and understanding and compassion to people right now, because a lot of people are incredibly triggered. Yeah, the Seven of Wands. A lot of people are really triggered, and they're trying judgment, Pluto energy in reverse. They're trying to, it's like they're looking the other way because the truth is uncomfortable. But it's also a truth that they can no longer escape. So it's like between a rock and a hard place, no matter what they're choosing right now, because they're not choosing empowerment and transformation. So everything is kind of triggering, especially the people I feel like that are, evolving and moving into an expansive or abundant or a powerful timeline. The people who aren't choosing that path are kind of, I feel like, doubling down on like feeling bad for themselves, or I don't know, they're trying to justify. And that's a difficult energy to be in. So, yeah. But the truth cannot be denied at this time. So they will definitely have the tools that they need. It's just, what are they going to do with those tools? Okay. Libra. Oh, it's cramping again, you guys. Why? Let me just stretch again real quick. Oh gosh. Okay. This is the most awkward angle, but that is okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's not stretching it. I feel like this isn't really getting exactly what I need where it is. I don't know how to stretch that part, but maybe I just need to massage it a little bit. If you see me massaging my butt, mind your business. Warm water with a sprinkle of salt. Like, drink it. Drink the water. Oh, I might just need to move to sit on the couch and not on the floor, because I think it's me sitting in with my legs crossed that is actually causing that. The only thing is then I'd have to I'd have to move my whole setup. But I might be worth it because I'm literally only halfway through. And I need to be comfortable. It's so much moving of things around, though. What is the solution? I might need to just move things around, honestly. I think it's going to be worth it, because otherwise I'm going to have to stop and keep stretching and trying to fix the problem. Okay. Give me a few moments, you guys. And if you don't want to wait, then that's okay. Just come back later if you want. But I feel like I need to do this. It's gonna freaking hurt if not. Okay, to relight a candle as well. Okay, give me a moment here. Or a few moments. All right. Let's see. Who knows? On this chair now it's really hairy. Struggle. Okay, let me see. This. I will learn my lesson from this. I'm not gonna set it up where I sit on the floor anymore. But sometimes I like being on the floor because I feel like it grounds me. It helps me feel more grounded. But it is really, really hurting my leg. My butt more so. So I really can't do that. Got it a little bit. I'm sorry, you guys. Give me a second, though, if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna just get my ring light and turn it this way. Okay. And also I gotta put these cards somewhere where I can access them. Woo. Okay. It was not locked. Okay. All right. Okay, let me just get the decks over here. This is so... Why is there so many things to move? So many things. All right. We have succeeded. I'm sorry, you guys. I feel bad. Making me wait. There's this. Okay, this is going to feel approximately 12 million times better, so that's good. Just see. My humming all the time. Literally all the time. I'm always listening to music and humming. My dad used to be like, I always know where you are in the house because it's just wherever the music is. Wherever the music follows. I would like go from room to room and I would just turn on music wherever I was. Okay. Let me just get myself somewhat acquainted here. Okay, this bunny, I'm gonna have to go over there. Okay. Just can't reach those decks. All right. We're getting there. I don't think I need this fireplace on anymore either, if I'm gonna be sitting right next to it. Okay. Okay. That's the leg. It's still sore. Like a floating fairy. Or something. She was a fairy. Alright. That sound. I don't know if that's off TikTok. I don't have TikTok, but something. Okay. There we go. Oh, thank you. It's going to be so much better. I apologize. I have learned my lesson. I'll not be doing that again. All right. Let me just try to move some of these decks so that I have room. This is why, Lisa, you shouldn't be so extra with using a billion decks. But however, can't stop, won't stop. Probably not change that about myself. Okay. There we go. Maleficent. I don't know if I've even seen that movie. Is that the one with Angelina Jolie in it? Okay. I don't know if I've even seen that. So if I did say something that's off of that, then that's impressive because I don't think I know that movie. Okay. All right. There we go. The task has been completed. Channeling Maleficent. Oh, is it? That's what that's from? I've only heard that from like other people putting that, like editing it into their movie, their videos or whatever, just that one part. She was a fairy. And that's the only thing that I've heard from that. So I have no idea where it came from or where it goes from there. but that is the part I know. All right. Libra. There we go. Just take that as a little palate cleanser, guys. A palate cleanser at the midpoint. The midpoint that is 5 hours in, by the way. We love that for me. It's classic Lisa right there. Okay, so let's get into it again. Libra. Okay. So Virgo to Libra. That's true, Mito. It does. We're just refining everything to create the balance needed for optimal comfort. Okay. Tune me into the energy of Libra and the person or the connection that they most need to know about here. What does Libra need to know? Let's see. All right. I don't know if I can make it so you guys can see me shuffling a little better, but okay. Huh. All right. Yeah. Wow. You're learning a very Libran lesson right now, it feels like. This is very tailored to you. Excuse me. Okay. I want to clarify here. Okay, I think I need this to be so bright. Whoa. What? Oh, wow. That seems intense. For someone. Tell me about that connection energy. Yeah. Okay. Just one more oracle card. And we're gonna get into it. Whoa. All right. See what's going on for you, Libra. So we're at 4. Okay. Hi, Libra. All right. I hope you guys are doing well. So yeah, let's take a look at this connection that wants to be highlighted for you. So the current energy that's coming up between the two of you right now is the Chariot in reverse. This is Cancerian energy. Excuse me, I'm kind of getting over a sickness, so my throat is a little bit, my voice is a little in and out. It's clarified by this oracle card, separate or separate. The Chariot in reverse. Change the sign. Okay. That time I did forget. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay. The Chariot in reverse. Well, oh, it feels like... Oh, sorry, a deck of cards just fell. You're being challenged, and something is not really... Let me just clarify a little bit here. It kind of feels like something has hit an emotional stagnancy point, and I think that it's because there's a separation between you and this person in some way. I'm kind of getting this as like you've broken off and separated from what you were building with this person is what I feel like. You thought in the past that something was aligned with you and that something was just and fair. But then it feels like the more you moved towards it, the less successful it felt. And you were looking at it like, but this is the 10 of Cups. But then why is it not moving? Like, why are we not getting any closer to this? It feels like you felt that, but what you felt wasn't aligning with what you were actually experiencing in this connection. That's kind of what I'm getting. And that's where you're at currently. It's like you're recognizing some sort of block or an impasse is what that's coming through as. So I'm going to look at this person first, but if this sounds more like you, then feel free to reverse the roles and just take it how it resonates, okay? So this person is coming through in the energy of the Queen of Wands in reverse with this card that says accomplishment. Okay. what are they feeling accomplished about here? The heart. What? Okay. Well, okay, so this person, we're gonna have to look more into this, but I asked the Lenormand what this accomplishment is, and it said the heart. And the heart in the Lenormand talks about love, romance, and feelings. So this person feels as though they got that. They accomplished something in the realm of love. So maybe this is like they know that they won your heart and they feel accomplished. But at the bottom of the deck is the snake, which talks about manipulation, deception. And then the book is underneath that, and the book represents knowledge, secrets, learning, education. So I don't love this completely, because then there's the lilies, which is purity and sexuality. It feels like somebody is feeling accomplished, but from a place of insecurity. So it's not like, I don't want to say it's not real accomplishment, but not really. Because if they had to manipulate or deceive to get it, then it's not really accomplishment, right? It's like if you cheated, then did you really win, right? So I feel like someone here, they're celebrating some sort of achievement, but from a space of insecurity. They could feel like they had knowledge and they used it to deceive and win your heart. They could have paired passion with romance and like the promise of something that would turn into something solid or something that could actually be anchored into reality. And I feel like if that's the case, they knew there's something this person knew potentially about you, like that you are pure of heart or that you have an innocence about you in some way. It's like they knew that they felt that they had some sort of key knowledge that allowed them to accomplish something that they wanted here, is what that feels like. Can you tell me more? Tell me about the Queen of Wands in reverse, though. Why is that? The Lovers in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse, the Page of Pentacles in reverse, the Five of Pentacles. This person feels like they gave you, or what they're telling themselves is that they didn't invest and they didn't lose anything and they never gave you anything real, quote unquote, but they got what they wanted from you in some way. That's what they're telling themselves. I don't know how real that is because it's coming again from an insecure, triggered place with the Queen of Wands in reverse. And these energies were present, which means that this potential was actually there. I'm channeling a song. Who is that? But the lyrics are, "You can't break my heart because I was never in love." That's what they say. You can't break my heart because I was never in love. It's almost like this person is, they've built barriers around themselves because they feel like every time they make their heart vulnerable, they get hurt. So they're like, one way I can never get my heart broken again is never really offer it fully. I can act like I'm offering it. I can talk like I'm going to offer it, but never actually walk the walk, never actually show up. And then when I don't get what I want, I can be like, haha, I didn't lose anything. It's like, but you also didn't gain anything either. You know what I mean? Not really. Not if it was built on a lie. So that's kind of interesting, but this person's feelings and intentions towards you, their feelings is the Hanged Man. Ooh, this is... and then their intentions is the Three of Cups in reverse. Well, they are gaining some higher perspective or insight into their feelings with that Neptune energy. I think that they are feeling quite spiritually connected to you, which is weird. I guess not really, actually. That could be what is kind of making them feel a little bit insecure and imbalanced, actually. Because it feels like this person is someone who has taken that approach, like what I just said, right? They've taken the approach of like self protection through essentially not offering the realest parts of themselves so that they never could lose those parts of themselves. I feel like they're telling themselves that they didn't offer anything real to you, but I feel like that's actually a lie. I feel like that's a complete lie. I think that this person feels triggered by something right now, and so they're almost backsliding into, like, when we're triggered, we're acting out of our wounds, not out of our center and our power, right? And so we are acting out of a wounded, insecure place, and we're not seeing things clearly. But the interesting thing is that this person, their feelings, they are recognizing this very strong spiritual connection. Like Neptune, like I said in another signs reading, is the higher octave of Venus. So it's not even like this self-centered kind of, not that Venus is like negative energy, but it's more of a sensual, like human kind of love, like the day-to-day real love where you show up, you are touching, you're creating, you're building your life around each other. But Neptune is like a spiritual love, a transcendent love, a higher love. And with this spirituality card that says everything is connected, this person is being urged to spend time in quiet contemplation to reflect within and gain answers. And this is being very heavily coming through their emotions. They're realizing something about their feelings for you, and it's like that there is this higher love. And it's almost coming through like they thought that they were protected. They thought they protected themselves by not offering anything real, but you connected to them on a spiritual level. It's like you ninja'd your way past all of their defenses and guards. And that's what's truly making them feel insecure, is that they feel like they actually did lose something, but they're not really admitting it. So they're kind of just trying to convince themselves that they got what they wanted and they got away without losing anything. But I think the higher truth is kind of hitting them here. Then they have earthly and reconnect both in reverse. So this is the triggered elements of this. It says, I hate my body and I need to escape. Remember, you are a spiritual being having an earthly experience. Revere your loyal, sacred body. The root of the issue for you will make itself known. Be open to the information you receive from your body, mind, and environment. So this person's not present, nor are they treating their body as a temple or a sacred place. So this could be someone that is trying to distract themselves. They could be, sleeping around a little bit. They could be just not eating or sleeping well. They could be partying or drinking or just doing things that are disconnecting them from their body because they're feeling like they need to escape. And I think it's because when they are in their own body, this knowledge is hitting them, but it's something that they don't want to admit. And so right now they're seeking ways to escape that truth and to maybe prove to themselves that that is not actually even true, what is being shown to them. So they're seeking an escape from the truth right now of their feelings is what that seems like. But it's such a deep truth that it's not an avoidable truth. It's a spiritual truth. So it's like divine knowledge or wisdom that this person's being hit with, it feels like, but they're trying to avoid that. What is the Three of Cups in reverse for their intentions towards you? The Ten of Cups. What? The Star in reverse, the Magician in reverse, the Ace of Swords in reverse, the Ten of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Wands in reverse. Why? This person is trying to find a cheap substitute for what they are actually seeking. So this would be like if you meet someone who's wifey material and then you go out to the club and have a one-night stand with someone whose name you don't even learn and then you get herpes or something. You know, it's like they're trying to fill in the Ten of Cups with something that is not able to, it doesn't have the substance or the ability. And it's this way of like escaping the truth. They're trying to escape the weight of the truth by manipulating themselves, but they're keeping themselves in an unhealed space here. It's weird. They could be coming back towards you at some point, but their intentions are not to really reconcile. Like, if they come back towards you, I feel like it could be in a very sexual way, and it's just to release or unload some of the energy that they feel is kind of pressuring them. But it's a spiritual energy. It's not something that they're going to be able to find release for unless their release is like accepting the truth and integrating it, right? And I feel like the truth that they're trying to drop is the Two of Cups. And before, yeah, the Tower is behind that. This is the truth that's going to strike them at some point, is that, like I said before, they did offer something real. Whether they realized in the moment that they were opening up to you or that you were accessing their heart or that they were falling in love with you, they did. And they're going to try to, again, find like cheap substitutes maybe, but they're not going to be able to. So let's look at your energy. You're in the energy of the Wheel of Fortune with the moon. Okay. Well, you're very connected to your emotions, your emotional truth at this time. You're also connected, you're very aligned with abundance and expansion, it feels like. Can you tell me more about the moon? There's something that you are keeping to yourself within this connection. You're not broadcasting something. The King of Cups in reverse, the Seven of Wands in reverse. I feel like you're disconnecting your heart. You're releasing the love that you had here. And that doesn't mean that it's just going to go away, but you are actively uprooting the feelings that you had and you're releasing it. You're not fighting for something anymore, and you're not defensive about releasing it either. In fact, you feel like releasing this is aligning you with abundance. And I have to agree, because this is, yeah, the Lovers. Yeah. I feel like you are not proving yourself, like you're not, if you and this person haven't talked, or you know that they're watching your socials or something like that, it's not like you're talking about, yeah, I'm releasing this and I'm moving on, but you are. And you're doing it step by step, and you're really working through your feelings so that you can release this with grace and create your own closure and resolve, essentially, so that you don't run into barriers or blockages as you move forwards because you didn't like close this out. So I feel like you are doing that, but you're not, essentially you're staying in your own lane is what that feels like. Okay. Your feelings and intentions towards them, the Two of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups. You intend to walk away. You are walking away. What's the Two of Pentacles? It's clarified by this card. Transmutation. True statement. I am. There is no effort required for this shift. Be present and allow every aspect of your being to transform. Your feelings for this person are currently up in the air, and it's because you are transmuting them into personal power. The thing is, no one can actually steal anything from you that you don't give them. Right? This person can be over here feeling accomplished, like, I sure fooled them and I really took what I wanted and they didn't know. But you're over here like, I'm transmuting this whole situation into power and aligning with abundance and wealth and fortune and my destiny. And you're transmuting the energy, and you're not defensive about it. You're just investing in something that doesn't leave you out in the cold. This actually didn't take anything from you. You are not in a state of feeling lack or like something was stolen from you or like you need revenge or you're resentful. You're really not. You're kind of just looking at something, being like, okay, I see it for what it was, and now I'm releasing it because I realize that it's creating a block in my life. Yeah, you're very at peace about it. The Four of Swords. This could be something that you really rested on. Yeah. But your feelings for this person are shifting. They're currently transmuting into, like, from love that you were giving, pouring into them, to power and love that you're pouring into yourself. And then your intentions are very self-explanatory. The Eight of Cups. Walking away from something that's not emotionally fulfilling towards your wish fulfillment, whatever that is, towards the Nine of Cups. Okay, so a source of confusion for you within this connection at this time is the Hierophant. Okay. There is commitment and structure between the two of you. You could still feel somewhat committed to this person. I'm kind of feeling like that's a little bit more of an attachment. Okay, the Lovers. Okay, so the Two of Cups, the Ten of Cups, the Lovers, everything this person tried to say this isn't, it actually has the potential to be. But they are... It's confusing to them because I feel like there was a deep connection and commitment that was formed between your hearts and your souls, like on a spiritual level. You do have a contract with this person, and it's quite deep, and the potential for a really deep love is there. And there is this kind of like commitment to this because your soul signed up for it at some point in time. So there could be a little bit of confusion surrounding like letting it go, or what do I turn this into? What do I transmute this into? What can I extract from this experience to feel empowered moving forwards? But there is a deep connection that I feel like you can't really deny. And I don't think you are. I just think that you realize that it's not moving forwards. You look to the horizon and you can't see anything but like the unknown or illusion. And what you're looking for is something solid. So you could feel a lot intuitively, spiritually, and emotionally for this person, for each other, but it's not being grounded into reality. So that could be kind of confusing for you as you shift. Or it could feel hard to walk away from something that you know you still have a deep connection to, and to separate from it even though you still feel it. So just give yourself space and grace while you go through that process. The Two of Swords is the function or purpose of this connection in your life at this time, though. It's meant to make you vulnerable so that you are faced with a choice. And the choice is going to require you to liberate yourself from some sort of fear that's kept you stuck. I think you have a fear, or you had a fear of walking away from or leaving something behind that was not balanced or was not giving to you, was not reciprocating, was not meeting you halfway. You might have had some sort of fear of putting yourself first, not people pleasing. The Two of Swords is Moon in Libra. That's the placement that goes with this. So that's why I said it's a very Libran lesson that you're learning. You're having to make a decision for your highest and best good, and still find that sense of balance and justice within that, even though you are letting go of something that you feel tied to, that you feel strongly for. I don't even know if you're releasing this person and this opportunity completely, but you're releasing any unhealthy attachment that you have to it, so that you don't feel bound or connected to this out of fear. So that's what I see. And that's what the purpose of this is at this time. Yeah. It's supposed to show you what is not fair, what is not just, what takes from you, and give you the choice to pour that love into yourself instead of pouring it into something that takes away from your power. And I see you choosing to do that. So you're learning the lesson. You are experiencing the purpose of this right now to the highest degree, which is good. You're taking what it's offering you and you are transmuting it and learning the lesson. So that's great. Okay. We're going to move on to Scorpio. My Scorpios. Oh, my neck just cracked. Scorpio. Let's see what's going on for my Scorps. This feels like the old school lives that I used to do. Like when I started my channel like 6-7 years ago or something. We used to hang out for like 9 hours straight and just like just fuck around and just have the best freaking time. It was like a whole day extravaganza, and to be honest, I kind of liked it. Kind of miss it. Bring it back. We're doing it because I'm a loco like that. Okay, Scorp. I'm loco. And I like it like that. Okay. tune me into Scorpio's energy and the energy of a connection that you want to highlight for them to give them more clarity, empowerment, insight, validation, support, whatever it is that they need to navigate the situation or the energies of the situation. Let's see. Okay, sounds good, Obsidian. Okay. Well, what? Okay. We will clarify this. Tell me about Scorpio's energy here towards this person. Whoa. Okay. Tell me about Scorpio's person's energy. Whoa. Okay. Subtle, but not subtle at all. Oh, man. Let's get 2 more oracle cards here and we'll get into things. There's Pluto. Oh, man. Okay. I just want to know, what's that? Okay. Well, it's intense. All right, so let's see what's going on with this. Hi, Scorp. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's take a look at what's going on with this particular connection that Spirit wants to highlight for you. So the overall current energy between the two of you. Let me change the banner before I forget. The overall energy between the two of you guys currently is the Six of Cups in reverse. So something is shifting in the way that this relationship or connection manifests. Something is not, you're moving away from the way that things were in the past. And that's clarified by these two cards, which is really beautiful. And our dreams will break the boundaries of our fear. And then you have this other one that says collapse and then reconstruct. Yeah, it feels like the old way is being burnt to the ground because the old way was built on fear and insecurity, potentially something that was meant to collapse. This feels a lot like a tower moment, but it's what is coming in replacement of that weak foundation that was there in the past is your dreams, love. It's like you're reconstructing something on a foundation of true vision, higher vision, and love is what that feels like. So whether you are reconstructing this with this person or whether you are just releasing yourself from this, or just maybe you're being forced to see that the way that things were was not working, and so you're being forced to choose another path or another way, and that's creating a collapse and then a reconstruction. So whether you guys are reconstructing and collapsing together, or whether that's happening individually, which I feel like it's happening individually, you're learning some very important lessons that are really healing you at this time, for sure. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at this person first, but if this side sounds like you to you, then just reverse the roles, okay? I'm going to talk like this is the person that you're dealing with. So they're in the energy of the Hanged Man in reverse, which is Neptune. And then this card clarifying, which says it's right in front of you. It's right in front of you. It's in black and white. It's right in front of you. The Hanged Man is about, it's Neptune energy. And the Hanged Man in reverse can talk about getting like blatant clarity on something that has been confusing or something that has been kind of hazy or smoke and mirrors or mystifying or something that has felt like watery and hard to pin down. Like something you weren't sure if it was an illusion or a dream, if you were just making it up or not. Now it's like the reality is right in front of their face. So something that they were confused about, or under some sort of dream or illusion, is being very much highlighted for this person at this time. Tell me more about that. The Four of Swords. They are gaining peace. That is balancing them. Wow. Okay. This truth is being put in front of them and they're meditating on it. I feel like this person is really absorbing the truth that's being put in front of them, and it's absolving this internal conflict within them. I feel like the confusion surrounding this connection that this person was faced with at some point, it was creating like a cognitive dissonance or tension or conflict internally because there's something that they couldn't make sense of. I think that they were either seeing you or they were acting out of this energy, the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress in reverse. So this is like an energy of contraction, of lack, of insecurity, of not being grounded, not really caring for yourself, especially like your physical needs, your basic needs, eating well, taking care of your body, treating it like it's a temple. Someone wasn't treating themselves that way, or they weren't seeing themselves as being worthy of that kind of treatment. The Tower and Temperance is coming in though, which is really It's like a sudden shock to the system, like a bitch slap to the face of truth handed to you by the divine. And suddenly it's so clear that you're like, how did I not see that? You can't unsee it, but it's creating balance. It's tempering something out that was imbalanced before. And behind that is the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. Like the beginning and the end. Suddenly this person sees what is required to create what they deserve and desire, I feel like, is how that's coming through. So I feel like this person is being faced with the truth of why things hadn't been moving forwards, or why things have been feeling painful, despite maybe having good intentions. Okay. Their feelings and intentions towards you. Two of Pentacles in reverse and Five of Cups. They've made a decision about their feelings. Can you tell me about that Two of Pentacles in reverse? And they're acting in accordance with that. Five of Pentacles in reverse. Temperance. There's that balancing effect. It's like it's permeating through their entire being and their life as a result. So if this person was acting out of a space of confusion, like confused or muddled emotions, or not being able to see something clearly, that was creating an imbalance, a lack of temperance. There was like excess somewhere. So this person could have been overextending themselves, especially if they were showing up as the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, right? That is like sacrificing your own well-being, your own needs for like to overextend for somebody else out of a place of insecurity, lack, something like that. So I feel like this person is seeing that they did that, and they are recognizing that by balancing that energy out, they can bring themselves in from a space of scarcity and lack. And that doesn't necessarily mean letting go of you and the connection, but they see what needs to change. They see what needs to collapse, and then they're reconstructing it from a balanced place. So if they were acting from a place of fear or insecurity, they're breaking down those boundaries and they're rebuilding it in alignment with their dreams, their desires, and love, it feels like. Okay, the Five of Cups is their intentions towards you, though. And it came out with 3 oracle cards. So the Five of Cups, clarified by the volcano, restlessness, and then this card that says something that is never truly yours. I don't think that this is them causing you pain. I think this is them dealing with the emotions that are coming with this truth or this recognition that they're having. And I think that they know, they feel it coming because they have this intention. It's like they intend to purge this emotion. They intend to allow the volcano to erupt. A volcano maybe of grief, but they are not avoiding it because, again, they want internal balance. So you have to not hold on to it, not hold on to energy or emotion. If you want that, you kind of have to let it flow and find balance. But they could be somewhat, there could be an underlying energy of restlessness or not completely accepting the truth just yet. Like it's still integrating into them to the point where they are at peace with it. That's why they're resting, I think, to kind of allow that internal tension and conflict to slowly dissolve. But I feel like they're like the clock is ticking, and something that is never truly yours. They could be realizing that I don't know, that they don't have you now and that they never really did. I don't know if that's true. Can you tell me about that something that is never truly yours? They can feel something coming up, though. They feel themselves getting closer to processing their emotions. They know that this is coming up and out of them. And it's like the more they integrate the truth, the more that truth really roots into them, then they're going to deal with the emotional impact of that truth. And they have every intention to do that. They don't want to sidestep or avoid their feelings, which is good, but they're kind of anxious about it. They're like, I feel this truth kind of hovering or settling in. There's something about not truly... At one point, I think they felt like there was a deep connection or that you were theirs in some sort of way. I think they're recognizing that that's not true in some way. Tell me about that, though. Tell me more about that. Ten of Swords in reverse, Three of Pentacles. Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles. They could have passion or desire for you that they feel like kept them holding on to something that wasn't really an opportunity that was ever going to actually work out. I don't know why they feel that. There's part of them that feels as though they did build something with you, or they put in the effort, they cooperated, they tried to show up and put something together. But there's this Ten of Swords that they feel like they need to release. So there's this sense of like betrayal or deception, and that could even be they betrayed or deceived themselves. They didn't see the truth of something, and so they overextended themselves. And then that was an act of self-betrayal, right? And they might be realizing now that they did that for something that was never really within their reach fully anyways. And this could be you. This could be reversed for some of you. So if this is your side of things, then just take it how it resonates. But it's like as this truth is sinking in, there's a little bit of anxiety, but it's just the breaking point. Once that emotion releases, the fear will release as well. The fear that has been hovering over this person, because the fear was surrounding the lie, the lack of clarity. Something, again, felt very Neptunian, very dreamy or illusion, like an illusion. They couldn't tell what was real, and there was anxiety surrounding that. Now they are seeing the truth, and there is a little bit of restlessness around that, but they are not going to sidestep the truth, because I feel like they ultimately know that really integrating the truth and admitting that is what's going to release the anxiety that was actually tied to some knowledge that was eluding them or something that they haven't seen clearly. It's like they would rather grieve something and see it for what it was than lie to themselves. Yeah, idealism and romance. Look at that. This person feels like they saw what they wanted to see, but really there was discord. Wow. Look at this. This says a lot. Quarrel, manipulation, and restlessness. Restlessness. Totally different deck. This person is pinpointing where that restlessness actually came from. And they were either being manipulated or they were manipulating themselves, even though there was internal conflict and restlessness, because they knew that something wasn't what it seemed, but they couldn't pinpoint it. And they could just be realizing that they were, again, manipulating and abandoning themselves for this like idealistic idea of what something could be, that they're now realizing was not what it seemed in some way. That's kind of what that feels like. So your side of things, you're in the energy of the Six of Wands in reverse. with this card, which says mixed messages. You don't want to seem insecure, so you need to appear confident, but not too confident, lest you come off as arrogant. So you should be confident and modest, but not so modest that you look insecure. This person is feeling a little scattered and they don't feel successful in some way. And I think it's because they're having trouble balancing. Again, it's like modesty versus confidence. There's something here where this person is quite focused on how they look or how they come off to others, how they are perceived. And I think that's what's actually throwing them off, because they are feeling a lack of success with the Six of Wands in reverse. They're embodying this energy of not getting the recognition and success that they wanted out of something, right? And this could be you. I'm reading it as if this is the other person, so I don't know if this is backwards for a lot of you, but I'm going to try to talk like this is you. So, yeah. It's like trying to find your balance and your groundedness, even while you feel very deeply and you're healing something that maybe makes you feel a little bit of lack with that Six of Wands in reverse, like you didn't really get what you wanted. Something didn't go as planned. But I feel like you're trying to find a balance between confidence and humility. Just find that balance within yourself without caring how it comes off or how other people are perceiving it, whether it seems like that to other people, as long as you are in an energy of being real with yourself and coming from a place of truth and security within you, that's what really matters. I feel like this is coming through as like this person's validation or how they view you specifically means quite a bit to you. And you could feel as though this person they want you to be both, I don't know if this is a projection, but you could feel like they want you to be both humble and confident. And you're like, I don't understand. How can I win? Like, how can I be both? You can be both. There's a lot of confidence that comes from humility, from being honest with yourself all the time, because it's really empowering and you're not hiding anything when you're doing that. So it's pretty freeing, but I think that you're still finding that balance. Your feelings and intentions towards this person, Knight of Swords in reverse and Justice in reverse. Why the Knight of Swords in reverse for Scorpio's feelings? Innovation. Okay. You're starting to see something totally different. Your feelings towards this person have confused you thus far. There's been something that you've been indecisive about. Like, you've known that you have a choice, but it's felt risky to you. It's like you couldn't tell if you were walking into the lion's den or if you were walking towards your wish fulfillment. There's something here where there's been a very Neptunian kind of dreamy or illusionary, like smoke and mirrors, confusing energy with this connection for both people, I feel like. You could have both projected onto each other a lot. I don't think you knew that you were doing it or meaning to do it. I think that you may have highlighted one another's imbalances and insecurities or wounds to each other. And then naturally, sometimes when we're not ready to see that, or when we don't even realize that we're acting out of that place, we can project it or deflect it onto the other person. But you're starting to feel a totally new way, and where you still feel like you don't have all the answers, the logical answers, but your mind is opening up in regards to what is possible in this connection. There's something innovative that's happening to your feelings. They're shifting, they're changing, and it does feel expansive. It's in the way you think about things, but there's still indecision here. I think it's indecision surrounding allowing your perspective of this to change. Because when the way that you think or perceive this changes, then the way that you feel will also change as a result of that. Because our thoughts inform our feelings, right? You want to assert yourself. It's like you want to assert yourself from the highest place. You want to come from your seat of internal power with this. But doing that in this situation, something about it feels innovative. Like you'd have to do something different from how you've done it in the past. The 6 of Cups in reverse. And it feels like you're still trying to figure out how that would be. Because it's like you can't tell if coming at it from the way that's being revealed to you as true and fair, you can't tell if that's actually power or if it's just a bluff. Because this is a new way, it's challenging your old way of thinking, it's innovative, so it's totally new. You can't tell, it's like you're not fully trusting it. You haven't found that balance. There's still indecision. It's like you don't really know if you believe what's being revealed to you or how your perspective is evolving. And it feels like in the past, you may have focused more on like order and trying to maintain a level of control, feeling like that protected your soft spots, protected your empathy. It's like you focused more on not allowing the truth of your feelings maybe to come through in a vulnerable and intimate way, but protecting yourself through asserting control. And it could be that spirit is kind of saying the essence of romance is uncertainty. So you kind of remove all of the romance out of something when you try to make it certain or find the answers or control everything, right? You kind of destroy what romance really is at its very core, like the very nature of it. What makes something romantic and exciting is not knowing what's going to happen next. It's the anticipation. But you're still trying to figure out how you actually feel about that, because something about it doesn't feel safe to you to open up into this new way. Why are your intentions justice in reverse? It came out with this oracle card, the Heart Eater in reverse. I actually want to see what that says in the book about this card. I feel like that's relevant for some reason. Justice in reverse and the Heart Eater in reverse. This is your intentions towards this person. Let me see. What number is that? 13? Okay. It says, we can't be too excited about running into this character, but it's possible that the Heart Eater is misunderstood. She is not here to eat your heart. She eats her own. In a fit, she knows not what she does. She gets in such a state of uncomfortable feelings and confusion that she destroys her own heart. Let's take a moment to learn a lesson from her. She was so overwhelmed by her feelings of anxiety, discomfort, loneliness, and undirected energy that she turned her rage on herself. Let us all be nice to ourselves and our hearts when we are feeling like our emotions are caving in on us. Our hearts are powerful and can send their healing energy through our whole body, including our mind. Talk to your heart today, out loud or not, and say nice things to it. It's very interesting. I feel like this person is realizing, you are realizing, because this is your side, maybe that you self-sabotaged because something made you uncomfortable or confused about the way you were approaching your emotions in the past and what you felt emotional empowerment really was. It feels like that's being challenged and you're having this whole new innovative way. And what this is kind of saying is speak to your heart and allow your heart to heal your body and your mind. Allow your heart to inform your mind, because your thoughts usually inform your feelings, but there's something about you allowing the reverse to happen. But why is justice in reverse here? The Four of Cups in reverse. You could feel like in order to honor yourself, you kind of have to accept, not defeat, but this not manifesting. There's something about you intending to come in from a space of, it's like you see where there was an intuitive blind spot that was blocking you from abundance here. And it has something to do with the way that you approach and perceive your emotions. You were stuck in some sort of ambivalence or apathetic space, and I don't think you were meaning to be there. You were self-sabotaging, and I don't think you realized that you were. But with justice in reverse, there's something about you intend to, even if something doesn't feel fair, that you have to walk away from, like even if you don't really want to let something go, if it means not sabotaging yourself anymore, you're saying that you're going to do that. Like you're going to do what it takes to do the right thing for yourself is what it feels like. I don't think that you're trying to do harm to anybody else. I'm not getting that, but you want to bring yourself out of this consistent state of just being bored or dissatisfied. That Four of Cups. It's a state of dissatisfaction. Okay, so the source of confusion, that is, if there is a source of confusion within this connection at this time, it is the Nine of Cups with the third house, perception, which came out in reverse. I feel like the two of you are still not being completely honest with yourself about what your actual true emotional fulfillment and desire is. Like, what if you could have, like, let's say you could say what you wanted and you would get it, whatever you perceive as being success within this specific situation. It's like the two of you are afraid to actually look at it, admit it, name it, speak it out loud, make it real, because you're afraid that you can't have what you want, right? This person thinks that they were idealizing something that they have to grieve now that they never really had to begin with. I don't really know if that's true though, because you're telling me that you don't want to walk away, but you feel like you might have to. You're also still saying that you're a little bit confused because your whole perspective surrounding the way you approach your emotions is shifting. So there's something that's not being perceived or communicated openly. It's either you're not seeing it or you're not expressing it to one another. You're not speaking your mind. Because I feel like if the two of you communicated and said what you really desire, and we're like, let's just wipe the slate clean. We were confused in the past. Let's start fresh. Let's come together and say what it is that we truly want, and then have a conversation about whether we can make that happen together, right? But you have to kind of admit what you want and the truth of your desire to have any chance at, or any hope of actually getting it, right? It's like if you don't speak it, you don't even admit the desire, then there's no chance of you getting it. So I feel like there is confusion surrounding like admitting and being real with yourself and each other about what you actually want. What is your true wish fulfillment? Like, is it each other? Was the confusion just coming from not recognizing that, not admitting that, not being balanced, because you can move away from the past and you can shift the way things were. There's just some construction that needs to be done here. You have to drop the fears, break those boundaries, and then allow your dreams to reconstruct on the ashes of that fear, right? The function or purpose of this connection right now in your life is the Nine of Wands in reverse with Pluto transformation. This is literally meant to transform you. And I feel like it's the Nine of Wands in reverse. The Nine of Wands is the wounded healer. It's the card that's associated with Chiron. You can let go of the woundedness and transform pain and fear into power. You can renew yourselves here. You can trade the Nine of Wands, which is like wounded, defensive, fearful energy, having to be strong all the time, something having to be hard. You can relieve that, and you can trade it in for the Nine of Cups, which is just emotional fulfillment and just joy, really, and feeling good. But it's going to require you to not only embrace the transformation that's being given to you, but yeah, if you do and you start fresh, magic can happen that aligns you very much with something fated, something destined, something very fortunate, a phase of huge expansion, life force energy and magic expansion as well, inspiration, because this is Jupiter and this is literally source energy or life force energy. So there is anxiety surrounding this, but if you push through your fears and just make something happen, then you can have what you wanted all along, I think, here. So that's what I see for you, Scorpio, okay? We're gonna move on to Sag. That's what I see for you. All right. Interesting. I would say just maybe don't rush the process. Like, don't feel like let the truth really sink in and integrate before you make any like life-altering choices, maybe. It feels like you're kind of, both of you are a little bit restless. And it's like, as you're seeing the truth, you're like, what do I do with it? Time is running out. Or there's sort of this sense of that where you feel like you need to do something right away. But I feel like it's important for you to let this truth integrate, because then you're going to know what to do, or what you really, you'll have that clarity of desire, and then you can choose to act on it. But right now it feels like you're still kind of getting things straightened out. Things that have been mystifying you for a little while are clearing up, but give them the time that they need to do that, I want to say. Try not to feel anxious or restless. Remember that what is yours cannot be lost. If it's aligned with you, it will align with you at some point along your timeline. So try not to worry about that, okay? Okay. Let's go on to Sag. Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Let's see. What's going on? How are you guys doing out there? You hanging in there? You hanging in there? You catching a vibe? You got your patient pants on? Because I'm me. I appreciate you all for being here. As always, I've missed your energy. It feels so good to connect to you, honestly. I really appreciate you trusting me with your energy. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Sag and this connection that they are needing some insight into. Okay. Wow. Okay, major arcana, Batman. Holy major arcana, Batman. What's going on here? Okay. Well. What the heck? What the heck? Let's see. Wow. Whoa. That's intense. Okay, let's get some oracle cards to clarify this. What do I want to use? Tell me about that. Okay. There's a karmic rebalancing that's happening here. Dig deeper into that. Let's just get a few more oracle cards. Just move that one low. I get one more. Ugh. The hell? What? This person's side of things is like, the universe is like, no, bitch. They're like, these are my intentions, and the universe is like, that's cute. This is what's actually gonna happen. The hell? I feel like, okay, let me just wait and talk once I actually start the reading and timestamp it, but this is really interesting. Where did that other card go? There it is. Okay. This person's side of things. Okay. Pretty interesting. What is that? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. That pen. So, what's up, Nate? Yeah, I know. What's up, Veronica? What's up, Mama? Yeah, when I'm channeling, it's so weird. I actually like gain energy. It's fucking weird, right? I can channel for like 10 hours straight and then I finish and I'm like expecting myself to be exhausted and I'm like, I actually feel quite invigorated. Like, it's like, what? But I think it's because I'm not channeling like the heaviness of the energy. I'm channeling just like source. So it's like, it's life force energy. So I don't know. I guess it makes sense, but it still kind of boggles the mind. Okay. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. This is just how it goes. Okay. Hi, Sag. What's up, what's up, what's up? Okay. Let's see what's going on. You an extrovert, yeah. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Because this is quite interesting. I honestly feel like this person is, I don't even know how to explain it because it's kind of coming through in a way that like goes against my own personal beliefs and understanding of things, but that doesn't mean that I'm right. So maybe, yeah, I'll just tell you what the message that's coming through, whether I necessarily understand it or agree with it or not. This person has all major arcana cards. First of all, out of 9 cards, 6 of them in this spread are major arcana. So for me, when there's major arcana cards, those represent like cosmic forces, divine forces, forces that are destined or karmic or just out of your control. It could be your higher self or your guides, like reaching down and kind of sticking their hands, their fingers in your business. Or it could also be like soul contracts that your higher self did sign up for that you don't remember, or past life stuff that you have to deal with or face in this lifetime. But it's things that are out of your control. You don't decide whether they happen or not. You just decide how you respond to them. And then the minor arcana, that's the things that are very much in your control, that you put into motion, or that those are like all the range of your responses that you could have to the major arcana, to life essentially, because the major arcana is like the journey of life. So this person has all major arcana cards. They're all in reverse, so they are fighting forces greater than them, and I feel like they're not gonna win. But it's interesting because I believe in free will, that we always have free will. But it's like the universe is strong arming this person. And they have them like in a hold and they're like waiting for this person to tap out because they're like, you're meant to go this way, bitch. Like, you're going this way. So either this person, their guides are very aggressive, or their higher self is very aggressive because they can see something. They're trying to guide this person in a specific direction that this person is fighting. I don't know, but it's almost coming through as though like this person can fight this, but they can choose to fight or deny it, but every path they take, they're going to run into a dead end or an obstacle, because this is a path that they are supposed to take in this life. So it's kind of like they have a choice, but yet they don't, because all the paths that they choose that aren't this one are going to end in a dead end. So it's kind of interesting vibe that's coming through. But the overall energy currently between the two of you is justice in reverse. So currently, things might not feel completely fair or balanced. It came out with these cards clarifying. This one came out on your person's side. This one came out on your side. So I feel like this is more related to them. And it says, but my heart is an old house, the kind my mother grew up in, held to heat and cool and faulty in the wiring. And though it's nice to look at, I have no business inviting others in. And then on your side was this card, which is like these two people who are very telepathically or spiritually connected, kind of moving through this like matrix grid-like kind of vibe. So it almost feels like this justice in reverse is a lack of karmic balance right now. because there is something that is meant to unfold between you and this person. And I think you are more accepting of it than this other person right now. It feels like this person is coming up against, like, they have this belief that they're unlovable, or that I'm channeling a song by Brand New. The song is called Jesus Christ, and the band is Brand New. And he says, do I divide and fall apart? Because my light is too slight to hold back all my dark. I felt that in my heart chakra. It feels like this person's heart chakra is trying to activate and expand, but they're fighting it because they're afraid. They have this core wound, it feels like, that they are unlovable, or that the darkness inside of them is not great enough to, or the darkness inside of them is greater than the light inside of them. And it's almost this fear that they're like, my heart is nice theoretically, it's nice to look at, it's nice to think about letting someone in, but I really don't have any business inviting someone in because I've been through some shit and I don't believe that I'm really worthy of it. That's kind of what it comes down to. So there is something that's imbalanced right now with this connection. So let's look at this person's side of things. And if this sounds more like you, then feel free to reverse the roles, okay? But like I said, they have 3 major arcana cards. They're all in reverse. So the energy that they're currently in is Death in reverse, which is Scorpio energy, with Spiritual Cleansing in reverse as well. So this card that says Spiritual Cleansing, it also came out in reverse. This feels very karmic. And that's not bad. It's that there's something that in this life, this person, their soul wanted to purge. They wanted to transform something. And it's very spiritual. It's very deep. But right now they're fighting it. There's something that they're being asked to clear out or release. It could be that they're meant to burn through something karmic. It could be that they have some sort of attachment that they need to face and cleanse. But there's a transformation that wants to happen, a transmutation that wants to happen. But it requires this person's effort as well. And right now, they're fighting whatever that is. Oh, I didn't change it. I didn't change the thing. No, guys. We're on Sag, though. Sorry. Can you tell me more about that? This person's energy for Sag? I think what this person is meant to purge, yeah, the Queen of Cups. They're meant to choose a path of love. They're meant to let love in. They're meant to purge the fear or that false belief that they are unlovable, false belief that they are more shadow than light. They're meant to transmute that and release it and cleanse that out in this lifetime. And they're meant to experience unconditional love, giving and receiving it. This is the path that they chose. The Two of Wands in reverse. Their soul chose this path already. Their feelings and intentions towards you. The Hanged Man in reverse, which is the suspended one in this deck, and then Judgment in reverse is their intentions towards you. They have Judgment and Death. That's Pluto and Scorpio. So it's like double Plutonian energy. This is Neptune. This person could have strong Scorpio placements in their chart. If so, then God help them, because like if that's the case, then their soul really did sign up to experience some pretty heavy shit in this life and to transmute it through intimacy and to realize that intimacy and love is power, is a huge, powerful force. It's not a weakness. Letting yourself experience the depths and the shadow of you, and offering those dark parts acceptance and unconditional love, and then allowing other people to see them and offer you love, is incredibly powerful and healing and liberating. And it feels like that's what this person signed up for in this life, but they're scared. They don't feel worthy, and I get that. Why is the Hanged Man in reverse their feelings for Sag? The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. The Emperor in reverse. The King of Wands in reverse. The Lovers in reverse. Jesus. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This person is so scared that they are convincing themselves of, it's like they are doubling down on their worst beliefs about themselves, is what that feels like. They don't want to be in a state of suspension. I feel like this person they feel as though their heart has been pulled in different ways, and that has caused them to be emotionally like stuck or suspended. I think it's because fear and love have been having like a power struggle in their heart, because their heart is trying to expand, which means breaking out of the fear. But they've felt uncomfortable being in that suspended place. Truly, the suspension is only happening because they're not releasing the fear and transmuting it. Like, they are emotionally indecisive. They're not choosing to choose love over fear. So that is why it's like love is pulling at them, but then they keep falling back into fear, and that's what's actually keeping them suspended. But they don't feel comfortable being there. They don't want to be in that space anymore. So their feelings, they're like, I'm gonna make a choice. I'm going to clear my feelings up so that I can move. And it feels like the way that they're trying to do that is by telling themselves that there is no opportunity here, that this isn't love, or if all else fails, that they are not enough, that they're not the Emperor, that they're not the King of Wands, that they're not empowered and strong and capable, that they're not enough for this. That's what that feels like. It feels like they are just keep on telling themselves, I'm not enough, or I don't have what it takes, or my darkness is greater than my light. I can't show up in love because, yeah. And they have this belief about themselves that I feel like are meant to be challenging at this time. Because the more that they tell themselves, I'm not this, it's like they're choosing that reality, and they're meant for so much more. But that's where they're at right now, and they're telling themselves this just so that they can like decide on something, so that they can move, because they don't like this feeling of being stuck. But it feels like they're choosing fear. They're not choosing love. But I feel like there is some pushback from their spirit or from the universe on that, because they are meant to choose love in this life. Their intentions towards you being judgment in reverse. I feel like they are not wanting to reconcile something here. They don't, because they know that choosing to reconcile something with you would force them to make some sort of difficult judgment call or go through an awakening. Like, judgment is about an awakening. I feel this person is being asked to, or prompted to, go through this huge spiritual purge that's going to transform them and put them in a space of power. But they're avoiding it with judgment in reverse. That's their intention. to not answer the call, to not reconcile something. But it's interesting because that's where, so 4 of these cards came out, and the first one is completion. So they're looking, this person wants whatever this experience is to be over, and it's not because they don't care about you, it's because it's challenging them so much they are incredibly uncomfortable. But I don't think they realize it's their own soul that's challenging them, not you. You might just be reflecting that at them as a mirror, but it's not actually you. This person's like, okay, let me just gain victory over this. Let me just complete this. But it's like they're hoping to complete it without resolving it, which is kind of backwards, right? It's almost like they're hoping to complete something by avoiding it. But Spirit is like, that's not gonna happen, buddy. So obstacles, unexpected obstructions, frustration, difficulties, feelings of hopelessness, struggle, and discouragement. I feel like they're going to keep running up against this because retreat in reverse, they're not meant to let go or depart or withdraw from something. They're not meant to walk away. This is meant to strengthen them. Resoluteness, determination, no compromises, unwavering focus, inner resolve, integrity, a test of character, and self-examination. This is meant to force them to re-examine their false beliefs about themselves because their spirit wants more for them, right? This person keeps trying to be less. They keep trying to make themselves small. And I feel like Spirit's like, no, bitch, you're not small. You are worthy of love. You do have strong character. You have integrity, but you have to look at yourself and then form this resolve, unwavering determination and resolve. Because you can have what you want. It's actually right in front of you, but you just have to choose it. But this person is afraid. So your side of things. Your energy right now is the 3 of Pentacles with this gathering together. So it's very different energy because it feels like you're open and cooperative, willing to make compromises to meet halfway in order to bring something together. Massing, converging, unifying, assembling, combining forces. The sum is greater than the parts. It's like you realize that if the 2 of you come together to build something, the sum is greater than the parts, meaning that what you create when you come together is bigger than both of you. It's almost like you have this sense that, again, there's something very different about this connection that is bigger than both of you. And so you are open to building and cooperating with this person in order to unify and bring your energies together to combine forces. Okay. It feels like quite like an optimistic energy. Your feelings towards this person is the 6 of Wands, and your intentions is the Sun. Like your energies are very, very different. Which isn't a bad thing, because the thing is, I feel like your energies very much affect or influence one another because you have this deep connection. So that's not to say that you can like control what this person chooses, but it is to say that they will feel your energy. And so they're over here in this very not optimistic space. They're in a space of fear, wanting to just like be like, nope, I'm just gonna call it a day. I'm gonna choose to not be suspended, not be indecisive anymore. But they're gonna keep running up against blocks until they get so frustrated. And it's because they're supposed to choose a better way. They're supposed to strengthen their character and show themselves how strong they really are and how much they really are worth. And it feels like you see that, but they don't. You see their worth, but they don't. You believe in them, but they don't believe in themselves. Something about that. What's the 6 of Wands? Why does Sag feel the 6 of Wands? You recognize the emotions that you have for this person. And the thing is, You see the current state that they're in. You see them making themselves small. You see them not believing in their own capacity to be empowered over their life and to be in dominion over themselves and their energy. It's like you see their potential and their character beneath all of the insecurity and excuses, and you love them for who they are at the core, their soul. And it's very pure. And I feel like you, even if you don't get what you want out of this situation, you still feel successful because when you love someone unconditionally, it doesn't actually take anything from you. When you're loving truly without any conditions, right? It's not draining you. It's not stealing something from you. You're giving it from the most pure, unconditional and infinite place. You can never run out of unconditional love because it's literally source. It's like comes from God. It's higher. You can't be depleted. And so you're recognizing that you have unconditional love for this person that doesn't depend on whether they are in their power or not. And that doesn't mean that you should let them treat you like shit or anything like that. But you do feel at peace with your emotions towards this person and the love that you have for them, even if they're not showing up in their highest or final form right now. What's the sun for your intentions surrounding this person? The 9 of Cups in reverse. One more. The Queen of Pentacles. You're not trying to force anything. You're just committed to your own healing and taking care of yourself. You know that you can't force anything to move forwards. You can only see and believe in your own magic. And I feel like, again, it's like you're going to embody this beautiful energy of confidence, abundance, warmth, and you recognize that it's up to this person to choose it or not. But if they choose to not accept that, the gift that would be from you, that your love would be, you're still good on your own, and you're still going to choose to take care of yourself and to continue to expand and be in that warmth. But there's also something where I feel like you, if given the chance, you would like to shed light on this person. You'd like to help them see their worth. You'd like to help them see the truth of themselves in some sort of way, is what that feels like. It's all insane drama. Keeps you going. Yeah. Gangsta. Ash. What's up, Ash? Catch 'em all. What's up, my little Pokemon friend? Yes, Nate. Oh my gosh. You guys know Brand New? I love you. You're my fucking people. For real. Brand New was one of my favorite bands for like all through high school. I still love them, even though the lead singer turned out to be a bit of a creep, which I hate when that happens, but that's a great band still. If you can separate like the singer from the art, such a good band. But yeah, that's what I feel like. You're going to still watch out for yourself. You're going to exist in the fullness of your own self-respect. You're going to take care of yourself. You're not going to sacrifice that. But you're almost hoping that, like, as you embody the fullness of your beauty, your light, your divinity, it's almost like you're hoping that shine kind of shows them by extension, that gives them permission to do the same. right? It's like, if I can do this, you can too. Like, you're almost hoping to lead by example, but you want a little bit of your light to shine on this person, not because you want to fix them or save them, but because you believe in them. You see them, even the places they don't see themselves. And that's beautiful. Okay, so a source of confusion in this connection right now is the Six of Cups. The past is causing some confusion. This could be past life too. You and this person could have many past lives together that are affecting this connection, because this almost feels like the culminating life. So maybe this is like the last life that you guys are meant to incarnate together or like work together. And so it's almost coming through as like there's a tsunami of energy that's coming through, translating into this life from past lives. And it's meant to kind of crash and close a cycle. It's meant to like cleanse, be this spiritually cleansing force. Tell me more about the Six of Cups. And there is this very strong feeling of, even if you don't understand it, feeling incredibly connected to this person. You could feel like they see your inner child. You see their inner child. There's a part of them, there's a part of each of you that is touched by this connection and by the other that you can't deny, but you also can't explain, is what that's coming through as. But it is creating some sort of confusion in this life, it seems like. And that could be just because there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of energy, and you are like, where is this all coming from logically, right? Because if you take past lives and karma and stuff out of the equation, then it's like it doesn't make sense. The amount of intensity, emotion, and raw energy between the two of you in just this life, it seems disproportionate, it feels like, and that's causing some sort of confusion. I feel like that's because there's a huge spiritual element to this that you don't know for sure, or there's a past life element, a karmic element. Again, there's something that is forces greater than you, even if that's just your higher selves having chosen before you incarnated in this existence to meet up again and help each other. Then it's like there's this force behind you that is, you feel the influence of it, but you don't understand where it's coming from, is what that feels like. The function or purpose of this connection in your life right now. Now, this is super interesting. It's the Devil with this card, which is like a reflection on the water. But it's almost like looking at it, you can't really tell immediately which is real and which is the reflection. And then you have the Devil, which is like not being able to see what is an illusion and what is really pulling the strings, what is hidden under the water. It's like all is not what it seems in this connection. There is a very strong reflection, and I feel like right now, or maybe through this connection so far, it may have felt very intense because you guys may have been reflecting at each other the areas where you have been oppressed through fear. The Devil is fear and imbalance. It can talk about like excess, not being tempered. So what this is meant to teach you, or the purpose of it right now, is you're meant to reflect one another back at each other so that you can determine what is real and what is false, what has been pulling the strings behind the scenes, what has been disempowering you, what's been keeping you small. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse and the Empress in reverse. Where have you not seen your own abundant nature or not believed it? and you've sold yourself short, you're meant to experience some sort of huge abundance and love, Venusian energy. But it's also going to be physical, like a physical abundance, like legacy stuff. This energy wants to move. It wants to be transmuted. It wants to move. So that is, that's the purpose right now, is it's trying to reflect back to both of you and show you where you've been oppressed, where you don't need to be oppressed anymore, where you can take back your power. So that's pretty strong energy. So yeah, that's very interesting, Sag, but that's what I see for you guys with this connection. Interesting. We're moving on to Cappy. Where are my Capricorns at? Speaking of the devil, where are my sexy devils at? My Cappies. Capricorn. Where you at? Where you at? All right. Let's see. Capricorn, what do I use for you? No, okay. What's on the table? Capricorn. Hi, Shauna. Hi, babes. Hope you're doing okay. Been thinking about you. I love you too, Veronica. Aw, it's nice to have you in my energy. It is an honor. All right, Capricorn. I want to channel a song for you, or I want to do it on my shufflemancy. Wow, it's 1:11 in the morning for me right now. 111, that could be significant. Not to be like that spiritual person that's like 111, but you know, just letting you know that it's here in case that matters to you. Enchantress. In a hip way, not a creepy way. I'm a cool mom. I'm not a creepy mom. Thank you. I take that as a compliment for sure. It's 1:12 a.m. where you're at. Well, I guess we're in the same time zone. Let's see. I'm on MST. Let's see. Okay, what's going on for Capricorn? What does Capricorn need to know? Capricorn. Let's see. Okay. 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 Well, wow. Damn. I feel like we're all being collectively like double dog dared by the universe to step into our abundance and our power. Okay, the channeled song. Classic. We'll get to that. Okay, let me see. I want to clarify here. Tell me about that. There. Okay. Tell me about their side of this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a Pluto-Mars opposition, and then there's also Chiron is in the mix, Lilith is in the mix, a whole bunch of shit is in the mix. So yes, there's much happening. Also Neptune that just moved into Aries is also in the mix. There's a lot going on. Whoa. Okay. Could be dealing with an Aries, speaking of. Yeah, Chiron and Lilith. Check it out. There's a lot. Okay. What's that about? Can I get one more? Okay. Oh. That's interesting. I'll look into that more. Okay, let's just get one more. Sorry. Don't be nervous. No need to be nervous. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Cappy. Let me change this little thing in the corner. There we go. What's up, Capricorn? Oh, I need to write down your timestamp. Hold on one second. Okay. Hi, Capricorn. Let's see what's going on in this connection. What you need to know at this time. Let's see. So I channeled a song for you, and the song is On My Own by Jaden and Kid Cudi. On My Own. Okay. On my own. This is about shining and rather being on your own. The people who didn't see you clearly, you have vision, and you know what's not aligned with you. So you know what your vibration is, and you know what would be a waste of time is what feels like, or that's what's being trying to be shown to you and this person maybe in this connection. But you could feel comfortable being on your own, or there could be something about like hyper independence that might have to do with this connection. So that could be something that's challenging you at this time, maybe. But let's get into this. So the overall connection energy currently is coming out as the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. So something feels a little bit destabilized at this point in time. It came out with these two cards. The staff was on your side of the spread. It says you will be taken care of in difficult times, and on their side is the crown. Honor and respect will come to you. I feel like this is both the same. It's kind of giving you a promise. You'll be taken care of. Honor and respect will come to you. You will be guided towards success in difficult times. You'll be led to where you are meant to be. So it's almost like something's falling apart right now so that something higher can fall together, is what this feels like in your connection. But it feels like you're being forced to kind of focus, both of you, your attention on confidence, expansion, this energy of abundance, and spirit really wants you to rest on this. For some of you, you've been really tired, or you've even been a little bit sick, like under the weather. That is for a reason. I feel like that's to get you to slow down or sit your ass down, be in the quiet, in the stillness, so that you can really soak up these energies of confidence and get out of your head. It's like spirit wants you to take time to meditate and to seek peace of mind so that you can see the truth behind some sort of illusion here. But you might be avoiding doing that because there is some sort of sense of insecurity here. And it could be because you feel as though you've both sacrificed a lot for this connection, but it hasn't really gone where you wanted it to. I don't know. But I feel like you are being made a promise that you will align, you'll be taken care of, because something is for you, but it's just you need to kind of slow down and realize that something is for you, and then get into a headspace that aligns you with that thing and with abundance, and then you can have it, is what that feels like. But it feels destabilizing right now. So I think the destabilization is happening to force you guys to review something, and then you'll hopefully view it from a different perspective or see it in a different light once you take the time to do that. Okay, so I'm going to look at your person's side first, but if this sounds like you, then just reverse the roles, okay? So this person is in the energy of the King of Wands in reverse with Moon in Aries protection. Okay, so super to the point, this person is in their ego, and it's a form of self-protection, is what that feels like. They could be trying to control or dominate or dictate the situation. And again, it's like a form of self-preservation. They feel like they are protecting themselves by taking a very assertive or aggressive approach to their emotions, or an egoic approach to their emotions. They feel as though they're protecting themselves here, but it's ultimately coming from an imbalance or disempowered place, or a place of a lack of confidence is what that is. Okay, so their feelings and their intentions towards you. You have the Eight of Wands in reverse and the Ace of Swords. Their feelings and their intentions. Okay. Well, their feelings are on ice. Why is that? They have like actively halted. It's like they're not allowing any of their energy to go towards their emotional body. It's interesting though, because what's coming through for them when they are actually present And I do feel like, again, you and this person, there's something about you guys being forced to sit down and be present so that you can actually look at the situation from a place that is beyond your ego or beyond fear, so that you can see why something is happening for you, that it's not punishment, but that something is actually a gift. So this person, it came out with comfort and grace, both heart chakra cards. I trust my heart and we are all special. This person's heart is ready to open, but they have to trust their discernment, and they won't be able to do that when they are like, this isn't clear discernment. This is their fear telling them that they have to control or be arrogant or in their ego in order to stay safe. There is a block in their emotional body, but their heart really wants to open so that that energy can move. There's something about this person's inner critic that really needs to be silenced so that they can have grace for themselves and those around them. There's something that's very critical about this person, and I feel like above all, they criticize themselves. That's what that feels like. But their heart is trying to expand. However, they are not really putting any energy towards their emotional body right now, so I'm not sure if they are recognizing that that's trying to happen. Okay. What's the Ace of Swords? There's a hair on me again. What is the Ace of Swords for this person's intentions towards Cap? The Two of Cups. Okay. Well, it's weird though. Because how do they have that intention? I think that their intention is to see the truth or to uncover the truth about this connection between the two of you. They're aware on some level that they're not seeing things clearly. Only thing is, I feel like they might be taking the approach of, it's like they're trying to find a solution, but they're coming at it with the same perspective. And they're not going to find it that way. They need to take a new approach. And what this feels like is that they're trying to find the truth through like analyzing or even criticizing something. But they're taking the approach of their ego or their mind, trying to break something down. And that's not allowing for the mental expansion that's actually going to show them the truth. This is something more spiritual and more emotional that they need to tap into. But they are seeking the truth, and they do feel this potential connection with you. They want to know and act on the truth of what this is, but they are confused because they're in a space of insecurity, fear, and defensiveness out of feeling the need to self-protect. But they are seeking the truth. They feel that not moving towards this, not trusting it, is actually, it's causing more weight. It's almost bringing them to a climactic breaking point where maybe then they'll realize, like they'll see from a higher perspective how they actually feel. And I think that once the truth of their feelings floods in, then they'll feel the truth, because the truth will resonate with them in a way that like uncovering it through facts and logistics and analytics would never actually resonate the same way. Okay, so your energy, excuse me, your energy within this connection right now is the Two of Wands. So you're recognizing that you are at a crossroads here. Crossroads. The thing is, it came out clarified by this egotism card. And then I asked what that was about, and I got appreciation. There's a lot of Leo energy. These are both Leo cards. Moon and Mars in Leo. So this is coming through as actually healthy ego or healthy pride, or that is how you are perceiving it. And the reason for that, so then 3 more cards came out. It's independence, discrimination, and detachment. So it's kind of like you're telling me that you're exercising your ego in a healthy way that allows you to stand at this crossroads and discern from a healthily detached place, from an autonomous or an independent place, and you appreciate that. You appreciate that you are able to see that. So it's kind of an energy of healthy pride that comes from discernment and sovereignty over your energy. And you're grateful for that, is what you're sort of saying. Is there anything else about this 2 of Wands? You trust yourself, you trust your judgment, but you do have a choice to make, and you know that. The 9 of Cups. I think you're standing at this crossroads and you're saying, I know what will make me happy and I know what won't. And I'm trusting myself to be able to discern from that sovereign place the direction that I need to go. But I don't feel like you've actually determined or chosen that direction quite yet. It feels like there's an active choice that needs to be made surrounding this connection, and you haven't quite made it yet. But you trust yourself to make the right one. So you're in an energy of confidence. Your feelings and intentions towards this person. The 3 of Cups in reverse and the 3 of Pentacles. Okay. I think this is why you are still on the fence or at a crossroads, why you haven't decided yet, because there's pros and cons that you're feeling, or there's like, you are a little divided because you're feeling the 3 of Cups in reverse. You feel as though there has been some sort of fallout or like distance created between the 2 of you, like you have something has dissolved in this connection. You could feel as though like you're not talking to this person anymore. But then in your intentions, the 3 of Pentacles, you're still open to collaborate with them, to cooperate with them, to communicate with them, to build something with them. But it's like it requires them to show up correct, right? To come correct. And it's almost like you're not sure if they're going to choose to do that or not. So there's a feeling of a bit of like loss. You were looking towards the future, feeling as though like reciprocated love and equal give and take between the 2 of you was on the horizon. And it feels like something happened that has made you question that, or that it's driven a bit of a wedge in that. It could be that this person's pride and their fear came up and they kind of self-sabotaged a bit, put things on ice, and they are seeing it as like, I'm doing this to protect myself. But their feelings are going to be revealed to them. They are also seeking the truth, so that helps. They just have to see beyond their fear and their ego. But you are open to collaborate with this person still. You do feel some sort of sense of distance or lack between you currently, though. Like you're not as close as you once were, at least not for this moment. So the main source of confusion surrounding this connection right now is coming from Death in reverse with the Ship. So Scorpionic energy, the Ship talks about travel, movement, trade. So essentially, there is some sort of movement that's meant to take place here, but it's not happening. It's not, there's something that's not shifting that is ready to shift. It's meant to shift. It's meant to be transmuted or transformed, but that hasn't happened yet, or that is still in the process of happening. Can you tell me more about that? What does that transformation require or consist of? The Queen of Swords, the Queen of Wands in reverse, the Strength card, and the Seven of Pentacles. Aligning with your internal strength and character, and then trusting yourself to invest in something from a place of trusting your discernment and purging out or recognizing the places where you're insecurity. It's interesting. The two of you could have highlighted insecurities in one another here. The places where you don't feel free or empowered. And that was always meant to happen, not to make you insecure, but to show you where those spots were so that you could free yourself from them, so that you can use reason and feeling and intuition to overcome that fear and insecurity and break free from it. That's what wants to be transmuted. It wants to be turned into power with strength of character. This is a character developing relationship. Yay! Don't you love those? So that's where confusion is coming from, because it feels like something is meant to transform, but that transformation is either halted, paused, or it's paused because of fear. But it's meant to move forwards. So any confusion could be that you are standing at this crossroads and this person is confused because of their fear, sort of creating illusions. And you are confused because you don't know, you're still a little bit torn, because this person hasn't really come to the realization that they need to come to. And so it's like you're not really certain if you're able to move forwards or build with this person yet. So there is a little bit of confusion there because something wants to move that is currently stuck a little bit. But the most prominent function or purpose of this connection right now is the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles. It's meant to, and then the Clover is here, which talks about luck. It talks about serendipity, but it also talks about needing to take a chance, gamble, right? Fortune favors the bold kind of vibe. There's a lot on the line. You have to take that leap of faith. You have to trust in luck, in forces greater than you, in destiny maybe, in what you feel pulled towards, even if you can't explain it. Put faith in that and you can have it all. There's a lot to gain at this time. And I feel like that's why this is being destabilized. It's like your personal security is being destabilized so that you can rise into more. And you're supposed to experience this together, but there is something that needs to die in order for that to come in. And what needs to die is the whip energy, which is an energy of essentially forcing something or trying to control something. It's like it can be stimulation and passion, but almost to the degree that like you're so passionate that you become one-track minded, or you just keep repeating the same approach. Again, there's something that needs to die and phase out. And then this can come in. And it could be that what kind of needs to die out is both of your guys' sense of ego, just the way that you're relating to your ego now. You don't want to ever fully kill off the ego. It's important. It does protect you. It does help you discern what's right for you and what's not. But there's something about the way that you relate to your ego that wants to shift now. And it's like this whole destabilization process is happening to draw your awareness to the places where your ego is coming from. It's manifesting out of a space of insecurity. Yeah. So that's what I see for you, Capricorn. So good luck. But it feels like there is a lot of abundance that's close by, and it's almost like there is this universal promise to both of you that if you do take the leap, you will be taken care of. All you need to do is kind of like initiate the movement, set sail, and everything else will kind of just be on the trajectory of that path. You kind of just need to take the first step of the path, where the journey is what that feels like. And then you'll be shown the way, you'll be taken care of along that path. All right, moving on to Aqua. Aquarius. Aquarius. Okay, let's see. Aquarius. Did I bring water out here or no? Yes, I did. I just left it over there. Okay. Good to know. Aquarius. Let's see. Tune me into Aqua's energy. What does Aqua need to know about this connection? What insight can you give Aqua into the energies between themselves and this person for the highest and best good of all? Okay. Interesting. These energies, I should have known that doing this reading in the energy of that Pluto-Mars opposition with all the Chiron and Lilith energy, like, yeah, these are challenging energies. And no one is exempt. So should have known. I should have known. The spirit was telling me do it for a reason. Okay, tell me about that there. The purpose of this connection. Tell me about that. Let me see here. What's that? Okay. Aw. Tell me about that. Okay. One more. Tell me about that confusion here. All right. Well, that'll do it. And let me just get one for Aquarian's person and one for Aqua. Okay. Let's see what's going on with you, Aquarius. Let's see. Okay. Timestamp. All right. What's up, Aqua? Aquarius. Notorious. All right. I hope you guys are doing so well. Let's take a little look-see look at this connection and see what Spirit wants to highlight or make clear to you at this time that's going to be helpful to you. So the overall energy between the two of you right now is coming through as the King of Wands, which is pretty great. It's very independent energy though, but it is an energy that it's telling me that you both in some way are recognizing you're connected to yourself spiritually, you are connected to your life force energy. And I got two cards to clarify, and this one came out on your person's side, this one came out on your side. So they got excitement, you got concentration. So something is activating or stimulating or arousing this person's energy. And then on your side of things, I feel like you are actively focusing on giving or giving to this energy so that you can amplify it in yourself. So with them, they're kind of being stimulated and it's happening. And with you, you're actively concentrating on creating this energy and embodying this energy. But either way, I see you both in that, which is positive. So I'm going to take a look at your person first, but if this sounds like your side of things, then just reverse the roles and take it how it resonates for you, okay? Okay, so this person is in the energy of the Ace of Swords. There's some sort of truth that they are becoming aware of. Okay. What's that truth? I'm hearing that song that's like, who is that? Is that Sheryl Crow? I don't listen to Sheryl Crow. It's like, I said a change would do you good. A change would do you good. That's what I'm hearing. So they got the broom, new home, new attitude, and the butterfly, a change for the better. It's like they're becoming aware that shifting their attitude will change things in a positive way, or that shifting their attitude is changing things for a positive way, or in a positive way. And I think that they're becoming aware of the new attitude that would be more supportive or helpful. And that could be what is kind of lighting them up and inspiring them or exciting them and pushing them more into a space of empowerment, it kind of feels like. Their feelings towards you and their intentions. The Six of Wands in reverse and the Hermit in reverse. So they have Virgo energy here. The Six of Wands in reverse is clarified by this card, which is a scene from Californication, which is a great show. The first season anyways is fucking perfection. And Hank Moody is this character. He's talking to his daughter about his ex-wife. And his daughter says, she's highly emotional, that one. And he says, all the good ones are. All the good ones are. It's interesting because you are recognizing, or this person, sorry, is recognizing you as, I'm not taking this as being like over emotional or emotionally like turbulent, but they're recognizing the depth of your heart and your feeling. It feels like you in some way expressed your heart or your emotions in a raw and vulnerable way, it feels like, to this person. With the Six of Wands in reverse, they feel like they maybe fumbled that opportunity. Like they perhaps acted out of a place of insecurity in the face of love, when really under the surface, underneath this insecurity, there is mutual love between the two of you. This person doesn't see your emotional nature that you showed them as a weakness. They see it as something beautiful that sets you apart from other people that they have had experiences with, it feels like. They see you as someone brave enough to truly invest into love, someone brave enough to see through illusions and deceptions and lies, and to go to those places within yourself in the name of love. In the name of love. I'm channeling that song now. Who is that? Babe Rexha. And what are the words to that? If I told you this was only gonna hurt, if I warned you the fire's gonna burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love. They see you as someone with a very brave heart, someone who will raise your sword and run onto the battlefield in the name of love. And they think very highly of you. They have a great respect for that in you. It's a very tender respect, but they do feel like they couldn't reciprocate or hold that in some sort of way. What's the Hermit in reverse as their intentions towards Aquarius? There's regret surrounding that for them. They wanted to meet you in that place, or they wish that they were brave enough or secure enough to take that brave leap with you. And they feel like they didn't for some reason. What's the Hermit in reverse for this person's intentions towards Aqua? I think that what they've realized needs to change in their perception or their attitude is that so the 8 of Wands in reverse came out with the 9 of Swords in reverse. I think this person feels like they can't really open up or move forwards or push this energy forwards until they get out of like an anxious way of thinking. This anxiety or even paranoia, on the more intense end of that, it could have been what caused them to not show up in a brave and authentic way with their heart on their sleeve the way that they feel you did. And they feel like until they figure this out, they can't really communicate, express themselves, or push this forwards the way that you deserve it to move forwards. But it's interesting because why the Hermit in reverse though? Actually, let's take it from this deck. Why the Hermit in reverse? What's causing that? This person, their heart space doesn't feel empowered quite yet. They feel like they need to focus on the places that they have neglected their own heart so that they can trust where their heart and their feelings are guiding them. They want to allow that divine loving energy to flow through them and to guide them and fuel them so that they can fulfill their greatest potential. And they can truly step into it with that sense of bravery because they really believe it. But this person knows that there's something that feels powerless. They feel powerless right now. There's an energy where they don't really feel... This excitement is like just building with them. But before that, it feels like they were more in an anxious, pessimistic state of mind or perception that was blocking them from showing up authentically and open-heartedly. So they're going through like a empowerment or activation or opening of their heart chakra, but it's also affecting their self-worth. It's bringing them into a space of more confidence, but this is something that it feels like is kind of just being initiated now. It's just picking up speed. And this person is excited about the truth that they're learning because they're realizing that, again, they can control this, they can make this change, and they can be in an empowered space in their life. So they are willing to do that. Maybe they feel like after that happens, they will come out of isolation and come towards you. But this person is quite settled on their decision to not move until they drop this anxiety or until they resolve the anxiety of their heart. They don't trust themselves to move forwards in a way that actually honors the love that they see in you until they do that work. And I think that that is responsible. So I respect and appreciate that about this person. Okay, your side of things. The energy that you are in currently surrounding this is the 5 of Cups in reverse. So you're doing some healing, some emotional purging maybe. It feels like you're coming home to yourself here, and it's because, again, you're concentrating your energy and your thoughts specifically, because this is Gemini energy, and it's Saturn in Gemini. So I feel like you're creating structure for your thoughts, coming through as like you're bringing more consciousness, awareness, and presence to your thoughts. You're paying attention to the way that you think and the way that you direct that mental energy, and you're choosing to concentrate it towards empowering thoughts that heal you, thoughts that liberate you, not thoughts that keep you small or insecure. And that's great. That is absolutely great, because it feels like that's been an internal conflict. It's been difficult for you to actually make yourself vulnerable and let down your guards because of those insecure spaces. And so both you and this person are kind of being challenged by and doing the same thing right now, the same work. You're both doing the same work. Yeah, to embody this empowered spiritual energy. Okay. To be the leaders of your own life, essentially. Your feelings and your intentions towards this person, the Six of Cups in reverse and the Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay. The Six of Cups in reverse. There's a cycle, I feel like, that you don't want to repeat. You feel like you've gone through some sort of cycle, some sort of era, and now you're ready for a change. You don't want to repeat that. So you're doing the work to move forwards and not go back. And that's also part of the reason why you're not putting too much attention or focus on the way that things were or the past, because you don't want to go back in that direction. So you're only focusing on the things that you want to expand, and that's creating a lot of healing and forward motion in your life. But that card was clarified by these. So this top one says, I could easily fall in love with any of you. That's just how I'm built. Don't talk to me ever. And then this card is a lyric card. This is Alt J. It says, please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so. Please break my heart. And on the back of this card says, I'm manifesting mutually giving relationships. So you're a little bit torn in your feelings. You don't want to approach things the way that you did in the past. You're aware that you have a huge heart space. In some ways, you're like, I could literally fall in love with anybody because I could see the best in them, and I could choose to frame them in a way that I fall in love with literally anyone, pretty much. And I feel like that is so Aquarian, because you guys are great at seeing the truth in people and seeing like their humanity, but also their divinity, and holding space for all of it. You're very accepting people, very like loving people. When people say that Aquarians are like cold or emotionally detached, I'm like, you don't really know very many Aquarians, do you? Or you haven't really given them a chance before judging them. But there's something about this where you've decided that you're manifesting and you're only moving towards mutually giving relationships that can meet you where you are, that can give back to you what you have to offer. And at the same time, it feels like you don't really want to walk away from this person. You do have love for them. There's a part of you that's like, but I want to keep giving to you. Just break my heart. Just fuck me up, you know? Please don't go. And at the same time, you're like, but it's almost like you're trying to reconcile something that you really want, which is this person, versus what you know you need, which is a mutually giving, balanced relationship. Why is the Ace of Wands in reverse your intentions towards this person? I feel like you're trying to revoke your energy because there's the Six of Pentacles in reverse, the Hierophant in reverse, Death. It's not that you want to take back the love that you gave them, but you can no longer commit to something that is imbalanced or not reciprocated. because it feels like you offered this person more openness, more heart, more commitment or investment in some way than they were able to offer you. And you recognize that. And you're focusing on an empowering energy that you want to expand, right? And so you know that in order to really make that shift, you have to stop giving to things that can't meet you where you're at. Is what that feels like. But there is very much a part of you that wants to. Like, it hurts you to not reconcile with this person. In a way, it hurts you to choose your own happiness, or it hurts you to realize that choosing your own happiness might mean a future that doesn't involve this person. That's what that feels like. It actually hurts you maybe more than you're even realizing. I think a part of you actually feels as though you're abandoning this person or you're walking away. I heard from them in their time of need. You might feel like this person needs your love now more than ever. But you could also have an understanding that you need to be committed and devoted to yourself and your own well-being first and foremost. And that you can't keep on hurting yourself to, like, you can't light yourself on fire to keep this person warm. Or you can't overextend yourself until you're empty to fill someone up, right? You understand that ultimately this is their responsibility, and to do the work for them, which you can't really even do anyways, but it would be a disservice to this person because this is something that they're meant to grow and become empowered in this way. And they have the truth and they have the recognition that they need to take those steps. So, and they do look like they're going to take them. So it's like you have an understanding of this, but it still hurts you to pull back. But it's very powerful because that act in honoring yourself and honoring this person through doing the hard thing that's also the right thing, that is creating a massive transformation with that death card. So a source of confusion in this connection currently, it's coming through as the Two of Pentacles in reverse. So there's been some sort of decision, a tangible choice to move in a specific direction, but it's creating confusion. Okay. It came out clarified by these two cards. The first one, it says you're worse than nicotine, and that came out with this card, which says inevitable, loved, meditation, authenticity, and calm. It's interesting. I'm kind of getting that you and this person, you both feel like you have to walk away from each other. But you're both really struggling to do it because you feel incredibly pulled to each other. And I feel like Spirit is saying the reason that that's creating confusion is because you're maybe labeling this pull towards one another as like something bad or toxic, or like, you know, I'm addicted to you, you're worse than nicotine, I have to make this choice to move away from you, because it's like you're seeing it as like you or me. It's you or me. If I stay here, then I'm choosing you over me. But maybe the two of you could choose to choose yourselves still, but walk parallel alongside each other, because you're both doing the same work anyways. You're both healing the same thing anyways. You're both giving yourselves to the same energy. You're trying to embody the same energy anyways. So I don't know if it's really necessary that you do cut each other out. I think that you can still give to one another, just in a more balanced and responsible way, with your focus on your own healing, but you can heal together and grow together. I feel like you can empower your hearts together if you wanted to. In some way, I feel like it's kind of inevitable. This isn't someone that you got addicted to out of a toxic pattern or because you made some sort of mistake. It was inevitable for you guys to love each other. Something about the authentic self. You both see one another's most authentic self, and that is what you fell in love with. Not the ego, not illusion, not appearances. You saw to the core of one another. You saw each other's hearts and souls, and you fell in love with that. That's why it's so hard for you to both walk away, even though you're both saying that it's necessary for that to be the path or the route that you take, which is interesting. But Spirit is saying that's causing some confusion between the two of you. So, the main function or purpose of this connection in your life currently is the 9 of Pentacles in reverse. It's interesting. Capricorn had this as the main energy between them and their person. You might have Cap in your chart or be dealing with one or something. There could be a connection there. And it came out with the Healer card sideways. So it's kind of interesting. There is healing that's being offered here, and it's divine healing with that purple. It's a higher understanding, but it's interesting because it's like there is a destabilization that is occurring in this relationship right now, and what is unfolded or what is currently unfolding between you, it was always meant to break down old structures that needed to fall apart. They're ready to fall apart so that you can be a more empowered embodiment of yourself. I feel like both of you are very spiritual people. You both might even have healing gifts. Can you tell me more about that 9 of Pentacles in reverse? But whatever's happening between the two of you right now, I feel like it's kind of happening to show you what boxes you don't fit in, where there's glass ceilings that you're ready to break out of, where you can heal yourself, and then maybe even offer that healing support to other people, maybe even each other, to make that process easier. It's like you don't need to walk alone on this journey. It's kind of the energy of like we're all walking each other home at the end of the day. We're all humans going through the same process in one way or another, healing ourselves, picking up pieces of ourselves, remembering who we really are, remembering our divine nature, and getting closer and closer to that. And we're meant to not be an island along that journey. We're meant to, build together. We're meant to find joy and a higher love in that. The 4 of Wands and the 3 of Pentacles. We're meant to cooperate and collaborate because we help each other in that process so much. We're not meant to be completely independent and self-sufficient along that journey. We are meant to be solid, to know ourselves, to be able to self-regulate and be empowered and not dependent on one another, but we're also relational creatures. So, I don't know. I feel like that's something that you guys are going to need to work out, your souls, but there is a higher truth here that is still revealing itself. So the source of confusion is like that you're quite certain and you've both made this decision, and you haven't just made a choice, but you're actually acting on it. You're taking action in accordance with what you've decided. And I think Spirit is kind of saying, slow down. It's okay to question, to challenge your own perspectives, and maybe you'll come to the same conclusion. Who knows? But maybe you won't. So that's what I see for you. But I really like the way that the two of you are handling this, and I feel like it's very positive regardless of whether you end up choosing to walk together along this path further or not. So that's beautiful. You're growing a lot. I love to see it. Okay, Aqua. I love you long time, as you know. We're moving on to Pisces. Where are my fellow fishies at? Where are my gangsters at? What up, gangster? Let's see. And yes, that was old school 50 Cent, in case you were wondering. That is. I did go there. Okay. What up, gangsta? What up, cuz? Okay. Pisces, spicy Pisces. Let's see what's going on with you, my loves. Okay. How you guys doing out there? All right. Let's see what is happening for Pisces. And their connection. Okay. I'm going to use these decks. Okay. So not that one, but that one. Pisces. What's going on with you? Connect me to Pisces energy. The energy of the connection that they most need. Insight or guidance surrounding. Let's see what's going down. All right. I heard that, how does it go? I heard the little thing that the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland says. No time to waste, no time to something. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. I don't remember exactly how it goes. I'm late. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. Okay. Let's see. What's up, Sonobi? Sonobi? So yeah. Well. All right. The way is being cleared, is what I heard. I'm feeling big, like Ganesh, Kali kind of energies right now. Sean, what's up, Sean? Sorry. Okay. Let's get some clarity here. Tell me about this person's energy. Tell me more about this person's energy here that Pisces is dealing with. Okay. And their person, or no, and Pisces energy. Tell me more about Pisces energy. Quite a few masculine energies in the chat tonight. What's up, men? How you doing? That's somewhat rare. Glad to have you. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Can you clarify? Okay. Clarify the feelings here. Pisces feelings. Where's that coming from? Ugh. Why is there so many that fell out? Okay, maybe we'll use the other deck for that. Now tell me about the intentions then here. We're moving on to Pisces now. I'm just not changing the thing until I'm done pulling all the cards. But yeah, this will be Pisces. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm intrigued. I'll just get 2 more oracle cards. Okay. Let's see what's going on here, Pisces. Let me timestamp you. Change the little thinger. All right. What is good, my little fishy loves, my fellow fish? I hope that you're doing well, Pisces. Okay, we're going to take a look at this connection. So let's dig in and see what wants to be highlighted for you here. So the overall current energy between you and this person is the 3 of Wands in reverse with this card of revolution. Revolution, which says transformation, a radical change, give up the old to make way for the new, and a quantum leap, which is pretty intense. The 3 of Wands in reverse too is really giving a very interesting energy. It's like time has sped up, and it's almost like there's a portal here. See, on this card, this is the zombie tarot, by the way, which I fucking love. It's so great. But The zombies are using like a big bone to break down the door, and inside these humans are having a party. They're celebrating. They are like blissfully ignorant, if you will. So it's almost like this is like, I'm seeing this as a portal from this energy into something that is totally different, like a totally different vibe, right? This is coming through as like timelines collapsing due to some sort of massive revolution that's taking place. It's like right now there's a radical change taking place, and you could be actually quantum leaping or timeline shifting. Now, whether that is together or whether that is both of you individually due to something that activated that shift within you, I'm not totally sure. Let's clarify a little bit more. Now, the Three of Wands in reverse is like not waiting. It's like the time is now. Now is the time. The portal is here. The portal is going to close. If you want to go, then jump through the portal. Otherwise, this train is leaving the station, you know? And when I was shuffling for you, I heard that like the white rabbit off of Alice in Wonderland when he's saying, no time to waste. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. So there is this energy of feeling like now's the time. The opportunity is now. And there's an awareness of this because there's a buildup or an intensity of energy, and there's a push to change the way that you have been for both of you. So it's still up to you whether you're going to take advantage of that, but it feels like you're both in the energy where you're being very much made aware of that or faced with that. Okay. All right. Let's look at this person first and see what comes up with them. But keep in mind that the roles can be reversed. So if this ends up sounding more like you, then just take it how it resonates, okay? Okay. So this person's energy within the connection right now is the Ace of Swords. And it came out with this oracle card of keeping still. Meditation, self-renewal, composure, detachment, self-acceptance, equanimity, and serenity. This person is taking a time out to connect with the truth through healthy detachment. And essentially what I'm getting from this is they're sinking into their own frequency, their own energy. They're grounding into their own energy. They're meditating on their own energy. They're refueling their own energy, self-renewal. They're not necessarily detaching from you completely, but they're pulling back and sinking into themselves. It's a healthy detachment. It's not like a severing off from you. They're finding peace within themselves so that they can integrate some sort of truth that's coming through to them, and it's a divine truth. So this could be coming through from their subconscious. It could be coming through in dreams. It could be coming through when they are meditating, but they're putting a focus on doing those things that help this come through because they're aware that some sort of truth is being revealed. What is the truth that this person is realizing? The Empress. The bottom of the deck is the Emperor in reverse. The plot thickens. Well, Lovers, oh Lord. Love is a choice. That's what this feels like. You are aware that this connection exists. And there's the Lovers, right? The Emperor, the Empress, and the Lovers. You're aware of the truth of this connection, but you're also aware that there's an imbalance in the dynamic at this time. And love, the Lovers is about a choice, and it's because it is a love that is so all-encompassing and intense that You always have to choose love for it to last. For it to be sustainable, you have to sustain it. So you have to keep choosing it and showing up for it, which you're aware of. And I feel like you're recognizing yourself as the Empress, which is why you have the energy and the confidence and the peace to pull back into yourself and to not push things, because you also have this awareness that things cannot be pushed. Someone cannot be forced into meeting you, even if this connection is very real. They still have to choose it by their own free will. And so do you. And it feels like you're open to it, but you're aware that right now someone is not, the energies aren't aligned or balanced to come together, despite the connection between the two of you being powerful. So you have this higher understanding in this peace where you're at peace with pulling back into yourself and being in a state of healthy detachment. And that's further validated and clarified by your feelings and intentions towards them. So your feelings for this person is the King of Cups, but then smother in reverse. You have all of the feelings and love for this person. It runs really, really, really deep. But you are only showing, like, it's just your eyes above the water, you know? And even his crown is covered. So it's making me feel like you've really, like, you've set energetic and emotional boundaries with this person. You could have felt like at one point you were trying to convince this person that your love is real, or that you were maybe trying to convince them of this connection. And I think you just realize that that will never work. Someone has to see it and choose it for themselves. Otherwise, it just feels smothering. Otherwise, it just feels... When you're trying to convince someone of something, they're more likely to doubt you, right? Because it's like, why are you trying to push this? Why are you trying to convince me that this is the truth? It's like they really need to see it for themselves, especially something like the lovers connection. So I think that in your feelings, you have deep feelings. You love this person. You see them as the emperor to your lover's connection, and someone that could be your equal and your counterpart if they chose it. But you also recognize they need to choose it. So the smothering in reverse, that's you giving them space to come to their own conclusions and then choose it or not choose it. Your intentions towards them is the King of Wands in reverse. And it came out with this card. Quite interesting. You guys have quite a connection with this person. The King of Wands in reverse, and then this card here. It's giving star-crossed lovers. It's giving Romeo and Juliet. There are forces outside of us that are trying to pull us or keep us apart. You feel a very intense pull towards this person, and you feel as though they also have that pull to you. But again, you can't force them to choose what they're going to do in response to that pull, and you know this. So why is the King of Wands in reverse, though? The Eight of Swords. Don't do that. You know that it's a choice, but it's like you're giving them space to choose, but you're afraid that they're not going to choose it. And honestly, that makes sense. Because you're already fully in love with this person. So, yeah. But I see you feeling kind of like afraid of... It's like you're afraid this person's not going to step up, even though they feel the same thing that you feel. It's almost like you're afraid that they're just going to trap themselves in their own rib cage, keep their feelings locked in their chest, and that they're going to stay in that prison and they're not going to act on this. They're going to let fear win. But you are almost carrying forward that energy by, I don't know, you're a little bit torn because you're like, I'm trusting, I am healthily detaching, I'm trying to trust the wheel of fortune, I'm trying to trust fate, but at the same time you feel like you are this person having knives thrown at you, and you're like, I have faith, but knives are still being thrown at me, you know, like there's still fear there. And I think it's because of you're realizing how much you've given to this and how much you actually care for this person. It's like the more that you pull back and stop trying to convince this person, the more it solidifies within you as true. And that is both liberating and scary for you, is what that feels like. You're, in one way, you're becoming very, very clear about how you feel and how this needs to be approached if there is ever to be success here. But on the other hand, it's scary because you're realizing that it's out of your control. So it's almost like you feel as though you're anticipating getting sucked back into a space of fear, or you're anticipating fear winning in some way. Or this person is, sorry. I was talking like this was you the whole time. So maybe this is you. The roles could be reversed. Sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that until just now. This was supposed to be your person's side, but I was speaking like it was you. So for some of you, or for a lot of you, it might be reversed. That's usually why that happens. Okay, so I'm just going to say this person, and you can choose which side is which. So we're going to move to the other side now. So this person's energy within the connection is the Tower in reverse, Mars energy, which is interesting. It's the Emperor, Mars. The Emperor came out in reverse. The Tower is coming out in reverse. So this is masculine energy being challenged. And duration, constancy, continuity, endurance, perseverance, maturity, strengthening, stability, and deep commitment. This masculine or Martian energy is being challenged to show up as the masculine, the divine masculine. The masculine is present, stable, solid, strong. It can endure. It is committed, consistent and solid. But this person is in the energy of the Tower in reverse. So it's like they're not really letting the truth hit them that they are all of those things. It's like they are not seeing it in themselves, maybe. What's the Tower in reverse? I feel like they're not asserting themselves in a consistent, committed kind of way. They've been given the opportunity or the option to, though. But it's like they're choosing instead to commit to a less empowered version of themselves. The Hanged Man in reverse. Maybe it's that this truth is still revealing itself to this person. Yeah, look at that. Wow, a lot of major arcana. The Hanged Man in reverse, the Hermit and the Star, and the Emperor in reverse again, all at the bottom of the deck. So there's 4 major arcanas right there, plus the Tower. This person is going through something where the universe or their higher selves or forces beyond them or greater than them are showing something to them, clearing up some confusion for this person. It's like they're being forced to look at themselves here. This is Virgo and Aquarius energy with Aries as well. But they're being forced to look at themselves, and it's creating a healing force in their life. I do see that. And I feel like they're seeing where they need to get out of their own way. where they haven't been cooperative, and where they can actually, they have the opportunity to move into alignment. So the Knight of Pentacles, and then the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune is behind that, with the Six of Pentacles in the upright. See, this person is becoming aware of how they're getting in their own way and they're blocking themselves from happiness. They're essentially healing, and as they heal, they're discovering that they are capable of moving forwards in a consistent way. They just have to take one step at a time. They just have to not get overwhelmed. They can go slow, but the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune is ahead of them. And they can have this. They just have to move towards it. But they have to move towards it in a balanced way. The Six of Pentacles, right? They have to meet you. So whatever level of consistency and balance you're showing up in, and empowerment, they have to try to match that. They have to choose to move towards that, so that the energetic give and take is balanced. Otherwise, this won't work. It won't align. So this person's feelings and intentions towards you. Their feelings is the Five of Swords with the All-Knower. I want to read what this says in the book. The All-Knower. There's some major mental conflict here within them. This person does have an energy of stress, like there is no time to waste, but they're very back and forth in their head. It's like two parts of them are at war with one another in their mind, is what that feels like, about how they feel about you. What does this say? The All-Knower. It says, linked to the archetype of the High Priestess, the All-Knower serves as a gateway from our world to the other world. It is all-seeing and all-understanding of life, death, and everything in between. It's neither good nor bad, loving nor unkind. It just is, and it is everything. Whoa. Okay, so this person's feelings are very clearly revealing themselves to them, but their mind or their ego is fighting it. It's like this part of them that knows, that just fucking truly knows. The High Priestess, this is a very deeply intuitive, spiritual, and emotional element of this person. They know, but their mind is creating conflict or complication. It's like they're struggling to just accept what they know. They're challenging it or they're fighting it here. Their intentions towards you is the Knight of Wands in reverse. Yeah. This person is choosing to it's weird. It's like right now they're choosing not to step into their divine masculine energy. They're choosing inconsistency. They're choosing to be erratic. The Knight of Wands in reverse is like someone you cannot depend on. Someone who just is in and out and all over the place, and they don't really take themselves seriously, so no one else can really take them seriously. And they do that because they're afraid that if they put themselves in a position where they do step up and start taking themselves seriously, that if they fall or fail, it's like they feel like they're going to fail. And so then they just never really apply themselves. They're like, I'll just stay in this like wishy-washy, low-functioning version of myself, chaotic version of myself, even if it drives a wedge between the two of us. They're aware that it is driving a wedge between the two of you, but they're still choosing it. And it's because something about their chaotic nature makes them feel alive. It's like they're addicted to it. The thing about chaos is that while it disturbs us, it too forces our hearts to roar in a way we secretly find magnificent. It's interesting though, because they can still have that. They can still be free and liberated and, spontaneous. They can still have that element of chaos, and be the emperor, right? If they wanted to. Tell me about the Knight of Wands in reverse. Why is this person's intentions? Justice. The King of Pentacles in reverse. They feel like you deserve better. They love you. The Ace of Cups, the Seven of Wands in reverse. They feel like this is the right judgment call to make because they don't feel like they have the energy or the consistency or the stability to offer you what you truly deserve. When they let down their defenses, they know that they love you. But they are seeing themselves as this King of Pentacles in reverse. Unstable, unreliable, having nothing to offer. And so they see walking away from you as the fair thing, the just thing. Because they feel like when they come towards you, because they see themselves as the King of Pentacles in reverse, they feel like when they try to build with you, they bring you into the energy of the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. And it's like two unstable things coming together do not create one stable thing, is what they're kind of saying. They've decided this and made up their mind. The thing is, they're cutting out something that could be successful. Because you're not the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. You're the Empress. And you're only becoming stronger in that energy. And you see this person for who they are, even though they're not choosing to embody that energy right now. So the two of you could rise together and empower one another. But this person, they're not trusting what they actually know. They are playing games, manipulation with themselves. They're convincing themselves. And all of this is stemming from them not believing that they're enough. This person genuinely sees themselves as this. And it's like they're telling themselves that they can't do it, or they're saying they can't do it. It's like they're looking at themselves and they're like, this is all that I'll ever be. So I might as well just lean into the chaos of that and just call it a day. Even though that's not what is actually going to fulfill them at the end of the day. And they know that. They know what they're being called into, but they're not choosing to rise to the occasion because they're not trusting themselves. Their head and their own insecurities and fears very much getting in their way. So the source of confusion in this connection at this time is the Two of Wands. Well, it's that this person is saying that they have made up their mind, but there is an element of indecision here. For some reason, the energy is still at a crossroads. And I feel like it's because of this. There's the truth of their feelings and their knowing, their intuitive knowing, and then there's what they're trying to convince themselves of. And the harder you have to convince yourself of something, the more likely it is that it's not true, that the opposite is true. Because you don't have to convince yourself of the truth, it's just true, right? So whatever they're trying to convince themselves of, it's out of fear. But they don't realize that they're not really as decided as they might think that they are, or they're trying to convince themselves that they're decided, but they're not, because there's a huge part of them that is deeper, that might be subconscious or intuitive or emotional, that knows something that their mind will not admit. Yeah. So the function or purpose of this connection right now for both of you is the Chariot in reverse. This is Cancerian energy. It's interesting. I feel like this is meant to create an impasse for some reason. That's what I'm getting from that. It's meant to create an impasse. Tell me about that. Tell me about the Chariot in reverse. The Three of Swords in reverse. The Eight of Cups in reverse. Because there's something here that's meant to be healed. Not neglected, not abandoned, not walked away from, but healed. If it can be broken, it can be fixed. It's like there's something that may have been bruised but not broken. It can be healed. It doesn't need to be walked away from. But it's interesting because both of you, your hope is a little bit diminished, right? You're knowing, you both have this knowing of what this really is. And it's because the energy of right now is creating a huge revolution through showing you the truth. And it's meant to open a portal so that you can literally leap into a whole new existence, quantum leap, timeline shift. But you're kind of looking at, like, you have a lack of hope or faith. You kind of have this lingering fear that you're going to have to shut yourself off from this or walk away from this because fear is going to be stronger. Fear is going to win over love. And this person, they are assuming that they're weak, that they're too weak. They're affirming and validating their smallness rather than choosing their power, their true nature. They are choosing to keep themselves small in the face of a challenge that they're actually meant to accept and say, challenge fucking accepted. And then through accepting that challenge, they would prove themselves to themselves, not to you. The Six of Cups, the Lovers. I feel like this is a past life, very deep connection. Is there anything else you want Pisces to know before I let them go? But that's what I see about this connection. There is some sort of an impasse, though. You're meant to come in from out of the cold. There's assumptions that the two of you are making that you're actually meant to overcome. See where you are just making assumptions. See where you are convincing yourself of something rather than trusting what you actually feel and know on a deep, undeniable level, right? There's something about that. Because what's hidden, the world, or the moon, sorry, what's hidden is that you can put work into this and manifest it if you want to, but it is a choice. Anything else? The Lovers just fell out again. Well, I feel like that's pretty much it. We have the Wheel of Fortune, the Sun, the Emperor, the Empress, and the Lovers. I mean, it's still your choice to turn down if you want to, right? But that's what's on the table. So you can brain fuck yourself out of seeing it for what you actually know it is. And it's being very clearly presented to you, I feel like, this energy, the truth of it. but it is a choice. It has to be chosen. So, feels like there is an impasse or an energy that's very hard to break through. It's really making you look at how you feel, because there's something here that is very hard to actually break away from, because the connection is very strong. And I feel like it's meant to be hard because it's meant to force both of you to really examine yourselves and what you believe you're capable of and what you believe you're worth. And that's hard. That's going to challenge you. That's going to poke your core wounds. That's going to make you look at your most insecure places, the places where you would feel safer and more comfortable keeping yourself small, convincing yourself and validating the worst thoughts that you have about yourself so that you can bypass the challenge of doing better. But you do have the option of doing better if you want to. And there's a lot of payoff if you choose to move in that direction. I feel like the key component is not getting overwhelmed by the process. Take it slow if you need to. The Knight of Pentacles just puts one foot in front of the other and they eventually get there. They're very solid. They're very consistent and stable, but you have to choose it and put in the work, right? So that's what I see for you, Pisces. I love you so much. I do love that. I am proud of you, though, that you're recognizing your own, like the truth of your own, at least in the present moment, even though you're kind of assuming the worst still about the overall outcome of the connection. I feel like that might be based on the very real energy that you're picking up from this person at this time, because they are choosing actively to like not step into their power. And I feel like you're picking that up, but you're still admitting the fullness of your emotional truth, and you're not trying to convince it or force it on this person. And it takes a lot of strength to do that, especially when you feel like someone that you love and you could have a lot with is choosing to walk away from you. It's hard. It's hard to not fight. I feel like I'm gonna cry. It's hard to not fight for love, especially for you. It kind of goes against everything that you stand for. But the thing is, you're still acknowledging and fighting to keep your love alive. You're just not fighting for someone that won't fight for you or fight for themselves. So that's what I see. I love you so much. I love all of you so much, and that is why I just did an 8.5-hour live. What's up, Marcy? I've been missing you. How are you? I hope you guys are doing amazing, though, and I will be back for more ridiculously long hangout sessions with you. I promise, okay? Yeah. I hope you've all been doing well. These energies are intense. I'm going to try to show up so that we can support each other through these energies, because it is a lot. And even for me, it's a lot. Like, I'm still just one of you. But I'm still very human and going through all of the struggles and like moving through the muck and the challenges of these energies. So I just want you to know that this is a safe space. This is a place of love. And I'm with you. Okay? I love you. I want to support you. I hope that you feel safe and cared for and seen in this space and supported. And you're doing great. Okay? You're doing great. I'll see you guys again very soon. And yeah, we'll dive more into the energies and see what's going on. I'll do a general check-in and just see what it's most important for you to know coming up next, okay? Love you. Love you guys. You're the best. Okay. I'll see you guys again soon. Mwah. Until then. Bye, loves.